In Bega City stood the Quanzun Sect. Today was the grand assessment held once every 3 years, and all outer disciples of the Quanzun Sect had gathered in the outer courtyard. At the center of the outer courtyard square rose a colossal black stone stele. Its surface was covered with densely packed mysterious patterns like characters of the Grand Tao that no one could decipher. At least for the past 1,000 years, no one had been able to comprehend the characters on this stele. This very monument was the foundation upon which the Quanzun Sect was established, the Confronting Dao Stele. 3,000 years ago, an unparalleled genius emerged from the void, sweeping across the world and suppressing all heroes, and in the end founded the Quanzun Sect. All of his life's attainments were carved into this Confronting Dao Stele. Sadly, ever since the previous sect master perished in an unexpected accident, no one within the Quanzun Sect had been able to gain any insight from the Confronting Dao Stele. The strength of the sect had plummeted ever since. From a top-tier sect of former days, it had fallen to the level of a mere ninth-rate sect. Outer disciples, the assessment begins. Any who fail shall be expelled from the Quanzun Sect. On the square, Elder Xian, who presided over the assessment, announced calmly. The assessment was simple. One merely had to place one's palm upon the Confronting Dao Stele. If the Confronting Dao Stele lit up, one could proceed to the next stage of the assessment and enter the ninefold gate. But suddenly, wild, unrestrained laughter filled with boundless, domineering arrogance erupted in the air. I actually didn't die. The youth was named Jiuxiao, 17 years of age. At this moment, he threw his head back in mad laughter, and indescribable recklessness and defiance gleaming deep within his eyes. Strictly speaking, he was no longer the Jiuxiao of the past, but the very founder of the Quanzun Sect, Jiuxiao himself, once the strongest existence on the Wuxian continent. He was moreover the Tianqian God, king of all gods above the 9 heavens. 1,000 years ago, during the act of opening the heavens, he had been besieged and slain by 36 main gods. Unexpectedly, a wisp of his remnant soul had survived, traversing a millennium, to take possession of the Jiuxiao, who had just died suddenly moments before. They shared the same name and surname, and both belonged to the Quanzun Sect. Perhaps this is a kind of fate, a chance for me to rise once more. Jiuxiao laughed wildly, his gaze filled with dominance and untamed pride. 36 main gods. When I return to the 9 heavens, I shall reopen the firmament with the blood of gods. Jiuxiao, this is the assessment ceremony. Cease your nonsense at once. Elder Xian frowned and scolded angrily. Elder Xian paid particular attention to Jiuxiao. After all, this youth was a famed good for nothing. 3 years in the sect without the slightest improvement in cultivation. Within the Quanzun Sect, who did not know of him? Not only Elder Xian, but all the other disciples believed that once today's assessment concluded, Jiuxiao would inevitably be expelled from the Quanzun Sect. Nonsense. If I am acting wantonly, even the heavens are unworthy to restrain me. Jiuxiao's gaze sharpened, yet he quickly calmed down. Having only just been reborn with not a shred of cultivation, he knew he ought to be a little more low-key. It was just that to Jiuxiao, what did this so-called assessment amount to? The Confronting Dao Stele had been erected by his own hands. Did his aptitude and talent truly require the stele's acknowledgement? Was that stele even worthy? Brother Chen, take it easy. Elder Xian is notoriously strict. If you keep causing trouble, he'll definitely punish you heavily. Beside Jiuxiao, a chubby youth a head shorter than him spoke in a low voice. The little fatty was named Jiang Lu, Jiuxiao's sworn brother, and they both hailed from the Jiang clan of Qinchuan. Jiang Lu was a collateral descendant of the Jiang clan of low status, whereas Jiuxiao was the clan's young master. However, due to Jiuxiao's utterly poor talent and aptitude, he could not cultivate at all. Adding to that his mother's disappearance and his father's grievous injuries that crippled his cultivation, the clan's authority had fallen into the hands of the great elder. Thus Jiuxiao had been sent to this ninth-rate sect, left to fend for himself. Fine, I'll keep a lower profile and behave for now, Jiuxiao said with a bitter smile. Newly reborn and utterly devoid of cultivation, if Elder Xian chose to punish him, he simply had no power to resist. After that, the assessment ceremony officially began. Outer disciples stepped forward one after another, pressing their palms against the Confronting Dao Stele. For anyone recognized by the stele, its surface would shine with light, signifying that they had passed the first stage and could enter the ninefold gate for the remaining assessments. Before long, it was Jiuxiao's turn. Standing before the Confronting Dao Stele, he could not help but let a faint, bitter smile curl his lips. Though his body had changed with this soul rebirth, his soul itself remained the same. This Confronting Dao Stele he had personally created in the past. Did it dare, was it qualified to bear his hand now? Would the mighty Tianqian God King need the acknowledgement of a mere stone stele? So I just press it. After hesitating for a moment, Jiuxiao wore a wry smile and gently placed his palm upon the Confronting Dao Stele. Boom. The instant his palm touched the stele, a deafening explosion rang out. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the Confronting Dao Stele that had stood for 1,000 years collapsed, in that very moment crumbling into dust and powder. This shouldn't be my fault, right? Jiuxiao muttered. Although he had more or less expected such an outcome, dealing with the aftermath now would be no easy matter. He could hardly tell these people that he was the founder of the Confronting Sect, the king of all gods in the myriad heavens. Who would believe such words? No one would believe it. The Confronting Dao Stele shattered. The Confronting Dao Stele is the founding artifact of the Confronting Sect. Now that it is destroyed, does this mean the Confronting Sect is doomed? All around exclamations erupted one after another. Some of the more timid disciples turned deathly pale and collapsed onto the ground in fright. Even Elder Xian trembled all over, his lips drained of color as terror clawed at him. Blame me, blame me. Had I known, I wouldn't have pressed it. Look at how frightened they all are. It was just a broken stone anyway. Jiuxiao covered his face, feeling a bit embarrassed inside. What exactly did you do? Why did the Confronting Dao Stele shatter? Elder Xian's expression was grim, and deep within his pupils flickered a trace of sheer terror. One had to know that the solidity of the Confronting Dao Stele was nearly unmatched under heaven. Even the strike of a divine artifact might not necessarily destroy it. Yet now, beneath the light touch of someone with no cultivation whatsoever, this nearly indestructible stele had simply vanished. The more one thought on it, the more horrifying it became. How should I know? I'm just a well-known good for nothing in the Confronting Sect. I truly have no idea. Jiuxiao looked utterly bewildered on the surface, though inwardly he wondered how a casually erected stone stele from his past had become so revered. We shall speak of this again when the sect master and the 3 grand elders arrive. Elder Xian said coldly. He cast another glance at Jiuxiao, thinking that the destruction of the Confronting Dao Stele could hardly be truly tied to a useless disciple. Perhaps this was simply the fate of the Confronting Sect having reached its destined end. Perhaps this is simply the end of Confronting Sect's destined fate. Not long after, the sect master Lu Qingchen and the 3 great elders, alarmed by the commotion, hurriedly arrived at the plaza. Lu Qingchen and the 3 great elders stood before the collapsed Confronting Dao Stele, their faces filled with sorrow. Confronting Sect had been founded with this very Dao Stele as its cornerstone. Now that the Confronting Dao Stele was gone, Confronting Sect too seemed to have reached its end. It appears that ever since the previous sect master's unexpected fall, Confronting Sect has been walking toward its doom. Sect master Lu Qingchen sighed, his posture looking utterly powerless. He waved his hand toward the crowd and said with another sigh, Confronting Sect has nothing left worth teaching you. Those who wish to stay may stay, those who wish to leave may leave. As soon as these words fell, 50 or 60 people rose on the spot. Without saying a single word, they turned and walked away. After all, with even the fundamental object gone, what kind of sect could Confronting Sect still claim to be? It could not even be considered worthy of a 9th-rate sect. In the span of only a dozen breaths of the 300 outer sect disciples, barely more than 50 remained. The others all severed ties with Confronting Sect and chose to depart. Lu Qingchen and the various elders did not try to stop them, nor did they show any hostility. After all, at the very moment the Confronting Dao Stele was destroyed, the faith in these people's hearts had already collapsed. There was nothing more to teach, and no heart left to retain anyone. It felt as if today was the day Confronting Sect would disband. They must be sick in the head. It's just a broken stone tablet. If I hadn't been bored back then, this thing would still be lying in an outhouse as a footstone. Jiuxiao watched all of this, curling his lip in disdain. He was inwardly astonished. He had truly not expected these people to treat the Confronting Dao Stele as something so sacred. They did not realize that back then the Confronting Dao Stele was merely a random stone slab Jiuxiao had picked up with nothing at all inscribed upon it. Those seemingly obscure and profound patterns upon it were in truth just lines Jiuxiao had drawn casually with a wave of his hand, merely to make it look impressive and imposing. Aside from that, the Confronting Dao Stele was utterly useless. Yet for Confronting Sect, the stele had become the foundation and very core of their faith. Everyone believed that once the Confronting Dao Stele collapsed, it was tantamount to the annihilation of Confronting Sect. Yet they had no idea that this so-called Confronting Dao Stele was nothing more than something Jiuxiao had erected here on a whim, when bored purely for appearance's sake. However, within the Confronting Dao Stele there was a wisp of Jiuxiao's imprint. Having once been personally consecrated by him, it had already developed a trace of spiritual intelligence. Others could not perceive Jiuxiao's true identity now, but the Confronting Dao Stele could see it with crystal clarity. How could such a thing possibly be qualified to judge Jiuxiao's talent and aptitude? Thus it shattered. Those disciples who are still willing to remain shall continue the assessment and enter the ninefold gate. At this moment, Lu Qingchen's expression was unsightly, his heart filled with complicated emotions, yet the assessment still had to proceed. Yet in this short span of time, the other outer sect disciples had all departed in succession. Now among the entire outer sect, only Jiang Chun and Jiang Lu remained. So it's just me left now. How about we skip the assessment? Jiang Chun blinked and glanced around. In the span of a few breaths, the remaining disciples had all left, leaving only him and Jiang Lu. Should the assessment really go on like this? Did it need to be so solemn? You may choose to leave Quanzun Sect, but the rules of Quanzun Sect cannot be broken. Lu Qingchen said softly. The destruction of the Quanzun Dao Stele has nothing to do with you. Do not blame yourself. It only means that the destined fate of Quanzun Sect has come to an end. I'm fine just remaining an outer sect disciple. Let's not continue the assessment. Jiang Chun frowned, gazing at a large gate before him, his heart filled with melancholy. The next trial was to enter the ninefold gate. If he could obtain the recognition of the 9 divine intents within the gate, Jiang Chun would be able to become an inner sect disciple. But Jiang Chun truly did not wish to go. However, Lu Qingchen, rigid as ever, told him clearly that if he refused to continue the trial, he would only be expelled from Quanzun Sect. If I'm expelled from the sect I founded myself, wouldn't that become a joke? Jiang Chun muttered inwardly, his face darkening. Looking toward Lu Qingchen, he said, don't regret this. Regret? What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Qingchen was completely bewildered, naturally having no idea what Jiang Chun meant. Jiang Chun could not be bothered to explain further. Since they wanted him to enter the ninefold gate, then he would enter. But what would happen after he entered was none of his concern. On one side of the outer courtyard plaza stood a great gate. This was the ninefold gate. Beyond the gate stretched a wide bluestone path with 9 statues standing on either side, each a deity. Following the rules of Quanzun Sect's assessment, Jiang Chun now stood outside the ninefold gate. "Ha, my 8 disciples." Jiang Chun's expression turned exceedingly strange, for among these 9 divine statues, 8 were of his own disciples. At this very moment, those 8 still resided above the 9 heavens as true deities. As for the 9th statue, it was of himself. "Then I'm going in," Jiang Chun said, glancing back at Lu Qingchen and the many elders before taking a step forward. Boom. With that single step, a deafening blast erupted from within the ninefold gate. After 3 steps, when Jiang Chun reached the first statue, belonging to his youngest disciple, divine light suddenly surged forth from the effigy. After the divine light, the statue collapsed. "Don't. Give your master some face, don't crumble." Jiang Chun felt bitter to the core, so depressed he could die. He knew that within these statues there lingered remnants of the divine souls of those 8 disciples. With such remnants, they could naturally sense Jiang Chun's true identity. Even if a true god descended, they would not be qualified to judge Jiang Chun in any way, let alone mere statues. All the more so when the figures depicted were his own disciples. Not collapse. Could they dare? Would that not be defying their superior, or even claiming to stand above the heavenly Chun god king himself? Boom. When Jiang Chun arrived before the second statue, before he could even speak, it too collapsed with a thunderous roar. Outside the ninefold gate, Lu Qingchen and the others were already pale with shock. They simply could not fathom why these towering divine statues were collapsing one after another. Could it be because of this youth? How about I stop the assessment? If this continues, there might not be any statues left. Jiang Chun turned back with a bitter smile, looking toward Lu Qingchen and the others. Rules cannot be broken. Continue. Lu Qingchen frowned, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He had clearly sensed that something was amiss. Yet in his mind, Jiang Chun was still the same Jiang Chun, still a piece of trash with not a shred of cultivation. Rules. What ridiculous rules. Did I ever set such rules back then? Jiang Chun was speechless. How could he possibly remember matters from 3,000 years ago? Boom. Boom. Jiang Chun no longer paid any attention and simply walked straight ahead. By the time he reached the statue of himself, all 8 statues before it had already collapsed into ruin. The monument of the Supreme Dao has been destroyed. The 8 statues have collapsed. The heavens want to annihilate our Supreme Sect. This is a calamity, a disaster. It will bring doom to the Supreme Sect. Outside the ninefold gate, many elders lamented with sorrowful cries. Only Lu Qingchen remained somewhat calm, but the horror in his eyes was still hard to conceal. This statue. Who made it? At this moment, Jiang Chun suddenly turned around, looking extremely displeased. It was because his own statue, especially that face, was simply too ugly. The god King Tianqin was not only the monarch among deities, but his appearance was also revered as the standard of beauty among the divine. Yet the visage of this statue before him was utterly unbearable to look at. The appearance of this statue is simply tarnishing my reputation. Jiang Chun frowned, waved his hand, and softly murmured, "What are you standing there for? So ugly yet still existing in this world, hurry and disappear." Boom. As soon as the words fell, the statue before him exploded into countless particles. By this point, all 9 statues had completely collapsed. This matter should have an explanation. Jiang Chun thought to himself, not wanting to attract trouble right after his rebirth. Of course, Jiang Chun was not afraid. He simply did not want to delay his own cultivation. I know that a trace of your divine souls still lingers. Since you cannot descend from the heavens, help me resolve this matter before I return to the heavens, or else. Jiuxiao murmured. Buzz. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 invisible remnants of divine souls gathered within the ninefold gate. Moments later, a large set of characters emerged in the air, illuminating half of the Supreme Sect sky. Seal this person as a saint, revere him as the master, the lord of the ninefold gate. What? This is a divine decree. This kid has received the acknowledgement of the gods. At this moment, not only Lu Qingqian and others, but everyone in the Supreme Sect was astonished. The enormous ancient characters shimmered with divine light, as if the laws of the universe were coalescing, carrying the weight of divine authority. Beneath the ancient characters, Jiuxiao bathed in divine light, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, inwardly nodding. These little fellows are quite capable. At this moment, gasps of astonishment erupted around him. Even the sect leader Lu Qingqian and the 3 elders were left in awe. Simultaneously, everyone's gazes were drawn to Jiuxiao. What did everything that had just happened mean? Was the Supreme Sect's fate at an end, facing annihilation? Or was it a glimmer of hope? The divine decree descended, sealing him as a saint, revering him as master. Such a thing had not occurred in the godless continent for 10,000 years. This was a miracle. The heavens want to annihilate our Supreme Sect. No, the heavens want to exalt our Supreme Sect. The gods have decreed. Everyone exclaimed in excitement, for as mortals they held absolute trust in the divine. However, Lu Qingqian, the current sect leader of the Supreme Sect, frowned. He entered the ninefold gate and approached Jiuxiao, narrowing his eyes as if trying to see through him. Jiuxiao remained calm, a hint of a rebellious smirk on his lips, directly meeting Lu Qingqian's gaze. His slightly pale complexion, handsome features, upright posture, and the calm confidence in his eyes, along with the arrogance and defiance within the depths of his pupils, left an indelible impression on Lu Qingqian's heart. May I ask, what is your name, esteemed one? Lu Qingqian inquired. You flatter me. I am merely an outer sect disciple, a well-known waste of talent. Jiuxiao spoke lightly, yet a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. The entire Supreme Sect had been established by him alone. Yet now it seemed that the Supreme Sect had fallen into decline. Having poured so much effort into establishing the top sect in the world, how could Jiuxiao not feel anger at its current state? A well-known waste. Outer sect disciple. Lu Qingqian raised his eyebrows slightly, placing his hand gently on Jiuxiao's shoulder. Instantly, a powerful surge of true energy flowed into Jiuxiao's body. During this process, Lu Qingqian's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. 9 spiritual veins, not a single one opened, and you have no cultivation whatsoever. Lu Qingqian was astonished, looking utterly bewildered. In his eyes, someone who could shatter the Supreme Dao monument and cause the 9 statues to collapse, even if merely an outer disciple, should possess extraordinary talent and aptitude. But now it seemed Jiuxiao was indeed a waste. Reporting to the sect leader, this person is named Jiuxiao, has been in the sect for 3 years, has not opened a single spiritual vein, and his cultivation is 0. He is a well-known waste of talent in the Supreme Sect. Elder Xian rushed over, speaking softly. This person may just be lucky, having taken advantage of circumstances. He should not be the hope of the Supreme Sect. Is that so? Truly a waste. Have we overthought this? Lu Qingqian questioned, casting a meaningful glance at Jiuxiao, saying, perhaps the divine decree was not meant for you. Oh, the divine decree was not meant for me. Then for whom was it? Jiuxiao raised an eyebrow, fully understanding Lu Qingqian's thoughts. If the divine decree were to be followed, Jiuxiao would now be the sect leader of the Supreme Sect, and Lu Qingqian naturally would have to step aside. Lu Qingqian obviously did not want to relinquish his position as sect leader. With no cultivation at all, this divine decree surely can't be for you. Lu Qingqian stared intently and said, perhaps it is for me. Have some face. Jiuxiao was bewildered, his heart ablaze with anger, coldly saying, no cultivation at all. Then tell me, at my age, what level of cultivation is acceptable? At your age, with 9 spiritual veins, at least 3 should be opened. Lu Qingqian stated. At my age, only 3 spiritual veins opened. How much do you look down on me? Jiuxiao smirked, raising an eyebrow, saying, as long as I wish, I can open all 9 spiritual veins right now. What nonsense is this kid talking? Right now? Immediately. All 9 spiritual veins. Ha, interesting, truly ignorant of the heavens, a waste, unaware of the difficulty of cultivation. At that moment, mocking laughter erupted around him, and even Lu Qingqian displayed a hint of dissatisfaction and disbelief. Although there was a divine decree, Jiuxiao's words sounded like a joke to everyone. In the godless continent, one practices martial arts and the Dao. There are 4 realms in martial arts: spirit, body, thought, and origin. Each realm is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Take Elder Xian for instance, his realm is the lower tier of the body realm. Lu Qingchen on the other hand is at the middle tier of the origin realm. The spirit realm involves unlocking the 9 spiritual meridians within oneself to enhance one's aptitude, thereby drawing upon the world's primal energy for one's use, enabling one to confront the enemy or defend oneself. Opening 3 spiritual meridians corresponds to the lower tier of the spirit realm, 6 to the middle tier, and 9 to the upper tier. Those who practice martial arts know well that cultivation is not easy. For an ordinary person, even with exceptional talent, it is impossible to unlock 9 spiritual meridians in a single day. A group of disciples, and you don't even believe what your ancestors said. Jiang Chun, upon hearing the voices around him and seeing Lu Qingchen's expression, couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. Then, without waiting for everyone's reaction, Jiang Chun began to channel the 9 curves heavenly star. This technique is classified as a low-grade yellow-level art. In terms of technique levels, the 4 grades of Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow are each divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Thus, the 9 curves heavenly star is regarded as the most basic technique. However, Jiang Chun intends to cultivate this lowest grade technique. Buzz. In the span of 6 breaths, the onlookers barely blinked 3 times before hearing a resonant sound emanate from Jiang Chun's body. In an instant, a red light emerged from Jiang Chun, and the world's primal energy surged toward him. The sudden appearance of red light and the influx of energy into the body signifies the activation of the first spiritual meridian. What? He hadn't opened a single meridian before, and now, in merely 6 breaths, he has opened one. The derisive voices transformed into exclamations of astonishment. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Even Lu Qingchen widened his eyes, unable to believe the scene before him. However, for Jiang Chun, this was merely a trivial matter. Once the strongest man of the godless continent, revered as the god King Tianqian, now even in his rebirth with no cultivation, unlocking a few spiritual meridians is as simple as eating a meal for him. Moreover, this lowest grade 9 curves heavenly star technique holds boundless mysteries far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Buzz. At that moment, another resounding sound erupted from Jiang Chen's body, and the world's primal energy rushed into him like a gale, accompanied by an orange light bursting forth from him. Merely the perspective of a mortal, Jiang Chen murmured, while the 9 curves heavenly star technique continued to operate. At this moment, the surroundings fell silent, with only the primal energy of heaven and earth surging like a tempest. The sound of the wind was heart-shaking. Jiang Chun, wearing a slight smile, stood still, having already unlocked the 2nd spiritual meridian. I remember placing the 9 curves heavenly star in the scripture pavilion of the all-respect teachings. Why haven't these disciples gone to cultivate? Jiang Chun wondered, secretly thinking that during his absence the all-respect teachings must have encountered significant issues. In the past, when Jiang Chun ascended to godhood and entered the divine palace, he had arranged everything meticulously before leaving the all-respect teachings. According to Jiang Chen's original plan, the all-respect teachings would not only last forever in glory, but could also thrive for 3,000 to 5,000 years. It seems I need to take charge of the all-respect teachings. After all, I established it myself, and I cannot just neglect it. Jiang Chen muttered. Buzz. Meanwhile, another resonating sound emanated from Jiang Chen's body as a yellow light erupted, enveloping him in the primal energy of heaven and earth like a rampaging storm. As the energy entered his body, it surged into the 3rd spiritual meridian. Another breakthrough. In less than half a stick of incense, he has consecutively opened 3 spiritual meridians. For an ordinary person, even one with exceptional talent, it would take a month. In less than half a stick of incense, equivalent to someone else's month of arduous training. At this moment, the exclamations around resumed. But then the surroundings fell silent once again. This was because Jiang Chun was secretly channeling the 9 curves heavenly star, unlocking one spiritual meridian after another within him. In less than half a stick of incense, 9 beams of light flashed from Jiang Chun, and the gathered primal energy around him had become like a hurricane. No one could stand near him. Each flash of brilliance opened a spiritual meridian. After 9 successive flashes, Jiang Chun transformed from a well-known waste into a martial artist at the upper tier of the spirit realm. Who among those present could match this speed of cultivation? No. Who in the entire godless continent could compare? After another half stick of incense, as Jiang Chun absorbed all the primal energy around him and transformed it into true qi, he finally spoke slowly. Now is it sufficient? Jiang Chun teased as he looked at Lu Qingchen. As for Elder Xian, Jiang Chun ignored him. You shall be the next holy son. Lu Qingchen decisively proclaimed this. Upon hearing his words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Lu Qingchen's determination. When they regained their senses apart from Lu Qingchen and the three elders, the other disciples and ordinary elders all bowed their heads to Jiang Chun, exclaiming, "We have met the Holy Sun. Once a waste, now a Holy Sun. Like grass that transforms into a flower. Like a carp that leaps into a dragon." Yet something unbelievable occurred. Jiang Chun shook his head, focusing on Lu Qingchen. His gaze slightly darkened as he said, "The all-respect teachings are becoming increasingly decadent, which closely relates to the one holding the position of leader. In my view, there is no need to crown me as the Holy Sun, just directly give me the position of leader." Upon these words, the entire venue fell silent once more. Being crowned as the Holy Sun is the dream of all disciples in the all-respect teachings. How many have coveted this position, dreaming of it, even in sleep? But who could have imagined that Jiang Chun would be dissatisfied with the position of Holy Sun? He wanted to leap and become the leader. At this moment, Lu Qingchen's expression darkened. Lu Qingchen felt he had already made a concession by agreeing to let Jiang Chun become the next leader. However, Jiang Chun understood that Lu Qingchen was still unwilling to give up the position and wanted to cause trouble for the all-respect teachings for a few more years. Thus, Jiang Chun could not relinquish the position of leader. "Young man, do not be arrogant. Cultivation is a step-by-step process." Lu Qingchen advised, "Cultivate diligently. The position of leader of the all-respect teachings will eventually be yours. Since it will eventually be mine, then I want it now." Around a group of elders were angrily rebuking. Even Lu Qingchen's expression had darkened. 3,000 years ago, the Quanzun sect was the foremost sect of the Wushan continent. Jiang Chun said coldly. Now the Quanzun sect is merely a lowly 9th-tier sect. Is this true? 3,000 years ago, every one of the first 10 sect masters of the Quanzun sect was a peerless powerhouse, a formidable being. Now look at you, not even having entered the Dao realm, and you still have the face to continue being the sect master. 3,000 years ago, the Quanzun sect was proficient in weapon forging, alchemy, formations, and talismans, excelling in all matters related to cultivation. Now tell me, what are you proficient in, and which of those have already been lost? Faced with Jiang Chen's relentless questioning, Lu Qingchen's expression darkened like black water. He was furious inside, but could not refute. After all, the sect masters of the Quanzun sect truly were getting weaker with each generation. The Quanzun sect, as its name suggests, excelled in martial arts, weapon forging, alchemy, formations, and talismans, being the utmost in all things related to cultivation. But now this so-called Quanzun is no longer complete. It can be said that long ago the Quanzun sect was already a name without a reality. Seeing the sect he once established fall to such a state, Jiang Chun naturally felt a surge of anger. "Well, since you want to be the sect master, I will give you a chance." After a few breaths, Lu Qingchen's expression fluctuated, saying, "In 1 year, if your cultivation can catch up to mine, I will pass the position of sect master to you." 1 year. Jiang Chen's cold gaze slightly lifted his chin, his expression showing a hint of arrogance, saying, "How much do you look down on me? In 3 months, if I do not enter the Dao realm, do as you wish." "What? You must be crazy. Currently, we practice martial arts, and only after reaching the upper realm of martial arts can we cultivate the Dao and enter the Dao realm. Do you know how difficult that is?" The elders spoke in low tones while Lu Qingchen silently stared at Jiang Chun. After a few moments, Lu Qingchen waved his large sleeve and said, "A word is worth 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold cannot compare to my word." Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, and then he turned to leave. He naturally did not believe that he could enter the Dao realm in 3 months. Thus he agreed. However, when he saw the direction Jiang Chun was leaving, Lu Qingchen's face fell, turning pitch black. After Jiang Chun left the square, he walked straight into the inner courtyard. With Lu Qingchen's cultivation, his eyes could see as far as 3,000 meters. Under his gaze, Jiang Chun entered the inner courtyard, without any pause, advancing straight forward, until he finally entered the sect master's great hall. Lu Qingchen opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. As the Holy Sun, he could also enter the sect master's great hall. But now he saw Jiang Chun entering the sect master's great hall, and actually sitting on the sect master's throne. As the Holy Sun, he could certainly enter the sect master's great hall, but he should not sit on the sect master's throne. At that moment, Lu Qingchen's face turned dark and a surge of anger burned within him. He at the very least was the sect master of the Quanzun sect. When had he ever endured such humiliation in his own sect? Jiang Chen's behavior in the eyes of Lu Qingchen and the others was undoubtedly a declaration of rebellion. "Forget it. I will give you 3 months. Lu Qingchen said coldly. As long as 3 months passed, and Jiang Chun had not entered the Dao realm, then not to mention being the next sect master, Lu Qingchen could immediately revoke Jiang Chen's title as Holy Sun. A bunch of waste, turning my established Quanzun sect into this state. Luckily, this sect master's throne hasn't been completely ruined." At this moment, Jiang Chun sat on the sect master's throne, gently pressing his palm on a gem atop the throne. In an instant, a gathering formation beneath the throne activated, and the surrounding world's spiritual energy surged like a storm converging toward him. This throne was personally crafted by Jiang Chun, capable not only of nurturing the mind, but also allowing one to comprehend the Tao. Especially the formation beneath the throne, which was a top-tier gathering formation. Cultivating here for 1 day was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation outside. As the 9-curved celestial star revolved, Jiang Chun began his cultivation. In the spiritual realm, opening 9 spiritual veins was considered the peak after which one could break through to the second realm of martial arts, the body realm. However, Jiang Chun chose not to break through, but continued to operate the 9-curved celestial star. Although the 9-curved celestial star technique is considered the most basic cultivation technique, there is a reason for that. Ordinary cultivators can open 9 spiritual veins in the spiritual realm. Yet the 9-curved celestial star can open 36 spiritual veins, and after reaching the great completion, one can condense the 36 spiritual veins into celestial stars. As long as the celestial stars exist, the true qi within the body will never be exhausted. However, after opening 9 spiritual veins, the difficulty of opening the remaining 27 spiritual veins becomes exceedingly great, each one harder than the last. From ancient times to the present, only Jiang Chun has successfully cultivated the 9-curved celestial star and opened 36 spiritual veins. Everyone else has undoubtedly failed. Precisely because the 9-curved celestial star is so difficult to cultivate, it ultimately led to no one practicing this technique, causing its rank to plummet repeatedly until it was downgraded to the most basic cultivation technique. Condense. After half a day, Jiang Chun's eyes focused, and he shouted softly, causing the surrounding world's spiritual energy to seem as if it was about to erupt with a continuous howling sound. The world's spiritual energy entered his body and was instantly transformed into true qi. The true qi surged, and a brilliant spiritual vein manifested. The 10th. Jiang Chun murmured, then closed his eyes to continue cultivating. 1 day later, without any interruptions, Jiang Chun had already opened the 13th spiritual vein. But at that moment, Lu Qingchen entered the great hall. Can you take action? Lu Qingchen frowned, seeming a bit troubled, and his expression was quite grim. Take action? Against whom? Jiang Chun asked. He had sensed Lu Qingchen's presence even before he entered the great hall. However, what puzzled Jiang Chun was, does the Confronting sect really have a matter that requires his intervention? Disciples from the Xingwu sect have come to pay a visit. Lu Qingchen's expression was grim, appearing as if he wanted to say something but held back. And there was a hint of embarrassment and anger on his face. Oh, Jiang Chun understood immediately upon hearing this. Since they came to pay a visit, simply put, they were here to pick a fight. Given the current situation of the Confronting sect, it was likely that the disciples under him could not defeat the disciples of the Xingwu sect. The once foremost sect has actually fallen to such a state. Jiang Chun thought bitterly, but resolutely stood up softly, saying, "Lead the way. The opponent is at the lower level of the body realm. Are you confident?" Along the way, Lu Qingchen's expression was filled with worry as he said, "You are the holy son of our esteemed sect. If you lose, our sect's reputation will truly be tarnished." As if our esteemed sect still has any reputation left. Jiang Chun scoffed and said, "Stop joking around. Dignity is earned through battle. What if you can't win?" Lu Qingchen asked. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes, feeling too lazy to explain. He had activated 13 meridians, and the true qi within him was incredibly abundant, even more so than the lower-level body realm cultivators. In such a situation, let alone facing a lower-level body realm cultivator, even a mid-level body realm cultivator would not make Jiang Chun frown. In fact, Jiang Chun could not even find a reason for defeat. Another loss. Our esteemed sect's strongest inner disciple Lin Feng has actually lost as well. After a while, when Jiang Chun arrived at the outer courtyard square, he happened to hear sighs all around. Moreover, some disciples of the esteemed sect outright stated their intention to leave. Not only are we being humiliated by others, but even our own disciples are slapping their own faces. Jiang Chun was speechless, secretly lamenting how far the esteemed sect had fallen. Being bullied by others was one thing, but now even their own disciples looked down on the sect. If this continues, the esteemed sect might really be finished. Our Xingwu sect has already applied to the martial pavilion, and it won't be long before Xingwu sect becomes an 8th-tier sect, higher than your 9th-tier esteemed sect. The esteemed sect has already declined. I see its dissolution is not far off. On the other side of the square, several young men dressed in white robes stood there with a proud demeanor. Beside these young men stood an old man with white hair whose eyes gleamed like an eagle, filled with disdain as he looked at the disciples and even the elders of the esteemed sect. This man was Mu Fengwu, the grand elder of Xingwu sect at the upper level of the Yuan realm, stronger than Lu Qingchen, the sect leader. "You guys can all come at once." Suddenly, a light, airy voice rang out. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent, and all eyes turned to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, with a hint of a smile, leisurely walked to the center of the square. Can't understand my words. Disciples of Shengwu Sect come at me together. Jiang Chun said, don't waste my time. Who does this kid think he is a mere upper-level spirit realm cultivator to have such confidence? Just past the threshold and already thinking he's invincible. At this moment, the disciples of Shengwu Sect were enraged. They had already defeated the strongest disciple Lin Feng here. Now suddenly a mere upper-level spirit realm cultivator appeared with such an arrogant attitude, it was simply intolerable. Oomph, I can crush you with a single finger. A slightly taller youth from Shengwu Sect shouted angrily and immediately charged forward. His speed was swift, with true qi swirling around him and a layer of blood energy coursing over his body. This was the manifestation of stepping into the body realm. A single finger? Oh really? Jiang Chun chuckled lightly, standing still without moving an inch. His posture was upright like a sturdy ancient tree. In his eyes there was a glimmer of starlight that flowed deep within. Shatter the stone palm. With a roar, the youth from Shengwu Sect rushed to Jiang Chun's front. A palm struck out, true qi swirling with silver light flashing. As the palm passed, a fierce wind howled. Jiang Chun seemed lost in thought, standing there without moving at all. Even when the palm struck him, Jiang Chun remained utterly still. This scene puzzled everyone. Is this what you call using a single finger to crush me? Suddenly Jiang Chun lowered his head, glanced at the palm pressed against his chest, and a hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. What? The disciple of Shengwu Sect stared at Jiang Chun seemingly in disbelief, having hard struck with Shatter the Stone Palm. Jiang Chun appeared completely unscathed. No way. Shatter the Stone Palm, a low-tier yellow martial skill, can shatter gold and break stones with a single palm. How is this kid not hurt at all? Amidst the gasps around, even Lu Qingqun and the other elders looked on in astonishment. Bang! Before the surroundings could settle, a dull thud suddenly rang out. In an instant, the disciple of Shengwu Sect flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Blood dripped along the way, and his complexion turned pale. Thud! 2 breaths later, the disciple of Shengwu Sect crashed to the ground, his pale face devoid of any vitality, having fainted. Is this the disciple of Shengwu Sect? Too weak to withstand a single blow? Jiang Chun said lightly, a look of boredom on his face, slightly frowning. The rest come at me together. I have no time to play with you. What just happened? Jiang Chun didn't do anything, and that disciple of Shengwu Sect was just knocked away. Everyone gasped, even Lu Qingqun and others were filled with confusion. Jiang Chun had clearly stood still, not countering or defending. But why did this happen? Having activated 13 meridians, even a full-force strike from a mid-level body realm would not be able to break my protective true qi. Jiang Chun thought to himself, stroking his chin, contemplating whether he could contend with a higher-level body realm cultivator with his current strength. Since you insist, I shall oblige. Too arrogant, are you not afraid of an early demise? Meanwhile, the remaining disciples of Shengwu Sect, enraged, charged towards Jiang Chun. Arrogant? Early demise? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow and said, if I were to be arrogant, the heavens would darken. As for an early demise, how do you have that kind of strength? Seeking death. Today I will cripple you. Jiang Chun's words undoubtedly enraged the disciples of Shengwu Sect. Immediately, with several furious shouts, these disciples of Shengwu Sect unleashed their true qi, charging in like a pack of ferocious wolves. To this, Jiang Chun remained calm, not even glancing at them. Just like before, he stood quietly in place. The wind blew, merely tousling his hair. The palm prints and fist lights came at him, merely flapping his clothes. Boom. After 3 breaths, when all the attacks landed on Jiang Chun, a series of explosive sounds rang out. However, to everyone's surprise, despite enduring such a barrage of attacks, Jiang Chun's body stood firm like a rock that had not weathered 1,000 years, unmoving. Only his hair danced with the wind. Only his clothes fluttered with the true qi. Did you all forget to eat? At this moment, Jiang Chun looked up, his eyelids slightly drooping as he murmured softly, his pupils filled with disdain and arrogance. With 13 spiritual veins activated, the true qi within Jiang Chun was incredibly abundant, surging like a mighty river. The attacks from these individuals seemed fierce, yet in reality, they couldn't even break through Jiang Chun's protective true qi. In the next moment, before the disciples of the Shengwu Sect could react, the 13 spiritual veins within Jiang Chun erupted, and the true qi gushed forth like a flood. Brilliant true qi erupted from his body, resembling gusts of fierce wind. Under the howling reverse currents, these disciples of the Shengwu Sect were all sent flying like kites, with severed strings, just like the previous one. Upon landing, these individuals fainted without any surprise, all of them collapsing in unison. What a bold act by the entire Zun sect. How dare you commit violence in front of me? Mu Fengwu stepped forward, his expression grim, looking as if he were dripping black water. The disciples brought by the Shengwu Sect had suffered a total defeat, and their injuries were severe. Originally, they had come to pay their respects, but now they were returning in disgrace. How could Mu Fengwu let this go? What? The juniors can't handle it, so the seniors come to take charge. Jiang Chun narrowed his gaze staring at Mu Fengwu, but he felt somewhat anxious inside. After all, he had just been reborn, and his cultivation was barely at the upper level of the spiritual realm. Mu Fengwu, however, was the grand elder of the Shengwu sect at the upper level of the nascent soul realm, even surpassing the cultivation of Lu Qingchen, the leader of the entire Zun sect. If a fight broke out, Jiang Chun truly had little chance of winning. However, a lack of chance did not mean defeat. This was the entire Zun sect. This was Jiang Chen's home ground. This was where his foundation lay. If he lost here, then he might as well not venture out into the world. Today I represent the Shengwu sect to come here. First, to pay my respects and assess the strength of the disciples of the entire Zun sect, and second. Mu Fengwu paused, lifted his chin, and arrogantly declared, secondly, I come on behalf of the sect master of the Shengwu sect to inquire whether the entire Zun sect is willing to submit to us. What? Is this a surrender invitation? It's over. The cultivation of a grand elder is even higher than that of our sect master. Can we resist? Today will the entire Zun sect be swallowed by the Shengwu sect? Instantly, the hearts of everyone in the entire Zun sect were filled with dread, and even Lu Qingchen's heart was tightly clenched. If I can't defeat Mu Fengwu, the disparity in strength is so great, how can I refuse? Refusing means what? It means extermination. At that time, everyone related to the entire Zun sect will be killed. What are you trembling for? Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Qingchen, noticing his slightly trembling body, and felt ashamed. As the illustrious leader of the entire Zun sect, how can you look like this? Ha ha, sect master of the entire Zun sect, do not fear. As long as you agree, the Shengwu sect and the entire Zun sect will become one family. You can come to my Shengwu sect and become an elder. Mu Fengwu laughed. Seeing Lu Qingchen's trembling form, Mu Fengwu felt his face regain some dignity, and his laughter carried a hint of pride. If I do not agree, the entire Zun sect will be exterminated. Lu Qingchen sighed, glancing at the many elders beside him, as if seeking their opinions. However, before the higher-ups of the entire Zun sect could discuss, Jiang Chun stepped forward and stood before Mu Fengwu, waving his hand towards Lu Qingchen and the others, saying, this is no longer your concern. No longer our concern. What does that mean? You must know that the current leader of the entire Zun sect is still Lu Qingchen, and Jiang Chun, though he is the Holy Son, ultimately cannot take charge of the overall situation, especially on such a matter concerning the survival of the entire Zun sect. Nonsense. Quickly step back. Lu Qingchen yelled angrily, his face darkened, a flash of anger in his eyes. Ever since Jiang Chun awakened and issued the divine decree, Lu Qingchen felt that his authority and dignity as the sect master had diminished increasingly. Especially in front of Jiang Chun, he felt like a speck of dust. As the illustrious leader of the entire Zun sect, how can you be scared to the point of trembling by a grand elder from the other side? What use are you as a sect master? Jiang Chun said coldly, his eyelids slightly lowered, yet his arms slowly raised. 10 breaths time. Take your people from the Shengwu sect and roll out of the entire Zun sect, otherwise leave them all behind. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at Mu Fengwu. Mu Fengwu naturally wouldn't waste words with Jiang Chun, for a practitioner at the upper level of the spiritual realm was in his eyes indeed like an ant. Moreover, after Mu Fengwu said this, he raised his palm and directly pushed forward. The power of a single palm from someone at the upper level of the nascent soul realm was not something Jiang Chun could withstand, even without using all his strength. Not even Lu Qingchen could withstand it. Yet this was Jiang Chen's home ground. Capture him. Jiang Chun glared angrily, yet made no move. With a furious shout, 9 beams of light flashed up within the ninefold gate. The remnants of divine souls still lingering within the ninefold gate surged forth like sharp swords, erupting at Jiang Chen's furious shout. The sword light struck horizontally, and with the eruption of divine will under the flickering divine radiance, all that the onlookers could see was a blinding brilliance. They could not discern anything clearly, only hearing muffled sounds as if something had been pierced. 3 breaths later, the brilliance dissipated and the divine radiance vanished. At this moment, everyone could see clearly what lay before them. What? The grand elder of the Shengwu sect is dead. What? We've caused a disaster. The grand elder of the Shengwu sect has died in the entire Zun sect. Instantly, the entire Zun sect was in an uproar. The cries of shock filled the air, and many were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? Lu Qingchen fixed his gaze wide-eyed, looking at Mu Fengwu, who stood in place. There was not a single wound on him, yet his life force was completely absent. He maintained his previous posture. His outstretched palm was merely 3 inches away from Jiang Chun. However, this 3-inch distance was like an insurmountable chasm. Time seemed to freeze at the previous second. In my home ground, do you still think you can kill me? Jiang Chun smirked. If this were any other place, he could not possibly kill Mu Fengwu at the upper level of the nascent soul realm. But here in the entire Zune sect it was different. The ninefold gate had collapsed completely, yet the remaining remnants of divine souls would not disappear so quickly and would last for some time. During this time, Jiang was essentially a god within the entire Zune sect. There was no need for him to act personally. The remnants of divine souls left by his few disciples were enough to slay everything. I had intended to leave you a sliver of opportunity, but it seems after all you are still unworthy of the position of sect master. Jiang murmured softly, turning and walking toward the grand hall of the sect master. As he passed Lu Qingchen, Jiang did not even deign to glance his way, yet all present knew those words were meant solely for him. Unworthy. And what of you? Do you possess the qualification? Lu Qingchen retorted coldly, his true energy surging violently as if ready to strike. Yet Jiang did not turn back. Only a silent, unyielding silhouette remained. And with effortless nonchalance he added, should you dare move, even Mu Fengwu's fate shall be yours. You. Lu Qingchen opened his mouth, uttering only that single word. He dared not speak another syllable. A streak of divine light pierced forth like a celestial sword, its radiant blade flashed once, and Mu Fengwu was utterly suppressed and slain. Lu Qingchen, whose cultivation fell short of Mu Fengwu's, would never dare cross that fatal threshold. Go inform the martial pavilion that the Chuanzuan sect has a new sect master. Once inside the hall, Jiang paused, as if recalling something, and called out to the guards stationed outside. Also fetch some spirit stones from the treasure vault. The guards outside knew nothing of the events unfolding in the outer courtyard square. Their sole duty was guarding the hall, and their sole allegiance to the sect master. Thus unaware that the sect master had just changed hands, they paid Jiang command no heed whatsoever. Very well, I shall go myself. Jiang sighed, exasperated yet unsurprised. Nor did he blame the guards. Besides, he wished to see for himself how thoroughly the Chuanzuan sect had crumbled over 3,000 years, and whether even a few treasures remained within the vault. Yet upon entering the treasure vault, Jiang face fell utterly at the sight of its cavernous, barren emptiness. A chamber once vast as a football field, brimming with priceless relics. Peerless spirit stones, divine weapons, rare heavenly materials, even elixirs, all gone. Not even a blade of grass remained. In 3 millennia have they truly squandered everything. Not a single spirit stone left. Jiang stood stunned. These disciples and grand disciples cared nothing for cultivation, only for reckless extravagance. Now with no spirit stones, no elixirs, how could he possibly accelerate his cultivation? After all, having awakened 13 spirit meridians, conventional methods would require nearly a month before the 14th could even begin to stir. Jiang had hoped to find elixirs or heavenly materials within the vault, or at the very least spirit stones to purchase such things elsewhere. But now he was destitute. Jiang, the divine sovereign of heaven's dawn, reduced to this poverty. He patted his empty pockets. No spirit stone to be found. Still Jiang remained unruffled. What did poverty matter to one such as he? Did poverty bar him from acquiring what he needed? To the pill pavilion. He murmured softly, then stepped out of the treasure vault. Like the martial pavilion, the pill pavilion spanned the entire Wushan continent. The nearest branch lay 30 li away, in Qingyun town. Before departing for Qingyun town, Jiang convened all members of the Chuanzuan sect formally, declared himself sect master, and instructed them to notify the martial pavilion. The martial pavilion governed every sect across the Wushan continent. Any major event, such as ascension or succession, required formal notification for official record. Having completed these matters, Jiang mounted a mule and departed from the Chuanzuan sect. Cultivators ride spirit horses at the very least. This mule is hardly fitting. Jiang's expression darkened. Within the Chuanzuan sect stables, this was the only mount to be found, the sole riding beast remaining in the entire sect. Its coat patchy and dull, its gait sluggish and listless. Jiang seethed inwardly, his venerable face flushing crimson with indignation. Though a spirit horse could traverse 30 li in a single instant, Sestix burned this mule, so grievously uncooperative, took an entire day, finally arriving at Qingyun town at dusk. Qingyun town was the sole town in the Beiga city region, small yet fully equipped, even hosting a branch of the martial pavilion. To the south lay the sunset forest, teeming with demonic beasts frequented by demon hunters who traded their trophies within the town. To the east stretched the imperial highway leading directly to Beiga city, 1,000 li away. All southern and eastern routes converged here, making Qingyun town a bustling hub of commerce and activity. Yet as Jiang approached the town gate, astride his mule, he was halted by armed sentries. Every entrant was rigorously questioned. Why stop me when you let others pass freely? Jiang's expression tightened. Countless travelers streamed past, yet these two guards singled him out without cause. No one else was interrogated. Riding a mule. You, who are you? One guard asked, eyes glinting with mockery. After all, this was a world of cultivators. Only mortals rode mules. And within Qingyun town, entry was forbidden to mortals entirely. Only cultivators were permitted. What is wrong with riding a mule? Jiang Qin's face darkened further, realizing at last the source of the trouble. Glancing sideways, he confirmed it. Even the lowliest entrants rode spirit horses. A few even rode tame demonic beasts. This mule, truly an embarrassment. State your name, the guard commanded sternly. Only cultivators may enter Qingyun town. Jiang Chun, sect master of the Chuanzuan sect. He chose restraint. After all, he had come to purchase pills, not provoke conflict. Yet no sooner had the words left his lips than passers-by turned, casting disdainful, scornful glances, eyes heavy with derision. Even the guards arched their brows, exchanging a sardonic chuckle. Ah, the sect master of the Chuanzuan sect, once the foremost sect of the Wuxian continent. Long have we heard of your renown. How glorious the Chuanzuan sect once was. And now, it fares well enough, at least holding rank among the ninth-tier sects. The other guard added, voice dripping with irony. Jiang Qin's brow furrowed faintly. He merely pursed his lips, saying nothing. That the Chuanzuan sect had fallen from preeminence to obscurity was fact, not fiction. What could he do but accept it? Humph. Has the Chuanzuan sect run so dry of talent that it appoints a green youth as sect master? I hear the Xingwu sect plans to absorb the Chuanzuan sect, perhaps as early as these coming days. Murmurs swirled all around. Each mention of Chuanzuan sect carried only contempt and ridicule. Have you finished? If so, may I now enter? Jiang Qin's expression remained serene, his composure unshaken. What of it if the Quanzun sect is but a ninth-tier sect? Now that he has returned, it shall inevitably reclaim all its former glory. Hail the sect master of the Quanzun sect. Hail, hail, huh? The two guards exaggerated wildly, their voices booming, especially when uttering sect master of the Quanzun sect, at which point they could not suppress bursts of laughter. Crowds gathered nearby, watching with amusement. Mocking jeers rang incessantly. Heh, thank you, Jiang Chun murmured lightly, utterly unperturbed, and strode calmly into Qingyun town. After all, to a divine king, the words and deeds of these mortals held no weight whatsoever, mere wisps of cloud drifting across his vision. Standing atop the clouds, perched upon the ninth heaven's apex, he gazed down upon all living beings beneath, a realm of ants. Within Qingyun town ran but a single grand avenue, stretching straight from the north gate to the south gate. Along both sides of the avenue sprawled stall shops and merchant houses. Even branches of the Martial Pavilion and the Pill Pavilion had been established here. Is this truly the Pill Pavilion's branch stationed in Qingyun town? I wonder whether it carries what I seek. At this moment, Jiang Qin stood before the Pill Pavilion's branch in Qingyun town, gazing at the slightly dilapidated pavilion before him, his heart tinged with quiet apprehension. Jiang Qin required rare medicinal herbs to unseal his remaining spirit meridians, and intended to refine the pills himself. Yet such herbs were exceedingly scarce. Seeing this shabby pavilion only deepened his suspicion that this journey might prove fruitless. Do you have blood spirit grass? Upon entering the Pill Pavilion, Jiang Qin went straight to its chief steward and inquired directly about several herbs. Foremost among them was blood spirit grass. Blood spirit grass were completely out of stock. The steward, a portly middle-aged man whose face glistened with oil, wore an ever-present smile regardless of whom he addressed. As expected, a decrepit branch like this could never possess blood spirit grass. Jiang Qin sighed inwardly. Blood spirit grass coalesced celestial qi and absorbed the earth's vital essence to bloom, utterly unseen by ordinary cultivators. Master Su, do you have blood spirit grass? At that very instant, 3 youths entered, the 2 males flanking a young woman. The girl appeared 17 or 18 years old. One boy was short and unremarkable in appearance, while the other stood tall and possessed a faintly handsome countenance. It was this handsome youth who spoke. Sheng Linyun, the young master of the Xingwu sect. Young Master Sheng, we still have 1 specimen in stock. If you wish it, it's yours. Steward Su smiled broadly as he stepped past Jiang Qin to greet the trio. Then it's settled. Name your price. I need it urgently for my younger sister Shuer. Sheng Linyun nodded faintly, appearing magnanimous. Yet Jiang Qin, standing silently beside them, felt anything but generous. First come, first served. Jiang Qin's voice lowered, steady and firm. I arrived first. I requested blood spirit grass. Why did you claim it was unavailable? Young sir, please, do not cause a scene. Blood spirit grass commands an exorbitant price, you. Steward Su smiled, but deep within his eyes flickered unmistakable disdain. Hearing this, Jiang Qin paused, startled, then glanced down at his own attire, coarse yellowed hemp robes patched with several ragged holes. His shoes were caked with mud, half his toes poked through. Compared to Sheng Linyun's resplendent silks, his appearance was indeed pitifully impoverished. Moreover, everyone recognized Sheng Linyun, as heir to the Xingwu sect, whereas Jiang Chun remained utterly unknown. Even if he declared his name and affiliation, the Quanzun sect, merely a 9th-tier sect, could never rival the 8th-tier Xingwu sect. In cultivation realms, a single tier's superiority crushed entire sects beneath its heel. Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Chun would not have contested the blood spirit grass. But having just reincarnated, he desperately needed to strengthen his cultivation, and this herb was indispensable. Young sir, I am Sheng Linyun, young master of the Xingwu sect, and I claim this blood spirit grass. His eyes narrowed slightly, lips curling upward in quiet contempt. As he spoke, he withdrew a mid-grade spirit stone from his sleeve and tossed it carelessly onto the floor before Jiang Chun. Take this mid-grade spirit stone as a gift. Do not contend for the herb. He added softly, besides, you lack even the standing to compete with me. Had this occurred in his former life, Jiang Chun would have struck him down with a single slap. Now, however, Jiang Chun truly had no recourse, because he possessed not a single spirit stone. Spirit stones were the universal currency. Without them, even if the Pill Pavilion agreed to sell, he could not afford the purchase. It appears I am profoundly destitute. Jiang Chun mused bitterly within, wondering if humiliation would be his first trial upon rebirth. Unacceptable, surely. Master Su, though I carry no spirit stones, I may offer alternative compensation. Would that suffice? Jiang Chun stepped forward and deliberately placed his foot upon the mid-grade spirit stone. At this sight, Sheng Linyun's gaze sharpened instinctively, for one mid-grade spirit stone equaled 100 low-grade ones. Even as young master of the Xingwu sect, he would never squander wealth so recklessly. Well, alternative barter is permissible, but what precisely do you intend to offer? Steward Su asked, eyes narrowed skeptically. After all, what valuable item could a figure clad in such tattered rags possibly possess? Still, protocol demanded inquiry. His sole duty as steward was to maximize profit for the Pill Pavilion. The Pill Pavilion trades in elixirs, so naturally, I offer an elixir formula. Would a formula for vital blood powder suffice? What? Vital blood powder? Steward Su gasped aloud, then instantly scowled, anger flashing across his features. Boy, do not play games. Vital blood powder vanished 1,000 years ago. How could someone like you possibly possess its formula? A rustic beggar claiming possession of the vital blood powder formula, the very art pioneered by the divine King Tianqin before his ascension. Sheng Linyun sneered. Begone. Cease disgracing yourself. Your audacity knows no bounds. Senior brother, spare your breath on such trash. We are people of standing. The shorter youth fawning beside Sheng Linyun pointed sharply toward the door and barked at Jiang Chun. Did you not hear the senior brother's command? Get out. Summon your chief alchemist. I shall inscribe the formula. Its authenticity will be self-evident. Jiang Chun spoke calmly, wholly ignoring the trio. Among the three, Sheng Linyun ranked highest in cultivation, yet only at the mid-stage of the corporeal realm. To speak bluntly, his strength could not even pierce Jiang Chun's protective chi aura. In common parlance, a complete non-threat. Why should Jiang Chun waste attention on those posing zero danger to him? Very well, I shall provisionally trust you. Should you deceive me, exiting this Pill Pavilion's gates will not be so simple. Steward Su's voice turned grave. Moments later, roughly 10 breaths, came the measured tread of an alchemist emerging from the rear hall. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. This elder was well known in the vicinity of Qingyun Town. His name is Tong Sang, the only third-grade alchemist in the area of Qingyun Town. A third-grade alchemist holds a significant status in Qingyun Town, rivaling even the masters of the local Dan Pavilion and Martial Pavilion. Master Tong Sr. has been a third-grade alchemist for 10 years now, someone whispered nearby. Oh, a third grade. 10 years ago. Jiang Chun was taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised. After all, before his rebirth, Jiang Chun entered the martial path at 13, began cultivating at 14, became an alchemist at 15, and reached the position of a 9th-grade alchemist at 17. In his eyes, the path of alchemy was not that difficult. However, this Tong Sang appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, yet he was only at the 3rd-grade level. Jiang Chun truly couldn't understand how someone with such low talent in the path of alchemy could have the confidence to practice it. Pardon my interruption. At this moment, Jiang Chun didn't want to say much more and tossed all the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace. This action appeared somewhat rude to those watching. Every alchemist knows that when refining pills, one must place the materials in the furnace in an orderly manner according to the recipe. Otherwise, the properties of the various herbs would not harmonize, and it would be impossible to refine any pills. Is this truly a master or a fraud? Could it be that we've misunderstood? A group of alchemists around were puzzled, further questioning Jiang Chun's identity. Little did they know Jiang Chun had never acknowledged anything. The title of master was merely a name they chose to call him. It has been a long time since I refined pills. I'm somewhat rusty, Jiang Chun murmured, disregarding the voices around him. Then a surge of true chi erupted from his palm, enveloping the entire alchemy furnace like flames. The flames burned and swirled around the furnace, occasionally revealing shadows resembling flowers that appeared within the flames. What kind of alchemy technique is this? I've never seen anything like it. Truly marvelous. The crowd gasped a few times, but did not say much more. After all, no matter how good the alchemy technique, if one could not refine any pills, it would be pointless. When refining pills, one must first warm the furnace, then add the materials, and only then can one start the refining process, while controlling the temperature of the flames. It seems you are. Tong Sang shook his head beside him. Buzz. However, before he could finish his words, a booming sound emanated from the furnace. Then the furnace shook, the lid flew off, and a shadow of a 9th-grade lotus flower rose from within the furnace. Along with this lotus shadow, a red pill resembling a blood Buddha emerged. Did it succeed? How could it be so fast? That was an alchemical phenomenon, right? A flower blossomed in the furnace. A top-grade pill. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar, and even Tong Sang could not remain calm. Generally, it takes at least several hours, if not a few days, to refine a batch of pills. Yet for Jiang Chun, from the moment he added the materials until now, only a few breaths had passed. Most importantly, the moment the furnace opened, an alchemical phenomenon appeared. Flowers blossomed within the furnace. This phenomenon only occurs when refining top-grade pills. Not to mention Qingyun Town, even in Bega City, those who can achieve a blossoming furnace are few and far between. A failure. Just as the crowd marveled, Jiang Chun let out a sigh. He picked up the pill, sniffed it, and then tossed it onto the ground, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Moreover, a slight blush appeared on his face. It seemed Jiang Chun felt embarrassed, as if he was ashamed. Master, how can you just throw away a top-grade blood spirit pill? That's such a waste. What a waste of heavenly materials. Many people stared wide-eyed, unable to imagine that a top-grade blood spirit pill would just be discarded like that. If sold outside, it would be priceless in the Qingyun Town area. It hasn't failed. The color of the pill is pure, its shape is perfect, and its fragrance is inviting. It is indeed a top-grade blood spirit pill. At this moment, someone picked up the blood spirit pill, examined it carefully, and then presented it back to Jiang Chun, respectfully saying, Master, this blood spirit pill is indeed correct. What would someone of this grade eat it? I certainly can't, Jiang Chun frowned. Pills also come in grades: ordinary, mid-grade, high-grade, superior, and top-grade. Then there are the yellow, mysterious, earth, and sky grades. In his past life, Jiang Chun would casually take out heavenly grade pills when he refined. As for any pills below heavenly grade, whether they were top grade or mysterious grade, Jiang Chun never consumed them. Occasionally, he would refine some lower grade pills to feed his mouth. Isn't it, Master? Isn't this top grade blood spirit pill a waste to throw away? Yes, it would be priceless. The crowd urged, not wanting to see such pills squandered. I'm giving it to you all, Jiang Chun said lightly, accompanied by a bitter smile. It seems I've really gotten rusty, and I've truly embarrassed myself. In Jiang Chun's mind, after 3,000 years without refining, although he was rusty, he should at least be able to produce a yellow-grade pill. This mere top-grade pill was a disgrace to his reputation. Buzz. Just then a booming sound emanated from the originally calm furnace. In an instant, colorful lights danced within the furnace and lotus flowers began to float out. After a few breaths, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a pill the size of a thumb, blood red in color and covered in obscure patterns, rose from the furnace, accompanied by the blooming lotus flowers. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Chun was also taken aback for a moment, then smiled and softly said, It turns out there was still one more. A double pill from one furnace. What kind of pill is this? Is it also a blood spirit pill? The group of alchemists around was astonished, completely unable to comprehend the scene before them. A companion pill. Tong Sang exclaimed, clearly understanding what this scene meant. During alchemy, if the technique is superb, one can refine pills above the top grade. And when refining pills above the top grade, a companion pill will appear, one as the main and one as the auxiliary. Tong Sang explained. You have some knowledge. Jiang Chun teased. Now can you put away your ignorant arrogance? At this moment, Tong Sang's old face flushed, rendered speechless. Earlier, his attitude towards Jiang Chun had been witnessed by all. Now, as Jiang Chun discarded the supreme blood spirit pill and the main pill rose within the alchemy furnace, Tong Sang was at a loss for how to conclude. Thank you, Dan Pavilion. Jiang Chun softly spoke as he passed by Tong Sang, taking the main pill and turning to walk outside. The blood spirit pill had been successfully refined, and Jiang Chun's immediate priority was, of course, to enhance his cultivation. Master, if you have nowhere to go, you may stay in Dan Pavilion. Oh, all the medicinal materials here are at your disposal. Yes, Master. This area around Qingyun Town has the best facade of Dan Pavilion. If you don't mind, please stay here. A group of alchemists urged him to stay. For someone capable of producing pills beyond the supreme grade, everyone was eager to keep him. No need, I am from the Chuanzuan sect. Jiang Chun said lightly without turning back, yet he smiled. In the future, if I need to refine pills, I will come to Dan Pavilion. I hope you all will not mind this inexperienced young man. How could we? We welcome you. Oh, from the Chuanzuan sect. Many nodded, but some furrowed their brows puzzled. The Chuanzuan sect, once renowned 3,000 years ago, was known throughout the entire godless continent. However, 3,000 years ago, the Chuanzuan sect was famous due to its strength. 3,000 years later, it became famous for its weakness. Many were baffled that someone capable of producing pills beyond the supreme grade would emerge from the Chuanzuan sect. Master Tong, where are you going? Not long after Jiang Chun left Dan Pavilion, many saw Tong Sang, shouldering a satchel as he walked out of Dan Pavilion. To the Chuanzuan sect, Tong Sang replied seriously to Apprentice. To Apprentice. You are the only third-grade alchemist in Qingyun town. Who could be your master? Chuanzuan sect. That notorious sect on the godless continent. Is there anyone in there who can teach you? A group of people were dumbfounded, but only those from Dan Pavilion knew the truth. Farewell, Chuanzuan sect master. Oh, isn't this the Chuanzuan sect master? At this moment at the entrance of Qingyun town, the two guards from earlier stopped Jiang Chen again. The sarcasm in their words was quite thick. Naturally, given Jiang Chen's character, he didn't want to fuss over anything. However, when he saw the mule meat in the guard's hands, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Previously, when entering the city, Jiang Chun had left the mule outside. And now, the only mount within the Chuanzuan sect was likely already slaughtered and eaten. Too much. Chuanzuan sect master, the flavor of your mount is indeed quite decent. Come, do you want to have a taste? The two guards laughed, even waving a piece of roasted mule meat in front of Jiang Chun. The intent to mock was glaringly obvious. I am divine and do not contend with the mundane, yet the mundane is filled with troubles disturbing my divine heart. Jiang Chun sighed, and as his words fell, he thrust out a palm. In an instant, 13 spiritual veins within him surged with true energy erupting from his palm like a volcano. The true energy, more robust than that of an intermediate body realm, struck like a dragon directly, sending one of the guards flying. This is Qingyun town. Do you still dare to act violently? The other guard, furious and alarmed, had true energy surging around him with a layer of blood energy appearing on his surface. Intermediate body realm, just an ant, Jiang Chun murmured, raising another palm without employing any martial skills. A plain and unremarkable palm struck out slowly, yet to the guard it felt like a heavenly curtain. He felt an illusion, as if there was nowhere to hide beneath this palm, and he could not resist at all. Bang! After a dull sound, those around were astonished to find that the guard had not resisted at all, not moving an inch, simply being blasted away by Jiang Chun. The wrath of the divine, how can mere mortals measure it? Jiang Chun murmured. Though this palm did not employ any martial skills, with Jiang Chun's rich combat experience, it was enough to seal off all resistance from the opponent. The guard did not wish to resist, but he simply could not. One cannot engage in violence within Qingyun town, let alone against the guards of Qingyun town. You're in trouble. Chuanzuan sect master is quite arrogant, but you might find it very difficult to leave Qingyun town. Around him, a group of onlookers mocked coldly, and some had already gone to notify the guards within the town. If I want to leave, who can stop me? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and turned to look behind him. In the distance down the street, a dozen guards were rushing towards him. Among them, the leader possessed an upper body realm cultivation. This is troublesome. It seems I must use my true abilities, Jiang Chun thought to himself, standing there with an indifferent expression. Seeing the guards coming, are you not running? Are you stunned? Ignoring the commotion around him, Jiang Chun bent his originally straight body slightly forward as the true energy within him erupted like a volcano. On his feet, true energy rose like a green mist billowing up. In his hands, true energy coalesced into two swords of true energy, one black and one white. Dare to commit violence in Qingyun town. Seeking death. Seize him. After a few breaths, the 10 guards rushed in, and without hesitation they launched their attacks. Dark light dance. But before they could strike, Jiang Chen's feet stomped the ground, and he shot out like a leopard. With astonishing speed, the black and white swords in his hands danced, and the crowd only saw a flash of black and white light. Bang! Boom! Before anyone could react, the sounds of battle erupted with true energy clashing, creating fierce winds that swept wildly. His figure was like the wind, sword energy like a rainbow, and wherever he passed, blood burst forth like cherry blossoms. No one could see him, only his shadow. Like the dance of dawn accompanied by black and white colors, the sword light blossomed freely at that moment. About 10 breaths later, as the sword light disappeared, as the black and white radiance faded, and as Jiang Chen's figure came to a halt, the entire scene fell silent. For the 10 guards, including the upper body realm guard, had all fallen. Their bodies were covered with numerous sword wounds, blood flowing like water, saturating the surroundings. If there is a next time, it won't be so simple. Jiang Chen murmured, not having killed them. After all, there was no grievance, and he did not like senseless slaughter. Moreover, to a divine king, mere mortals are insignificant. But just at that moment, a group of people rushed over from a distance. Before they could arrive, a palm imprint formed from true energy had already struck out. Sheng Linyun, the young master of the Shengwu sect. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, unprepared for Sheng Linyun to seek him out again after leaving the pill pavilion. So what? With Jiang Chen's current strength, even a top-tier body realm cultivator would pose no threat if he employed martial techniques. Thud! A muffled impact resounded, but Jiang Chen did not raise a hand. He let the palm strike land squarely upon his body, unmoved, unwavering. Like an immovable boulder, impervious to gales and downpours, indifferent to the trembling of heaven and earth. Brat, you were quite arrogant inside the pill pavilion. Sheng Linyun rushed forward until he stood mere inches from Jiang Chen, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. To Jiang Chen, Sheng Linyun was utterly beneath notice. Yet this time Sheng Linyun had not arrived with Shuer and that short fellow. Instead, two elderly figures accompanied him. Both were elders, their cultivation at the lower nascent soul realm. Though Jiang Chen could contend with any upper-tier body realm cultivator, he stood vastly outmatched against nascent soul realm masters. So, you've already summoned two elders from the Shengwu sect to confront me. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened faintly. Inwardly, he sensed today might end in defeat. Or rather, perhaps he truly would fall here today. Afraid. Sheng Linyun arched a brow and declared, the Shengwu sect lacks many things, but never people, never power. Now I grant you one chance, kneel and submit. At those words, Jiang Chen's pupils contracted violently, and a volcanic surge of fury erupted deep within his heart. Kneel. Of all living beings under heaven, only his parents possessed the right to command such obeisance. Not even the celestial deities, not even the heavens themselves, held such authority. You have angered me, Jiang Chen murmured softly, his expression calm. Yet deep within his pupils' wrath burned with savage, unrelenting intensity. And what if I have? Can a top-tier spirit realm cultivator truly challenge a nascent soul realm master? You are but an ant. Sheng Linyun sneered, then waved dismissively. Seize him. Who dares? Just then a thunderous roar tore through the distance. Within moments, Tong Sang surged forward, placing himself squarely before Jiang Chen, then turned to face Sheng Linyun and his entourage, roaring once more, get out, now. Master Tong, what is the meaning of this? Sheng Linyun stared in stunned disbelief. He had never anticipated Tong Sang's appearance. And judging by Tong Sang's demeanor, no meaning at all. Tong Sang's voice turned icy. You dare lay hands on a distinguished guest of my pill pavilion? Has the Shengwu sect grown so reckless? Or has the pill pavilion forgotten how to wield its blade? What? He's a distinguished guest of the pill pavilion? Could there be some mistake? A chorus of gasps rippled through the crowd. Sheng Linyun himself stood dumbfounded. Though the pill pavilion in Qingyun town was merely a branch hall, it remained the pill pavilion, a name synonymous with prestige. To be honored as its distinguished guest was both an exalted privilege and a mark of profound status. Moreover, even the sect master of a major order rarely earned such distinction, and every individual granted this honor received the pill pavilion's solemn protection. Thus Sheng Linyun dared not move against Jiang Chen again. Master Tong, I've investigated this man thoroughly. He is merely the newly appointed sect master of the Chuanzuan sect. Sheng Linyun spoke gravely. How could such a person possibly qualify as a distinguished guest of the pill pavilion? Whether he qualifies or does not is none of your concern. Do you presume to decide? Or does the Shengwu sect intend to meddle in the pill pavilion's affairs? Tong Sang's tone dripped with disdain. Leave now. Do not imagine that your sect's impending ascension to 8th tier status grants it supremacy over the pill pavilion. Let alone an 8th tier sect. Even a 1st tier sect would never dare cross swords with the pill pavilion. These two declarations not only darkened Sheng Linyun's countenance, but also cast a hush of solemn gravity over the onlookers. All present understood clearly Tong Sang had invoked the full authority of the pill pavilion to shield Jiang Chen, and the implications ran deep. Very well, this junior disciple shall withdraw for now. Sheng Linyun stood rooted in place, his face shifting between shadow and storm before finally speaking and departing. Master, this matter will hardly conclude so easily. Perhaps I should escort you back to the Chuanzuan sect. Tong Sang turned, his expression slightly awkward, a faint flush rising to his weathered cheeks. Oh, escorting me to the Chuanzuan sect? Yet you're already packed. Jiang Chen teased, instantly seeing through Tong Sang's intent. Still he accepted. Today's salvation had indeed been owed entirely to Tong Sang. Besides, as Tong Sang had noted, the conflict between the Chuanzuan sect and the Shengwu sect could not possibly end here. With no formidable cultivators currently within the Chuanzuan sect, another assault by the Xingwu sect would leave them perilously vulnerable. Find us a mount, Jiang Chun said quietly. Also arrange for medicinal herbs and pill cauldrons to be delivered to the Chuanzuan sect. Consider it done. I'll dispatch orders immediately. Tong Sang's excitement was palpable as he hurried off to make arrangements. Before long, he returned at the town gate leading several spirit horses and a procession of alchemists, each laden with travel packs and dragging heavy pill cauldrons. You aren't planning to relocate the entire pill pavilion to my Chuanzuan sect, are you? Jiang Chun sighed, incredulous. Judging by the number of alchemists present, nearly half the Qingyun town branch must have assembled here. We simply wish to visit the Chuanzuan sect, to admire its scenery, Tong Sang replied, flustered. Yes, we're merely guests taking in the landscape. Jiang Chun raised no objection. After all, the Chuanzuan sect stood in ruins, and additional alchemists could only bring benefit. Then, mounting their steeds, the group departed Qingyun town. Grandfather, just who is he? These alchemists treat him with such deference. From a secluded corner near the town gate, Bai Fengyu whispered beneath her hood. Unclear, Bai Jiangye replied, shaking his head, his curiosity about Jiang Chun burning just as fiercely. They had in fact been watching from the shadows all along, witnessing Jiang Chun's earlier clash with the guards. Especially when Jiang Chun unleashed the Litan-shade celestial dance, even Bai Jiangye could not discern the technique's rank. Then, shall we still go to the Chuanzuan sect? Yes, but not yet, Bai Jiangye answered. Spirit horses moved swiftly. Within an hour, Jiang Chun had returned to the Chuanzuan sect. Upon arrival, he settled the alchemists in suitable quarters, then entered the sect master's hall and seated himself upon the throne. The spirit gathering formation activated. Surrounding spiritual energy surged inward like a tide. Instantly, the blood spirit pills materialized. Truly rusty. I've only achieved Rangxian quality. Eat them as best you can, Jiang Chun sighed, wearing an expression of profound dissatisfaction. Especially when the pill touched his tongue. His throat convulsed, nearly forcing him to spit it out. Awful taste, he muttered, swallowing it down with visible effort. That expression, that very posture, if witnessed by others, would leave them speechless. Rangxian pills were priceless treasures beyond market price, coveted across the realm. Even disciples of first-tier sects rarely obtained such elixirs. And yet Jiang Chun scorned them, for poor flavor alone. Indeed, comparing oneself to others only invites despair. Buzz. After about half an incense stick's time, as the effect of the blood spirit pill took hold, a surge of vigorous true qi appeared out of nowhere within Jiang Chun's body. The true qi surged like a roaring dragon, rampaging through his body, causing his meridians and flesh to feel as though they were ablaze. After a few breaths, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a wave of profound light erupted from Jiang Chun. From his feet to the crown of his head, a spiritual vein resembling a galaxy manifested. The 14th spiritual vein was unlocked. Open again. Without any pause, the 9-curved celestial star revolved in conjunction with the effect of the blood spirit pill. Jiang Chun made another push. By the time half a day had passed when the effect of the blood spirit pill faded, Jiang Chun had already unlocked 20 spiritual veins. Indeed, it is a profound grade blood spirit pill, but the effect is too weak. Jiang Chun smiled wryly, feeling quite helpless. Had it been a heavenly grade blood spirit pill, one would suffice to unlock all the remaining spiritual veins. The difference in efficacy between grades is not trivial at all. Fortunately, there are many alchemists within the entire sect now, and these alchemists have brought numerous herbs. Although there aren't any blood spirit herbs, refining other pills can still rapidly enhance Jiang Chun's cultivation. At this moment, Lu Qingshan entered the main hall, his face visibly grim. Is there something? Jiang Chun asked. The Xingwu sect has sent someone again. Lu Qingshan sighed, saying, it seems Xingwu sect is not willing to let us go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun's brow furrowed and a flicker of anger ignited within his heart. Do they really think our entire sect is easy to bully? Jiang Chun said coldly, suddenly standing up and walking towards the main hall exit. When he arrived at the entrance of the entire sect, he happened to see Sheng Linyun accompanied by several elders of the Xingwu sect, along with a group of disciples making a ruckus. Meanwhile, the entire sect appeared somewhat desolate and dilapidated. Once a grand sect, now only the chubby Jiang Lu remained among the outer disciples. As for the inner disciples, several had left the entire sect during this period, leaving only 3. What infuriated Jiang Chun the most was that several elders of the entire sect were now standing with the Xingwu sect. They have defected to the Xingwu sect, Lu Qingshan said with a bitter smile, though he didn't blame those elders despite his anger. After all, given the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the Xingwu sect swallowed the entire sect. By defecting earlier, they might secure a better future. Why don't you defect as well? Jiang Chun asked. From the day I joined the entire sect, I have been a person of the entire sect. Even in death, I would be a ghost of the entire sect. Lu Qingshan's expression suddenly turned serious as he stared at Jiang Chun, saying coldly, I may not like you, and you may not like me, but my feelings and responsibilities towards the entire sect are no less than yours. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was left speechless. He truly hadn't expected Lu Qingshan to have such deep feelings for the entire sect. Jiang Chun, I'm here today for one thing. At that moment, Sheng Linyan's gaze locked onto Jiang Chun, and he said coldly, a life for a life. Oh, what do you mean by that? Jiang Chun said softly, a slight smirk on his lips as he added, are you referring to Mu Fengwu's matter? Regardless of the means you used to kill Mu Fengwu today, you must pay with your life. Sheng Linyan shouted angrily. However, despite his words, Sheng Linyan did not make a move. Even the group of elders from the Xingwu sect stood rooted in place, not daring to step into the entrance of the entire sect. Previously, even Mu Fengwu had perished within the entire sect, and they were cautious. If you want revenge, come in, otherwise get lost quickly, Jiang Chun said with a light laugh before turning away. At present, the remnants of the divine soul within the 9 layers gate still lingered, so Jiang Chun naturally feared no one. Besides, since the other party didn't even dare to enter the mountain gate, why should Jiang Chun waste time remaining here? I've heard that the entire Sect's Dao monument has been destroyed and the protective grand formation connected to it has collapsed. Sheng Linyan said softly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he directed a chilling voice at Jiang Chen's back. When all the strong members of the Shengwu sect gather, it will be the day of the entire sect's destruction. Oh, you speak as if that is certain. Jiang Chun suddenly halted, turning back to face the mountain gate. A mocking smile was on his face as he looked at Sheng Linyan as if he were staring at a fool. Thank you for the warning, but seems I should prepare as well, Jiang Chun said. Boom. As his voice fell, he waved his hand, and in an instant the remnants of the divine soul within the 9 layers gate surged forth like sharp swords. Endless brilliance seemed ready to engulf everything. Sword energy, blade light, and divine radiance erupted. Like a river of divine light, it pierced through half of the entire sect, rushing towards Sheng Linyan and the others. What? This isn't the power of the protective grand formation. What is this? Outside the mountain gate, Sheng Linyan and the others exclaimed, feeling the terrifying power within that divine radiance, and they retreated in fear, unwilling to confront it. This is the power of the divine. Jiang Chun murmured, his pupils constricted as the true qi within him erupted. He stomped the ground fiercely, his figure shooting out like a leopard, and in an instant he reached Sheng Linyan's front. Spirit sealing mark. Accompanied by a shout, Jiang Chun formed a seal with his hands resembling a hexagram and struck fiercely at Sheng Linyan. Afterward, Jiang Chun turned and returned to the mountain gate. Meanwhile, the river of divine radiance remained at the mountain gate, seemingly restricted by some force, unable to break free. After all, it is merely the power of the divine soul remnants too restricted to leave the entire sect, Jiang Chun murmured, having long anticipated this. The remnants of the divine soul could not exit, and since Sheng Linyan and the others did not dare to enter, Jiang Chun naturally would not foolishly think of using the divine soul remnants to kill the enemy. Moreover, Jiang Chun had never intended to use the divine soul remnants to kill Sheng Linyan and the others from the very beginning. What he aimed to do was merely use the power of the divine soul remnants to intimidate the elders of the Xingwu sect, and then personally make a move, sealing Sheng Linyan with a speed that could not be reacted to. As for these divine soul remnants, let them remain at the mountain gate, serving as the protective grand formation. What have you done? My cultivation has been wasted. At this moment, Sheng Linyan's face was pale, feeling no injuries, yet the true qi within him had vanished without a trace. His entire cultivation felt as if it had been obliterated. Within 10 days, if the Xingwu sect dares to attack the entire sect, you will never hope to unlock the spirit sealing mark within you, nor will you ever think of cultivating for the rest of your life. Jiang Chun murmured. You dare to seal my cultivation? Sheng Linyan roared with resentment and murderous intent evident in his eyes. However, soon Sheng Linyan began to laugh maniacally. He did not believe that with Jiang Chun's strength, any sealing technique he set could be very powerful. In Sheng Linyan's eyes, it would only take a few Yuan realm cultivators to forcibly break the seal. How powerful can a mere upper-level cultivation in the spirit realm's sealing technique be? What a joke! Sheng Linyan laughed wildly as several elders approached him. Immediately, 3 lower-level elders of the Yuan realm pressed their palms against Sheng Linyan's body. They intended to forcibly break the seal within Sheng Linyan using their abundant true qi. However, the moment their true qi entered Sheng Linyan's body, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, his entire body trembled, and his meridians bulged like raging dragons, as if he were about to shatter. What's happening? Quick, stop! At this moment, the 3 elders of the Xingwu sect were alarmed and dared not continue to forcefully impact the seal, hurriedly halting their actions. unless a Dao realm cultivator is willing to expend their vital blood to unseal you otherwise. Only I can resolve it, Jiuxiao said. The seal will only remain in your body for 10 days, after 10 days the spirit seal will disappear. If during this time Xingwu Sect dares to attack the Chuanzuan Sect, the consequences will cost your life. Upon hearing this, the members of Xingwu Sect looked extremely grim. The seal will be lifted in 10 days. Sheng Linyuan wiped the blood from his mouth and nose, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his lips as he disdainfully said, "If that is the case, how could it threaten my Xingwu Sect?" Sheng Linyuan's words were indeed not without merit. After 10 days the seal would automatically lift, so how could this seal threaten him, let alone the Xingwu Sect? As long as he could leave here and quietly wait for 10 days after the seal was lifted, he would still possess his original cultivation. Does it not threaten me? Jiuxiao chuckled lightly. The moment the spirit seal entered your body, your life was already in my hands. As his words fell, Jiuxiao formed hand seals, and a 6-pointed star diagram appeared before him. As the diagram rotated, the spirit seal within Sheng Linyuan exploded. A violent force surged wildly within Sheng Linyuan's body like a river bursting its banks. In just 3 breaths, 7 or 8 of the meridians within Sheng Linyuan were destroyed. Even 2 of his spiritual veins were shattered. In 10 days, Xingwu Sect, do not disturb me, otherwise, even if it's 1,000,000 miles away, I can still take your life within that time. Jiuxiao waved his hand, the 6-pointed star diagram vanished, and then he shouted, "Why are you still here?" "You?" Sheng Linyuan was shocked and furious, filled with dread. He was indeed scared. If he really angered Jiuxiao, his life would surely be forfeit. Thank goodness, as long as I can stay safely for 10 days. Sheng Linyuan thought to himself, comforting himself. Then, without saying another word, he led the members of Xingwu Sect away from here. 10 days. What will happen after 10 days? Lu Qingshun expressed his concerns. The Chuanzuan Dao Stele has been destroyed, and the protective formation cannot be activated anymore. You can threaten Xingwu Sect with the seal for 10 days, but what will happen after that? After 10 days, if they dare to come, I will dare to kill. Jiuxiao's eyes narrowed. I only need 10 days. Lu Qingshun was unaware of Jiuxiao's thoughts, nor did he know what assurance Jiuxiao had to withstand Xingwu Sect after 10 days. He was just about to ask when he realized Jiuxiao had already left. Leaving the mountain gate, Jiuxiao arrived at the alchemy room just in time to see a group of alchemists refining pills. "Master, we noticed that the Chuanzuan Sect has little medicine left, so we thought to refine some pills for the members of the Chuanzuan Sect." Upon seeing Jiuxiao, Tong Sang approached with great respect in his demeanor and words. "What's the use of refining so many?" Jiuxiao smiled bitterly. In the entire Chuanzuan Sect, including disciples and elders, there are no more than 10 people. Tong Sang was taken aback, rubbing his hands, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had intended to flatter, but ended up hitting the wrong target. "Forget it, just refine some more. Perhaps they will be needed in the future," Jiuxiao said. Then he ignored the alchemists, selected some medicinal materials, and began refining pills. The blood spirit pill could not be refined as it required the crucial blood spirit grass. However, it was still possible to refine some pills with effects similar to the blood spirit pill. Master is going to refine pills again. Watch closely and learn. Master's alchemy skills are absolutely extraordinary. When a group of alchemists saw Jiuxiao about to refine pills again, they hurriedly gathered around. Jiuxiao naturally understood the purpose of these alchemists in entering the Chuanzuan Sect. The 4 directions alchemy technique, using true qi to transform into fire, with fire representing the 4 directions, forms the array's power. The southern fire is fierce, the northern fire extinguishes, the eastern fire is warm, and the western fire is cold. When the 4 fires are connected, the medicinal properties of the materials can be fused to create pills. Jiuxiao explained while refining pills, effectively guiding this group of alchemists. After all, for the future development of the Chuanzuan Sect, alchemists were essential, and this group of alchemists formed the foundation of the Chuanzuan Sect's alchemy path. Giving them a little benefit would also ensure that these people would stay firmly in the Chuanzuan Sect. However, the most crucial reason was that Jiuxiao was too lazy and did not want to refine pills personally every time, so he wished to impart some alchemical skills to save trouble in the future. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, 4 flames surrounded the alchemy furnace, burning with an uncertain intensity. The flames resembled stars, flickering, sometimes dim, sometimes bright. Inside the alchemy furnace, the medicinal materials melted and spun like flowing water, and after half a stick of incense, they coalesced into a mass of liquid under the nurturing and melting of the 4 flames. Then outside the alchemy furnace, the 4 flames suddenly merged into a single flame column, submerging the entire alchemy furnace. When the flames of the 4 directions merge, it is the moment of pill formation. Jiuxiao softly spoke. With a wave of his hand, the flames disappeared. Buzz. Then the lid of the furnace burst open and lotus flowers rose from within the furnace. It happened again. Flowers are blooming in the furnace. Is this a supreme grade pill right off the bat? A group of alchemists exclaimed in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. In their eyes, occasionally refining a supreme grade pill was normal. However, to consecutively refine supreme grade pills, this was somewhat excessive. Among the alchemists present aside from Tong Sang, no one else had ever refined a supreme grade pill. Did you all see it wrong? Jiang Chun rolled his eyes at this comment, saying, flowers blooming rising from the alchemy furnace is an omen that only occurs when a profound grade pill is birthed. The pills refined using the 4 directions alchemy technique, if they were merely supremagrade, that would truly be a waste, Jiang Chun stated. As these words fell, the group of alchemists was shocked, their eyes filled with excitement. Master, were you earlier teaching us the 4 directions alchemy technique? What is the 4 directions alchemy technique? I've never heard of it. The crowd was puzzled, but only Tong Sang frowned as if he thought of something and tentatively asked, is the 4 directions alchemy technique not created by the god King Tianxin 3,000 years ago, before he became a god? 3,000 years ago, Jiang Chun emerged as a legend, leaving behind countless tales. He mastered everything related to cultivation, alchemy, weapon refining, formations, and talismans. What the world remembers most is Jiang Chun's unparalleled alchemy. Throughout his life, the alchemical recipes he created were as numerous as the stars in the sky. His alchemical techniques have been passed down for thousands of years. Among them, the 4 directions alchemy technique was casually created by Jiang Chun before he attained divinity. However, though it was casually created to the eyes of the world, it was indeed the supreme alchemical technique. It is fortunate to have obtained this alchemical technique. Jiang Chun nodded and smiled, saying the formula for the 4 directions alchemy technique has already been imparted to you. Whether you can refine it depends on your talent and comprehension. In the past, the Celestial King left behind no less than 100 alchemical techniques, but today only a few dozen are known. This 4 directions alchemy technique has been lost, and yet, to think I would see such alchemical art again. Tong Sang exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Jiang Chun with a hesitant expression. Jiang Chun waved his hand and said, if you wish to learn alchemy, just stay at the All Respect Sect. As for other matters, let's not speak of them. Upon hearing this, the light in Tong Sang's eyes dimmed slightly. The reason he came to the All Respect Sect was to seek a master. And how could Jiang Chun not know Tong Sang's thoughts? Now Jiang Chun's words undoubtedly severed Tong Sang's intentions. If I stay at the All Respect Sect, will the master continue to guide me in alchemy? Tong Sang asked, while the alchemists around him looked at Jiang Chun with eager anticipation. Jiang Chun nodded and smiled, saying, I am a lazy person who does not like to do things myself. Once I teach you all, I won't have to personally refine pills anymore. After saying this, Jiang Chun took back the pills he had refined earlier and said, this is the Heavenly Spirit pill. You can use the 4 directions alchemy technique to refine it. If you refine one of yellow grade or above, you can bring it to me. Good. Since the master has given orders, we will naturally do our utmost. The crowd nodded in agreement. Then Jiang Chun left and returned to the main hall. Sitting on the throne in the main hall, the gathering spirit formation activated, and he took the Heavenly Spirit pill. A day later, when a thunderous sound emanated from within Jiang Chun, he could not help but open his eyes. The efficacy of the Heavenly Spirit pill cannot compare to the Blood Spirit pill. After a day, only one spiritual vein has been opened. Jiang Chun sighed, feeling that the All Respect Sect was truly impoverished. If there were enough medicinal materials and heavenly treasures, why would he need to refine Heavenly Spirit pills? He could use Blood Spirit pills as if they were candy. 21 spiritual veins, far short of the 36 recorded by the 9 curves celestial star. Jiang Chun thought to himself, feeling somewhat anxious. Even though he had opened 21 spiritual veins, his strength would not be inferior to any corporeal realm cultivator. However, the gap in realm was a hard truth. Yet at this moment, Jiang Chun had no choice but to proceed step by step. Moreover, the Xingwu sect would attack the All Respect sect in 10 days, and during this time, Jiang Chun naturally had to prepare well. Lu Qingchen, after the All Respect Dao Stele is destroyed, will the protection array be unable to activate. After a few moments, Jiang Chun called Lu Qingchen into the main hall. After inquiring, his brows furrowed tightly. The All Respect Dao Stele is the focal point of the protection array. If the stele is destroyed, the formation will naturally be unable to activate. Lu Qingchen's expression was strange, unable to help, but murmur, isn't this because of you? Is it unable to activate, or is it completely broken? Jiang Chun asked, ignoring the latter part of Lu Qingchen's words. It's completely broken. The moment the All Respect Dao Stele collapsed, the entire protection array shattered. Lu Qingchen sighed. Otherwise, with the protection array in place, would the Xingwu sect dare to cause havoc in our All Respect sect? I understand. Jiang Chun nodded, then stood up and said, you watch over the All Respect sect. I need to make a trip to Qingyan town. After saying this, Jiang Chun left the main hall called Tong Sang, and the two rode a spiritual steed back to Qingyan town in a hurry. This time with Tong Sang accompanying him, the guards at the city gate naturally did not dare to stop them. After the two entered Qingyun town without obstruction, they went straight into the Formation Pavilion. The Wushan continent has many top-tier forces. Among them, the Martial Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, Formation Pavilion, and Talismans Pavilion are the most prominent. And this Formation Pavilion is the gathering place for Formation Masters. In the Wushan continent, almost all Formation Masters will enter the Formation Pavilion for training, and the pavilion will issue ranking tokens to certify the ranks of the Formation Masters. Furthermore, the Formation Pavilion sells various materials for setting up formations. Jiuxiao came to Qingyun town this time to buy materials for setting up formations. As for why he brought Tong Sang along, it was because Jiuxiao was poor. "Master, what brings you here?" Tong Sang followed Jiuxiao while many people passed by nodding and bowing to him. But Tong Sang paid no attention to those people, his eyes only on Jiuxiao. "I came to buy materials." Jiuxiao's face turned red, rubbing his hands. He whispered, "You live in my all-respect sect, but you need to pay rent." "Huh?" Tong Sang was taken aback, looking confused, but fortunately he reacted quickly and immediately understood. "Master, you have taught me alchemy, which is a great favor. If you need anything, please feel free to ask," Tong Sang said earnestly. It should be noted that the 4 directions alchemy technique that Jiuxiao imparted before was priceless. If this alchemy technique were put up for auction, it would fetch an astronomical price. In fact, even the headquarters of the Alchemy Pavilion would be stirred. Now asking Tong Sang to take out some spirit stones was completely reasonable. "Oh, isn't that Master Tong Sang a third-grade alchemist? What brings you to my Formation Pavilion today?" Just then a slightly mocking voice came from the back hall of the Formation Pavilion. Following the voice, they saw an old man with white hair leaning on a white jade cane, raising his eyebrows as he approached Tong Sang. "I came to accompany the master to buy some materials." Tong Sang frowned slightly, raising his chin and saying, "What? Can I come?" "Of course you can." The old man with white hair smiled, but his eyes flickered with a cold glint, saying, "However, the materials in my Formation Pavilion are much more expensive than the pills in your Alchemy Pavilion. Can you afford it, master?" Upon hearing this, Tong Sang was taken aback, stealing a glance at Jiuxiao, then silently covered his face. It was because Jiuxiao's attire exuded an unmistakable aura of poverty, especially those shoes with his toes sticking out. "I will cover all expenses for the master here," Tong Sang whispered, then could not help but lean closer to Jiuxiao's ear and softly suggested, "Master, how about we go buy a set of clothes later?" "Well, that sounds good." Jiuxiao's face turned red again, clearing his throat. He said, "Bring me pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. I will write down the materials, and you can arrange it." The white-haired old man, upon hearing this, did not say much, and quickly had someone bring over the writing tools. Then Jiuxiao began to write the list of materials, while the white-haired old man glared at Tong Sang. It seemed there was some conflict between the two. "What are you looking at? What's so great about being a formation master?" Tong Sang said unhappily. "Without the pills from my Dan Pavilion, how can you formation masters improve your levels?" "Nonsense. Without my Formation Pavilion's formations, how would your Dan Pavilion set up the protective array?" The old man's face darkened, and his beard began to bristle. Jiuxiao listened silently from the side, a faint smile appearing as he thought to himself that the Dan Pavilion and the Formation Pavilion were still, as they had been in the past, unwilling to give ground and holding mutual disdain. Formation masters spend their lives researching formations and have little time for cultivation. Thus, generally, formation masters rely on pills to enhance their cultivation. In the eyes of alchemists, the cultivation of formation masters depends entirely on the support of the alchemists. Conversely, from the perspective of formation masters, whether it be the Dan Pavilion, Martial Pavilion, or Symbol Pavilion, from the Grand Protective Array to the minor gathering formations used during cultivation, they all require their expertise to complete. As a result, everyone considers themselves superior and refuses to back down. Over time, this situation has formed. "Loshan, don't waste my time, or you'll make me unhappy. From now on, all formation masters from Qingyun town who come to my Dan Pavilion to buy pills will pay double the price." Tong Sang was also quite domineering. Not only was he the only third-grade alchemist in Qingyun town, but he was also the head of the Dan Pavilion. With a single word, he could make a group of formation masters unable to afford the pills. "Good, you said it." Laoshan's face turned dark, and he fell silent. After a while, Jiuxiao handed the completed list to Loshan, saying, "This is all I need." "So much. Are you planning to set up a formation?" Loshan glanced at the list and couldn't help but exclaim. The list was filled with hundreds of materials. Heavenly crystal stones, thick earth, yellow thousand-year, fine ironwood, water. These materials were all extremely rare and would only be used for extremely high-level formations. Loshan was somewhat puzzled as to why such a shabby-looking low-cultivation youth would need so many precious materials for setting up a formation. Or perhaps this youth was buying these materials for someone else. "If the master wants to buy these, what are you prattling about? Hurry up and take care of it. Tong Sang said impatiently, my master is very pressed for time. All right. Lushan nodded indifferently upon hearing this, but a hint of mockery flashed deep in his eyes. After that, Jiang Chun and Tong Sang sat quietly in the grand hall of the formation pavilion waiting for the formation materials. Half a stick of incense later, when Lushan brought up all the materials Jiang Chun needed, Jiang Chun patted Tong Sang's shoulder and asked with an odd expression, you're not short on money, are you? Huh. Tong Sang was taken aback, shaking his head as he replied, I'm not short on money. If I were, I could just sell a few pills. That's good, Jiang Chun smiled, and after collecting the materials stepped aside. Then Tong Sang took the list and looked at the prices, nearly widening his eyes in shock. Are you trying to cheat me? Tong Sang shouted angrily, don't think that just because I'm an alchemist, I don't know the prices of formation materials. These materials add up to only 3,000 spirit stones, yet you priced it at 30,000. Huh. You said before that from now on formation masters buying pills at your damn pavilion would need to pay double, so today I can only charge you 10 times the price. Lushan said mockingly, what? Can't afford it. If you can't afford it, then just return it. Tong Sang was speechless, casting a silent glance at Jiang Chun only to find Jiang Chun looking at him with a mocking expression. It seemed that Jiang Chun had anticipated that things would end up this way long ago. Master, it's too expensive. I don't have that many spirit stones on me. Tong Sang felt awkward. 30,000 spirit stones was equivalent to the annual income of the Dan Pavilion in Qingyun Town. Although he was the head of the Dan Pavilion in Qingyun Town, he could not possibly misappropriate that much spirit stone. What to do then? Jiang Chun said mockingly, I don't have any money either. No money. What are you doing here to buy materials then? Just return it, Lushan said in a deep voice. According to the rules, there's a 10% return fee when returning items. For 30,000 worth of formation materials returned, you still owe my formation pavilion 3,000 spirit stones, otherwise you won't be able to leave the doors of this formation pavilion today. Upon hearing this, Tong Sang's face instantly darkened. He truly did not expect to fall into the formation pavilion today. At that moment, he had no way out, as the power of the Dan Pavilion and the Formation Pavilion was evenly matched. Now he was on the territory of the Formation Pavilion and had no way to resist. On the contrary, Jiang Chun appeared calm and asked, if you don't have spirit stones, can you exchange something else? That depends on what you have to exchange. Lushan pressed his advantage, as today his initial purpose was to deal with Tong Sang. As for Jiang Chun, Lushan had not taken him seriously at all. He was merely collateral damage in his confrontation with Tong Sang. Let's use this to exchange. Jiang Chun whispered. Watch carefully, I'll only demonstrate once. If you can't remember, don't blame me. As he spoke, Jiang Chun extended a finger, and a wisp of pure white true qi appeared at his fingertip. Then with a movement of his finger in the air, he drew lines of true qi. This is a formation diagram. Lushan became increasingly alarmed. Although he did not know what kind of formation diagram this was, he could sense that the formation recorded within was extraordinary and profoundly intricate. After about 30 breaths of time, when Jiang Chun retracted his finger, the formation diagram he had outlined with true qi vanished. Lushan, however, was wide-eyed, his eyes filled with excitement along with confusion. Can you sketch it again? Lushan asked, vaguely sensing that the formation diagram Jiang Chun had drawn was no ordinary one. I said before, I'll only demonstrate once. If you didn't remember, that's not my fault, Jiang Chun replied mockingly. If you want to see it again, or if you want the formation diagram in my hand, then shouldn't you show a bit of your sincerity? What kind of formation diagram is this? Lushan did not immediately agree. He frowned and said, if it is an ordinary formation diagram, my formation pavilion has plenty of those. Have you ever heard of the Xuanjiu Great Formation? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow and asked, formation masters need formation diagrams to set up formations, and they also need formation diagrams to cultivate and comprehend formations. This Xuanjiu Great Formation, do you need it? Upon hearing this, Lushan was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with horror. This was because Lushan had heard of the Xuanjiu Great Formation. It was a formation that had been lost for 1,000 years. It is said that once the Xuanjiu Great Formation is set up, it can protect a region and remain unbroken for 1,000 years, making it one of the top defensive formations. There are numerous formations in the world, like the countless stars in the sky. However, the most powerful formations are etched in the memories of the people, such as the Zhutian Grand Formation, the Zhitian Grand Formation, and the Bafangxing Formation. These formations can be deemed unparalleled, their might surpassing the heavens. The Xuanjiu Grand Formation is renowned alongside these formations, acclaimed for its supreme defensive capabilities, with few defensive formations in the world able to rival it. However, 3,000 years ago, after Jiang Chun became a deity and resided in the Jiuxiao Divine Palace, the Xuanjiu Grand Formation has remained unarranged by anyone. Over the span of 3,000 years, even the formation diagram of the Xuanjiu Grand Formation has vanished, becoming a lost legacy. Now upon hearing the name Xuanjiu Grand Formation, Lushan could not help but feel moved. Yet Lushan remained calm. He did not believe that this ragged young man before him possessed the formation diagram of the Xuanjiu Grand Formation. Moreover, even if such a diagram existed, how could the other party easily part with it? One must understand that once the diagram of the Xuanjiu Grand Formation is auctioned, it is not something that can be measured with spirit stones. In fact, if the world were to learn of the emergence of the Xuanjiu Grand Formation diagram, it would likely stir up a tempest, even bloodshed. How can I trust you? Lushan narrowed his eyes and asked. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Jiang Chen shrugged nonchalantly and said, however, if you miss this opportunity, you will surely regret it. Words alone are not enough. Besides, I do not understand the Xuanjiu Grand Formation. If you were to confuse me with other formations, what then? Lushan asked again. One must admit that Lushan is indeed very cautious. However, to Jiang Chen it mattered not how cautious he was. Once he revealed the formation diagram of the Xuanjiu Grand Formation, Lushan would be unable to escape his grasp. Jiang Chen was well aware that alchemists cherish their pill formulas dearly, while formation masters hold their formation diagrams in the same regard. The materials for the formation I just bought are intended for setting up a small Xuanjiu Grand Formation. If you are interested, follow me, and I will show you how I set it up. Jiang Chen smiled, a glint of inscrutable meaning flashing in his eyes. Beside him, Tong Seng's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Suddenly, he understood that Jiang Chen had taken a roundabout way to trick the formation master from the formation pavilion to join the Chuanzuan sect, a small Xuanjiu Grand Formation. Lushan frowned, clearly having never heard of this formation. With this little material, do you think you can set up the Xuanjiu Grand Formation? You can only manage a rough version, a small Xuanjiu Grand Formation. Jiang Chen said. However, even a small Xuanjiu Grand Formation will be enough to open your eyes. Lushan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, it wouldn't hurt to go. I'm curious to see just how capable you, a mere young lad, can be. After saying this, Lushan entered the back hall of the formation pavilion, and shortly after he emerged with a dozen formation masters. These people will accompany me, so that everyone can witness this, lest you trick us. Lushan stated. It's over, it's over. This guy Lushan, if he goes, he probably won't return to the formation pavilion. Tong Seng thought, secretly glancing at Jiang Chen, marveling at Jiang Chen's kidnapping skills. All right then, come with me. Jiang Chen felt overjoyed upon seeing the dozen or so formation masters. After all, setting up the small Xuanjiu Grand Formation was beyond his capability to accomplish alone with his current cultivation. He had originally intended to trick a few formation masters back to help him set up the formation. It seemed now that he might not need to lift a finger. Furthermore, since these formation masters had gone to the Chuanzuan sect, how could Jiang Chen let them return? Soon everyone mounted their spirit steeds and returned to the Chuanzuan sect within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Chuanzuan sect. Are you a disciple of the Chuanzuan sect? Lushan was astonished, thinking Jiang Chen was from some major sect, only to find out he had brought them to this infamous waste sect. No, Jiang Chen shook his head. Not a disciple of the Chuanzuan sect. Then why did you bring us here? Lushan rolled his eyes, confused about Jiang Chen's intentions. I am not a disciple of the Chuanzuan sect. I am the sect leader of the Chuanzuan sect, Jiang Chen said with a grin. Come on, let's set up the formation and let you see. Sect leader of the Chuanzuan sect. Lushan was speechless, curling his lips and muttering. In such a shabby sect, being a sect leader is worse than being a disciple in another sect. The Chuanzuan sect was originally the #1 sect in the world, with an expansive territory spanning 8,000 miles. The internal area of the mountain gate spanned 7,000 miles, divided into 7 peaks, each occupying 1,000 miles. However, the Chuanzuan sect has fallen into decline. Only the main peak remains somewhat active, while the other 6 peaks have long been deserted and neglected. The small Xuanjiu Grand Formation consists of 36 array bases, 1,080 array patterns, 36,000 spirit stones, and 6 array eyes constructed in the shape of a hexagram, combining with the Earth's trends and utilizing the spiritual power of heaven and earth as a medium. Now on a desolate peak, Jiang Chen stood atop the mountain, gazing at the mist ahead, and said, therefore, next. Are you going to set up the formation next? Lushan hurriedly asked, his curiosity piqued, eager to witness the so-called small Xuanjiu Grand Formation. No, first we need to clean up the place. Jiang Chen turned back and smiled, his eyes and smile exuding a captivating charm. However, Lushan and the group of formation masters nearly spat out blood. You had us come here just to clean up? Lushan shouted angrily, fire almost spewing from his eyes. Kid, how dare you deceive us, mere Chuanzuan sect? We are formation masters, people of the formation pavilion. You cannot provoke us. A group of formation masters shouted angrily, deeply dissatisfied. If we don't clean, how can I discern the trends of the earth? There are so many debris on the ground it disrupts my vision. Jiang Chun said with a smile. Of course I can clean it myself. It will just take 10 days or half a month. But can you wait that long? After saying this, Jiang Chun cheerfully added, what I mean is aside from the main peak, all 6 other peaks need to be cleaned. And since it takes me 10 days or half a month to clean one peak, cleaning 6 peaks would take. Enough. Don't say any more. We will clean for you. All right. We will clean for you. But if your so-called small Xuanzhou Grand Formation is merely a ruse, you should understand how severe the consequences will be. A group of formation masters shouted angrily, unwilling to listen any longer. Who would want to wait so long? Having eaten their fill with nothing to do, they came to the Chuanzuan sect to see him clean. Activate the formation. Next, they saw a dozen formation masters take action, setting up several cleansing formations. The purpose of the cleansing formations was singular: to eliminate debris, making them the most effective for cleaning. In half a day's time, over a dozen array masters set up the purifying spirit array on 6 desolate peaks. Another day passed, and under the influence of the purifying spirit array, the peaks were cleared of debris, the dust swept away, and they appeared renewed. Take this. At this moment, Jiang Chun stood outside the great hall, handing the diagram of the Shaoxin 9 array to Lu Shan. Lu Shan frowned as he received the diagram, clearly dissatisfied, saying, "Aren't you going to do it yourself? We are only here to witness the so-called Shaoxin 9 array, not to do the labor." Jiang Chun replied, "The love that array masters have for array diagrams is akin to their love for life. Now that I have given you the Shaoxin 9 array diagram, how can you still be unsatisfied? If you don't want it, return it to me, and I'll set up the array myself," Jiang Chun teased. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan immediately withdrew his hand, cradling the diagram closed, yet the displeasure in his eyes remained unmasked. "The Shaoxin 9 array is for you to comprehend. It will greatly aid your skills in arrays," Jiang Chun stated. "Understanding the diagram before you set it up will benefit you significantly. It is a gain, not a loss. Though that may be true, what if this Shaoxin 9 array is too ordinary? Even if we learn and comprehend it, it would be of no use to us." Lu Shan frowned as he spoke. While talking, he opened the array diagram, and upon seeing the dense array patterns and various annotations, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The strength and rank of an array can be discerned by a simple method. The more patterns an array has, the greater its power and the higher its rank. This Shaoxin 9 array diagram alone contains over 1,000 patterns. Arrays are classified into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. The lowest yellow level arrays have no more than 100 patterns. The highest Heaven level arrays contain around 800 to 900 patterns. Yet this Shaoxin 9 array astonishingly requires over 1,000 patterns. Does it mean it surpasses the Heaven level arrays? What level is this array exactly? Lu Shan asked. "I'm not sure," Jiang Chun shook his head. "Not sure? This is your diagram. You don't even know yourself." Lu Shan was taken aback, a look of disbelief on his face. However, Jiang Chun was speaking the truth. The Xian 9 array was a peerless array, universally acknowledged as such. The rough version of the Xian 9 array, known as the Shaoxin 9 array, was something the world did not know Jiang Chun had created on the spot. Thus, even Jiang Chun could not determine which level this Shaoxin 9 array belonged to. However, the Shaoxin 9 array should be more than sufficient to protect the entire zone. You all go ahead and set it up. Once it is completed, you will understand the power of this Shaoxin 9 array, and then you will know what level this array belongs to. Jiang Chun waved his hand and said, "I'll leave the rest to you." With that, he turned and entered the great hall, sitting on the throne as he began to cultivate. Seeing this, Lu Shan's face darkened, feeling as if he had been deceived. It felt very much like being coerced into labor. "For now, I'll trust you. If this Shaoxin 9 array turns out to be just an ordinary array, I won't let you off easily. The array pavilion will not show mercy," Lu Shan said in a deep voice. Following this, over a dozen array masters got to work sketching patterns, forging array stones, delineating the terrain, and establishing the array's core. Meanwhile, the alchemists prepared several heavenly spirit pills and delivered them to Jiang Chun. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Jiang Chun remained in the great hall, cultivating undisturbed, except for the alchemists who occasionally brought him pills. In these 3 days, Jiang Chun's spiritual veins were continuously opened, and he had now opened 33. He was only 3 spiritual veins short of the complete realm recorded in the 9 curves of the heavenly stars. 3 days have passed, and 7 days remain. Jiang Chun murmured, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that in 7 days, when the Shengwu sect came, it would be the moment that determined the fate of the entire zone. At that time, it would either be the end for the entire zone or the demise of the Shengwu sect. Where are that old man and that girl? Why haven't they arrived yet? Suddenly, Jiang Chun recalled the 2 people he had encountered in the pill pavilion. Especially the girl, who Jiang Chun was particularly concerned. Of course, it was not her unparalleled beauty that drew his attention, but rather her tiny physique. The Taiyin physique, if successfully transformed, could become the Taiyin sacred body. The Taiyin sacred body is exceedingly rare throughout the ages, and among the divine beings of the heavens none possess the Taiyin sacred body. Furthermore, throughout the countless divine beings, the position of the Taiyin Lord has remained vacant from ancient times to the present. Jiang Chen's thoughts were simple. The entire zone was currently in a state of disarray, with disciples leaving and fleeing. It was time to recruit some disciples with good potential to replenish the fresh blood. And when Jiang Chen referred to good potential, at the very least they had to be capable of becoming a god. Moreover, they had to have the potential to become a lord of gods. I hope they will come to find me, Jiang Chen murmured. It's rare to encounter a Taiyin physique. If I can cultivate and teach her well, she could become the Taiyin Lord in the future, which would be a great help to me. Boom. Just at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The mountain gate of the entire zone trembled as a result. Simultaneously, the entire zone was enveloped in 9 rays of auspicious light, with the sun, moon, and stars appearing above the zone. It was as if standing among the stars, the previously desolate zone was now imbued with an aura of mysterious fantasy. What level of array is this exactly? Oh my! The 9-colored phenomena, the sun and moon shining together. This is a heaven-level array. At this moment on the 6 peaks, a crowd of array masters exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had just completed the Shaoxin 9 array, and they did not expect that at the moment of its completion such a shocking phenomenon would occur. Back then, I was fortunate enough to witness the city protection array of Bega City. Lu Shan frowned. At that time, when the city protection array of Bega City was established, such terrifying phenomena did not appear. I remember the city protection array of Bega City was Earth level, right? Yes, it was Earth level. So that means this Shaoxin 9 array truly surpasses the Earth level and is heaven level. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat on the throne, fully aware that the Shaoxin 9 array had been successfully set up. At this moment, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. At least with the Shaoxin 9 array in place, it would be impossible for the Shengwu sect to annihilate the entire zone in 10 days. With the Shaoxin 9 array in place, unless 3 or more Dao realm cultivators joined forces to attack, no one would be able to breach this array. And as far as Jiang Chen knew, there were only 1 or 2 Dao realm cultivators in the Shengwu sect. Thus, the entire zone was now in an invulnerable position. However, merely being invulnerable was not enough for Jiang Chen. Since they had come knocking, they had to fight back. He could not swallow his pride. In the martial arts realm, there are 4 major levels: spirit, division, body, thought, and origin, followed by the Dao realm. Currently, Jiang Chen occupies the upper tier of the spirit realm, having opened 33 spiritual veins, making the potency of his true qi comparable to that of a practitioner at the upper tier of the body realm. Even lower-tier practitioners in the thought realm would find it difficult to contend with Jiang Chen in terms of true qi density. However, each realm is distinct, possessing its own characteristics and advantages. Thus, no matter how robust Jiang Chen's true qi is, he cannot match a practitioner in the origin realm. If he cannot contend, then the only course of action for Jiang Chen is to swiftly break through. Yet with only 7 days remaining, even a divine being cannot break into the origin realm in such a short time. To dare attack my entire sect, Jiang Chen murmured, then closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. However, he already had a plan in mind. 2 days passed, leaving only 5 days until the Shengwu sect's attack. At this moment, Jiang Chen had opened 36 spiritual veins. The final step is to condense the heavenly star. As long as the heavenly star endures, my true qi will be inexhaustible. Jiang Chen whispered, recognizing this as the most challenging step in the 9 curves heavenly star technique. Throughout history, there have been countless prodigious talents and exceptional individuals. Some have practiced the 9 curves heavenly star, and some have opened 36 spiritual veins. Yet those individuals ultimately faltered at the step of condensing the heavenly star. They had to converge the 36 spiritual veins, solidifying them like a formation, spiraling until the 36 veins fused. During this process, not only must one endure immense pain, but they must also proceed with extreme caution. If the spiritual veins fuse carelessly, they may shatter. Once one vein breaks, the others will follow suit. At that time, although his cultivation would not be ruined, it would take at least 3 to 5 months before he could stand again. For safety's sake, I cannot afford any mistakes. Jiang Chen murmured. Even though he had condensed the heavenly star once before in his past life, he could not afford to be careless. I've waited for you for half a day. Seeing you engrossed in cultivation, I did not wish to disturb you. Just then, Lu Shan excitedly walked in from outside the hall. Is there something? Jiang Chen blinked, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I see that the entire sect is in disarray. Oh, at this rate, the sect might perish. Lu Shan said earnestly. Especially regarding formations. Although the minor Xian 9 formation currently protects the mountain gate, we lack gathering spirit formations and many other formations. So what? Jiang Chen teased. Therefore, Lu Shan's face flushed slightly at his words, yet he maintained a serious demeanor, saying, therefore, I plan to stay at the sect and use my lifetime of knowledge to set up formations restoring the sect to its former glory. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen could no longer contain his laughter, bursting out. Restore the sect to its former glory. Could Lu Shan accomplish that? If you want to stay, just say so. Why make such grandiose claims? Jiang Chen laughed. Just so happens I lack a formation master in the sect. If you are willing to stay, then stay. Really? Lu Shan was thrilled, but then appeared somewhat hesitant. He rubbed his old hands, looking as if he had something to say, yet held back. I've already given you the diagrams for the minor Xian 9 formation. If you truly are willing to help the sect, I will provide you with other formation diagrams as well. Jiang Chen chuckled, fully aware of Lu Shan's thoughts. All right. This time Lu Shan decisively agreed. After all, who could produce a diagram that surpasses Earth level, or even possibly surpasses Heaven level, without possessing other diagrams? Moreover, Lu Shan was not foolish. Jiang Chen's ability to keep alchemists like Tong Sang loyal to the sect surely had its reasons. He not only wanted the formation diagrams, but also to probe Jiang Chen's true capabilities to see how many secrets this young man was hiding. Wait a moment. At this moment, Jiang Chen used his true qi as a brush to sketch a formation diagram in the air, annotating the precautions needed for the formation and the materials required. Lu Shan observed silently, yet a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. This diagram only had over 300 lines, which paled in comparison to the previous minor Xian 9 formation. You still find it lacking? Jiang Chen was at a loss for words, saying, do you think that a formation with over 300 lines is weak? This is at least an Earth-level formation. Then, what tier does the minor Xian 9 formation belong to? Lu Shan inquired, feeling that since seeing the minor Xian 9 formation, he might have gotten a bit carried away himself. Uncertain, but it must at least surpass Heaven level. Jiang Chen also did not dare to be certain, frowning as he said, surpassing Heaven level should be the Chen level. Formation rankings are categorized from the weakest yellow to the strongest Heaven. Yet above Heaven level there are the Sun, Moon, and Stars levels. In the remote area of Bega City, there are no formations even at Heaven level, so naturally one cannot expect to see formations at the Chun level. In fact, many people in Bega City had never heard of the Sun, Moon, and Stars levels. Complete the arrangement within a day, and the formation diagram will be yours. Jiang Chen stated, however, since you wish to stay, rent fees must be paid. The materials for the formation will count as your rent. Why are you so stingy? Lu Shan exclaimed, full of indignation. Jiang Chen sighed, looking up at the sky. Because I am poor. Lu Shan was immediately left speechless. As the sect leader, could he really be that poor? Nevertheless, Lu Shan did not dwell on it. After taking the formation diagram, he began preparing to set up the formation. To condense the heavenly star, Jiang Chen needed to make preparations such as having Lu Shan set up formations. This formation, named the Solid Spirit Formation, could stabilize one's essence, spirit, and cultivation, as well as solidify spiritual veins. In addition, Jiang Chen needed to prepare some items, with medicinal pills being essential. After a few moments, Jiang Chen entered the alchemy room, intending to refine some pills himself. Jiang Lu came from the Qin Chuan Jiang family, just like Jiang Chen. Yet unlike Jiang Chen, Jiang Lu was a collateral disciple with extremely low talent, rejected by the family and exiled to the all-respect teaching. In terms of background, Jiang Lu was far more pitiful than Jiang Chen. Regarding talent and qualifications, it seemed Jiang Lu would never step into the Dao realm in this lifetime. However, with Jiang Chen's soul having reborn and taken over this body, he was now a member of the Jiang family. As for Jiang Lu, the former owner of Jiang Chen's body, they were like brothers forged in iron. Although the soul of this body had been replaced by Jiang Chen after his rebirth. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen had merged with the memories of this body. Thus he would not forget about the little fat boy Jiang Lu and would not look down upon him. Jiang Chen, I feel you have changed, Jiang Lu muttered. You used to be like me. Yes, Jiang Chen smiled. Before, both of us were called useless within the family, and after coming to the all-respect teaching, we were still known as useless by everyone. But now I am different, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Liu's expression dimmed slightly at these words. Jiang Chen had changed, but Jiang Lu had not. That talent and qualification, Jiang Lu would even despise himself. I have just opened 3 spiritual veins now, and it seems I will never enter the Dao realm in this life. I really want to step into the Dao realm to see the rivers and mountains flying through the skies and experiencing the world's wonders. To fly through the skies, one could only enter the Dao realm. For ordinary martial artists, the dream of a lifetime is to become a Dao realm practitioner. Is it just about stepping into the Dao realm? Jiang Chen laughed, patting Jiang Lu on the shoulder. I think your achievements will be more than that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu forced a bitter smile. No one knew better than him how poor his talent and qualifications were. In his eyes, Jiang Qin's words were undoubtedly just a consolation. One must know that the spiritual veins within Jiang Lu were as hard as rock, making them extremely difficult to open. For an ordinary person, opening one spiritual vein might take 10 days to half a month, and even the lesser ones would take a few months. But Jiang Lu took a whole year to open his first spiritual vein. His spiritual veins were virtually unbreakable and hard to open. The ancient holy body with spiritual veins like locks has appeared a few times throughout history, but none knew how to unlock them. Over time, the ancient holy body became the most useless body in the world. Jiang Qin said softly, his eyes flashing with brilliance as he stared at Jiang Lu. And you are the ancient holy body. What? I have a holy body. Jiang Lu exclaimed, his face filled with excitement and joy. However, soon after his expression dimmed and the smile faded. This was because if one did not understand how to unlock the ancient holy body, it was merely the most useless body, making cultivation extremely difficult. What does it matter if I have a holy body? Without knowing how to unlock it, I am still useless. Jiang Lu said with a bitter smile. In the whole of Bega City, and even in the eastern wilderness, there are not more than 3 people who understand how to unlock the ancient holy body. I happen to be one of them, Jiang Qin said teasingly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always believed in what Jiang Qin said. Later I will refine a pill for you. If you can endure it, after consuming it, you will be able to unlock the ancient holy body, otherwise you will die. Jiang Qin said solemnly. To unlock the ancient holy body with a single pill seemed simple, but the risks involved were immense. The pill's effects would destroy Jiang Liu's meridians and even his spiritual veins. During this time, if Jiang Lu could not hold on, he would die. Are you willing to gamble your life? Jiang Qin asked. What is there to fear? Jiang Lu replied, his gaze steady. Although I am known as the most useless, I do not wish to remain this way forever. If there is a chance to change all this, what is there to hesitate about? Jiang Qin nodded and said, all right, I will find you then. Afterward, Jiang Lu left, and Jiang Qin began refining pills. Since this group of alchemists entered the all-respect teaching, the alchemy room was fully stocked with various herbs, and one wondered where they sourced these materials. Moreover, Jiang Qin even spotted a blood spirit herb. What a pity I can no longer use the blood spirit herb now, Jiang Qin murmured as he selected a few herbs and began refining. Around him, a group of alchemists had long gathered, not only eager to see Jiang Qin's alchemy skills, but also hoping he would offer them some guidance. Master, what pill are you going to refine this time? Master, the 4 directions alchemy technique is too difficult. Among us, only 3 have learned it. Do you have any higher level yet easier alchemy techniques? Hearing the voices around him, Jiang Qin remained silent and nodded. Yes. After that, Jiang Qin fell silent and began refining pills using the 4 directions alchemy technique. Just a few moments later, when a mysterious level pill was produced, the surrounding gasps of surprise echoed continuously. However, compared to before, the exclamations now seemed much lighter. After all, this group of alchemists could now be considered well exposed. Even if Jiang Qin produced a higher level pill, they would not be surprised. Tong Sang, come to the main hall later. I will write a collection of alchemy techniques for you to study with them. By the way, help me gather some herbs. Do I need to refine a pill for Jiang Lu? All right, I will follow your arrangements, master, Tong Sang nodded. After that, Jiang Qin left and returned to the main hall. The array he had instructed Lu Shan to set up had already been completed. The array is ready, and I have the pills, but it is time to condense the celestial star, Jiang Qin murmured as he activated the array, took the pill, and sat cross-legged to calm his mind. Buzz. Immediately, with a resounding rumble, Jiang Qin's body trembled, and his true energy surged like a tsunami, roaring wildly. 36 spiritual veins intertwined within him, like swimming dragons merging with each other. During this time, a wave of sharp pain swept through his entire body, as if his flesh were about to explode. Especially when the spiritual veins collided, the true energy within was like a sword slicing through Jiang Qin's internal organs. If it weren't for the protective array and the pills safeguarding him, Jiang Qin feared he wouldn't be able to endure. Fortunately, Jiang Qin was well prepared and had the experience from his previous life. After just a short incense stick's time, when a loud bang emanated from within Jiang Qin, the 36 spiritual veins converged into a 6-pointed star. Upon inspecting his body, Jiang Qin noticed that all the spiritual veins within him had completely vanished. However, at the location of his dantian, a glowing orb resembling a star was flickering, with powerful true energy erupting from this star, surging endlessly. This was the celestial star. From now on, as long as the celestial star remains unbroken, my true energy will never run dry. Jiang Qin murmured, his eyes blinking as if a starlight flowed deep within them. Since his soul was reborn, Jiang Qin has invested considerable time in mastering the 9 curves celestial star. Otherwise, had he followed the usual cultivation methods, he would have long entered the body realm. Fortunately, once the celestial star is perfected, all these efforts will be worthwhile. In future battles, Jiang Chun need not worry about depleting his true qi. As long as he has breath left, he can continue to fight, wash the marrow, and refine the bones. Condense. After gathering the celestial star, Jiang Chun made slight adjustments, and immediately torrents of true qi erupted from within the celestial star. True qi surged, circulating through his limbs and bones, burning like a fierce fire as the impurities within his body were refined and expelled. After half a stick of incense, a layer of black filth appeared on Jiang Chun's flesh, emanating a foul odor. These were the impurities within his body that had previously obstructed him, hidden throughout his internal structure. Now, under the cleansing of true qi, these contaminants could not possibly remain. At the same time, upon closer inspection beneath this layer of black filth, Jiang Chun's skin radiated a lustrous glow as clear and flawless as ice crystals. Meanwhile, his vitality was rapidly increasing. After another stick of incense had passed, Jiang Chun felt a sharp pain emanating from his flesh. No rush, take it slow, Jiang Chun thought to himself, knowing that during the marrow washing and bone refining process, haste could lead to bodily collapse. After the spiritual realm comes the body realm. The body realm is where one washes the marrow and refines the bones, enhancing one's vitality and expelling internal impurities. And now, after this round of cultivation, Jiang Chun's vitality had increased significantly. Still not stepping into the body realm, not a drop of refined blood has been formed yet. Washing the marrow and refining the bones enhances vitality, thus allowing one to enter the body realm. The hallmark of entering the body realm is the condensation of refined blood within the heart. Forming a drop of refined blood signifies entering the body realm, becoming a lower-tier practitioner of that realm. Practitioners with refined blood possess a physical strength far beyond that of ordinary people. However, condensing refined blood is extraordinarily difficult. It requires countless drops of blood to refine into a single drop. Even with Jiang Chun's rapid cultivation speed, it was impossible to step into the body realm in one leap. Moreover, Jiang Chun was merely practicing casually and did not intend to enter the body realm at this moment. The nine-curved celestial star is the strongest technique of the spiritual realm, and the strongest technique of the body realm. If I remember correctly, it should be the infinite technique of the Dark Lord. Upon this thought, Jiang Chun couldn't help but recall his memories, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The Dark Lord was once a close comrade of Jiang Chun. They often discussed profound matters within the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, so Jiang Chun knew well how to cultivate the infinite technique. He had once thought that he would never cultivate the infinite technique in this lifetime, but who could have anticipated that he would be reborn now? Thus, since he has been reborn, everything must be the best. Each realm must be cultivated to its peak. Every technique I must master to the top. Jiang Chun thought to himself. However, what left him speechless was that the difficulty of cultivating the infinite technique was no less than that of the nine-curved celestial star. In fact, it was even above the nine-curved celestial star. Cultivating the infinite technique has stringent requirements, needing to refine one's body with thunder. With clear skies, where can I find lightning to strike me? Jiang Chun chuckled bitterly, secretly thinking that if he were to cultivate the infinite technique in the future, he would likely be seen as a masochist by others. It seems I'll have to inscribe talismans to summon heavenly lightning. Jiang Chun contemplated. To summon lightning under the clear sky, given his current strength, he had only two options. First, he could set up a lightning attraction array. However, the materials required for the array were too numerous, and setting it up was overly complicated. Jiang Chun was too lazy to waste time on that. Most critically, the materials needed to set up the lightning attraction array were prohibitively expensive, and Jiang Chun was too poor. The second option was to inscribe talismans. Although it took a bit longer, inscribing talismans was cheap. After a brief rest, Jiang Chun took out pen, ink, paper, and an inkstone, roughly jotting down his insights on alchemy, compiling them into a small booklet for Tong Sang to take. Then he wrote another booklet about formations and gifted it to Lu Shan, allowing a group of formation masters to comprehend it on their own. Finally, Jiang Chun arrived at the alchemy pavilion. Where are the herbs I asked you to prepare? Jiang Chun inquired. All prepared, but one herb couldn't be found. We returned to the alchemy pavilion, but it wasn't available there either. Which one is missing? Jiang Chun asked. Flame grass, Tong Sang replied. This herb is even rarer than blood spirit grass. It seems to be found only in the Sunset Forest south of Qingyun town. However, the Sunset Forest is teeming with demonic beasts, including demonic kings at the Dao realm level. Generally, very few people venture into the Sunset Forest. Only demon hunters and disciples of various sects going out to train would enter there. According to Tong Sang and others, there indeed is flame grass deep within the Sunset Forest. In such places, the levels of demonic beasts are very high. Even demon hunters would not dare to tread lightly, as a small misstep could lead to being devoured by the beasts. Without flame grass, I won't be able to refine the flame-breaking pill, and Jiang Liu's ancient holy body won't be unlocked. Jiang Chun frowned, then rose and turned to leave. Master, where are you going? Tong Sang hurriedly asked. However, Jiang Chun waved his hand and did not respond. Tong Sang and the others actually understood that Jiang Chun was likely heading to the Sunset Forest. Master, I'll accompany you. Tong Sang hurriedly caught up. No need, Jiang Chun shook his head. Although Tong Sang's cultivation was quite high already at the lower tier of the Yuan realm, a mere demonic beast deep in the Sunset Forest could easily surpass him. To have Tong Sang follow him, Jiang Chun felt he would be a burden. Furthermore, he had many secrets on him. This time going to the Sunset Forest facing high-level demonic beasts would inevitably expose some of those secrets. With someone following him, how could he keep those secrets safe? If any were to leak, it would surely lead to considerable trouble. You all focus on cultivating well and comprehending alchemy within the all-preserving sect, Jiang Chun stated, then mounted his spirit horse and departed from the all-preserving sect. The spirit horse was swift, and after a stick of incense, Jiang Chun arrived at Qingyun town. To the south lay the Sunset Forest. All-preserving sect master. You little brat. Before Jiang Chun could enter the Sunset Forest, two angry shouts came from the entrance of Qingyun town, carrying a hint of resentment. Who are you two? Jiang Chun turned to see a man and a woman, both middle-aged, rushing towards him. You want to abduct my alchemist from the Alchemy Pavilion? What do you think you're doing? I was planning to find you at the all-preserving sect, but unexpectedly you've delivered yourself right to my door. The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy, yet in his eyes there was a hint of resentment resembling a wronged wife. Jiang Chun was somewhat bewildered. He did not recognize the two people before him at all. Especially the middle-aged man, whose face was filled with resentment, sent shivers down Jiang Chun's spine. The middle-aged woman said with a gloomy expression, Young brother, isn't your behavior a bit excessive? It's one thing to have abducted more than half of the alchemists from the Dan Pavilion, but how could you also take away the formation masters from my array pavilion to join your esteemed sect? Abduct. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun instantly understood. The two people before him were likely from the array pavilion and the Dan Pavilion. Now they were here to demand someone back. However, Jiang Chun remained calm, a hint of mockery on his face as he chuckled. Why would I abduct them? They came to my esteemed sect willingly. If you don't believe me, you can go to my esteemed sect and ask them if they wish to return. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, the resentment in his eyes grew even stronger. If you were to abduct someone else, that would be one thing, but you have taken the leaders of both the Qingyun town's array pavilion and Dan Pavilion. The middle-aged woman said coldly. Now that both leaders are absent with no one guarding the Dan Pavilion and array pavilion in Qingyun town, if the higher-ups investigate this matter, it would be serious for your esteemed sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun secretly nodded. But now that the people had joined his esteemed sect, he had no way to change that. Moreover, with Lu Shan, Tong Sang, and a group of alchemists and formation masters now present, even if Jiang Chun wanted to chase them away, he probably wouldn't be able to. How about this? Let Pavilion Master Tong Sang return to oversee things, and he'll go to your esteemed sect. I think the same. At that moment, the expressions of the two became serious, seemingly considering the interests of the array pavilion and Dan Pavilion, but also appearing to contemplate the well-being of the esteemed sect. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Chun's lips curled into a slight smile, almost laughing out loud. If you want to go to the esteemed sect, then just go. Why bother with so many excuses and reasons? Joining my esteemed sect doesn't mean you are leaving the array pavilion and Dan Pavilion behind. Really? Then, should I go right now? The two hurriedly said, their eyes flashing with a hint of excitement. Just as Jiang Chun had said, this man and woman were not here to make things difficult for him, but rather to join the esteemed sect. The reason for their visit today was that Lu Shan and Tong Sang often returned to Qingyun town to procure medicinal materials and formation materials. Meanwhile, those who remained in the array pavilion and Dan Pavilion had heard of Jiang Chun's exploits from Lu Shan and Tong Sang. Especially the alchemical formulas, the lost alchemical techniques, the transcendent, heavenly-level formations, and those formation diagrams. All of these continually attracted those who remained in the Dan Pavilion and Array Pavilion. In fact, in recent days, some alchemists and formation masters had even planned to leave the Array Pavilion and Dan Pavilion to join the esteemed sect. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. Entering a sect first always comes with better treatment. As a result, the two people before him were naturally eager to take the lead. You two can go to the esteemed sect yourselves, Jiang Chun said lightly. But let me make this clear beforehand, joining my esteemed sect requires paying rent. Just bring something along with you. Otherwise, if you go to my esteemed sect for free food and drink, I can't afford it. Upon saying this, the two people before him were left in a state of confusion. They knew Jiang Chun's identity as the leader of the esteemed sect. Thus they truly could not imagine why a dignified sect leader would be so stingy. How could he be so tight-fisted? I am the vice master of the Dan Pavilion in Qingyun Town, and he is the vice master of the Array Pavilion. Are we supposed to pay rent to go to your esteemed sect? The middle-aged man frowned somewhat displeased. If you don't pay, then just don't go, Jiang Qin teased. Even Lu Shan and Tong Sang had to pay rent to enter my esteemed sect. Do you two vice masters think you can enter for free? What do you think my esteemed sect is, eh? Upon hearing this, the two immediately fell silent. To be honest, they had not expected that their own pavilion masters would have to pay rent to join the esteemed sect. Then since the pavilion masters had to pay, how could they the vice masters not pay? In that case, we will pay, they said. Subsequently, the two left, but instead of heading directly to the esteemed sect, they first returned to Qingyun Town. Jiang Chun did not think too much about it, and turned to walk towards the sunset forest in the south. Along the way, he encountered several groups of people. These individuals were dressed casually, yet each carried a strong scent of blood and a murderous aura. Demon hunters? Jiang Chun thought to himself, taking a few steps to the side, not wanting to walk alongside this group of demon hunters. After all, in the eyes of demon hunters, only profit matters. For the sake of profit, they could resort to any means indifferent to right or wrong, as long as it benefited them, they would act, even if it meant killing. Jiang Chun had once ascended to divinity, becoming the king of all gods. Although he too had blood on his hands, he would not indiscriminately kill the innocent. The demon hunters, however, were different. In their eyes, everything was fair game. Hey little brother, are you going to the sunset forest alone? At that moment, a group of people approached from not far away. The leader was a one-eyed giant, bare-chested, exuding a strong aura of menace. Especially when he looked at Jiang Chun, a glimmer of greed sparkled in his eyes. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Chun, unwilling to engage, spoke lightly, before continuing to move forward. However, before he could take a few steps, the group caught up with him and blocked his way. Is there something? Jiang Chun frowned. Although he did not want to deal with the demon hunters, it seemed difficult to avoid them now. Let's not beat around the bush, it's robbery. The one-eyed giant squinted, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. A brat at the upper level of the spiritual realm dares to come here alone. You are just a nice piece of meat delivered right to our door. Robbery? Then go ahead and try to rob me. Jiang Qin scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. This group had low cultivation levels. The one-eyed giant was merely at the low level of the body realm. With such cultivation, they dared to rob. You look young, hand over the valuables on you, and we'll let you go, the one-eyed giant said. Be obedient or you might suffer some pain. You really have poor taste, Jiang Chun said, holding his forehead, genuinely puzzled as to why this group of demon hunters was targeting him. After all, Jiang Chun was truly poor. Moreover, of all people to rob, they chose to rob the god King Tian Chun. Their judgment was truly questionable. Stop wasting words. Hand it over. Boss, stop talking nonsense with him. Oh, just attack. At this moment, behind the one-eyed giant, several upper-level demon hunters spoke up, looking impatient. As they spoke, one of them stepped forward, true chi flowing around his body, creating gusts of wind that howled around him. How bold! In broad daylight you dare to rob. But just as Jiang Chun prepared to take action, a furious shout came from a distance, followed by a sword light, like the glow of stars, which flashed and pierced through this person's chest. A sword gleamed with a cold light like the brilliance of stars as the demon hunter charging at Jiang Chun fell dead on the spot. One of them wore a white robe and a purple crown, his appearance strikingly handsome. The sword light from earlier was struck out by this young man. The other young man walked at the forefront, looking somewhat pale, yet strikingly handsome, almost appearing demonic. However, a hint of arrogance shone in his eyes, especially when he gazed at the group of demon hunters, his disdain and contempt completely unmasked. Even when looking at Jiang Chun, that arrogance remained unabated. As for the girl, she looked fairly ordinary, but her figure was extremely alluring, particularly her pair of towering peaks. Disciples of the Xinjiang Sect. The Xinjiang Sect is 300 miles from the Sunset Forest. What are they doing here? A group of demon hunters frowned, a hint of trepidation flashing in their eyes as they gazed at the three youths. Before the three from the Xinjiang Sect could approach, the one-eyed man waved his hand, turned darkly, and led his group away. Although the Xinjiang Sect is quite far from the Sunset Forest, its reputation is formidable, being a 7th-tier sect. Its disciples often venture out for training, and those who do are always powerful. Among the three Xinjiang Sect disciples, the weakest was the girl, yet her cultivation had already reached the upper stage of body realm. As for the leading young man, his cultivation had even reached the middle stage of thought realm. With such strength, the one-eyed man naturally dared not linger. Are you all right? At this moment, the young man in white approached Jiang Chun with a gentle smile. I'm fine. Jiang Chun shook his head and said, thank you. With such little cultivation you dare come to the Sunset Forest. If you don't die at the hands of the demon beast, you'll surely perish at the hands of those demon hunters. The leading young man said disdainfully, Chu Yuan, next time you encounter such matters it's best not to intervene, it wastes time. Senior brother Lin Mo, a swordsman, should act righteously. If I hadn't intervened, he would have been killed. The young man in white, Chu Yuan replied. Killing is killing. If one's strength is too weak, they have no one to blame, the leading young man Lin Mo said. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan immediately fell silent. It was obvious he was somewhat afraid of Lin Mo and dared not say much. Senior brother Lin Mo master has sent us out for training and asked us to collect the flame grass. The girl frowned. Flame grass grows deep within the sunset forest. The journey is perilous. We should take more people along to look after each other, and we can obtain the flame grass sooner. With such cultivation, bringing him along, just sending him to his death. Lin Mo said contemptuously, walking past Jiang Chun with an air of arrogance. Jiang Chun remained unbothered, waiting in place for a moment until Lin Mo and his group had gone far before he continued onward. Just a middle-stage thought realm cultivator, and yet so arrogant. Jiang Chun thought to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. Perhaps others didn't know what lay within the sunset forest, but he was well aware. The outskirts of the sunset forest were teeming with demon beasts, some even ruled by demon kings of Dao realm. Deeper within the beasts there rivaled the great cultivators of humanity. Beasts of such caliber unleash storms and thunder with their every move. A mere thought realm cultivator, if they ventured deep into the sunset forest and attracted the attention of those beasts, would surely meet their doom. What left Jiang Chun speechless was that the purpose for which Lin Mo and his companions had come to the sunset forest was surprisingly the same as his, to obtain flame grass. Forget it, since Chu Yuan helped me, I'll just protect you once. Jiang Chun sighed, trailing 1,000 meters behind Lin Mo's trio. Half a day later, as Jiang Chun passed through a small grove, the light before him suddenly dimmed considerably. The surrounding trees grew even taller, blocking out the sun. From this point onward, he had officially stepped into the territory of the sunset forest. Boom, boom. Continuing forward, it wasn't long before the sounds of battle explosions echoed ahead. In Jiang Chun's eyes, a glimmer of light flashed as he gathered his true energy and pierced through 1,000 meters to see Lin Mo and his companions battling a mid-stage body realm demon beast. Given Lin Mo and his friends' cultivation, a mid-stage body realm demon beast naturally couldn't harm them. However, upon seeing the beast, Jiang Chun silently wiped the sweat from his brow for Lin Mo and his companions. The demon beast resembled a bull with a triangular head covered in black scales and a flat tail that bore a flicker of azure ghostly fire. This demon beast was a Qinghua Binyu. It wasn't particularly strong, but the key point was, it was a pack-type demon beast. Is it truly foolish or just inexperienced? Since a Qinghua Binyu has appeared, there are certainly more around. Jiang Chun muttered. If this continues, once the other Qinghua Binyu rush over, you three will be worn out to death. However, Lin Mo and his companions had been training in the Xinjiang Sect and were not very familiar with demon beasts. Thus, they naturally regarded the mid-stage body realm Qinghua Binyu as nothing, much less would they consider retreat. Moo, moo. After several moments, just as the Qinghua Binyu fell, the sounds of bull roars echoed from all around. In 3 breaths of time, the distant trees began to collapse and stones flew everywhere. After another 3 breaths, over 30 Qinghua Binyu appeared surrounding Lin Mo and his companions. At that moment, Lin Mo and his companions' expressions changed drastically, especially the girl whose delicate body trembled. Qinghua Binyu, king, middle stage of thought realm. Jiang Chun from a distance once again wiped the cold sweat from his brow for Lin Mo and his companions upon seeing the leading Qinghua Binyu. A single middle-stage thought realm Qinghua Binyu king would be enough to annihilate Lin Mo and his companions. Not to mention, there were over 30 Qinghua Binyu surrounding them. Under normal circumstances, Lin Mo and his companions would undoubtedly perish. At this moment, Jiang Chun no longer hesitated. The celestial star within him erupted, and true energy poured out like a raging river with a whirlwind swirling beneath his feet. In 1,000-meter distance, Jiang Chun took only 3 breaths of time to charge over. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. Chu Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, not expecting to encounter Jiang Chun at such a time. Get lost. Are you here to seek death? Lin Mo shouted angrily. Don't come and add to the trouble. If you die, I won't help you choose a grave or carve a tombstone. Hearing the words of these two, Jiang Chun's lips curled slightly as he looked at Lin Mo and said, Your heart isn't bad, but your mouth is a bit foul. You? Aren't you leaving? A pack of Qinghua Binyu and a bull king, we don't have time to protect you. Lin Mo coldly remarked, releasing a gentle true energy from his palm, attempting to push Jiang Chun away. Though Lin Mo was proud, his heart was not malicious. At this moment, facing a group of Qinghua Binyu, his first thought was to let Jiang Chun leave first. However, if Jiang Chun were to leave, Lin Mo and the others would undoubtedly perish. After all, that Qinghua Binyu king was not to be trifled with. Good deeds are rewarded, have you heard that saying? At this moment, Jiang Chun chuckled lightly, shifting his body to evade Lin Mo's surge of true energy. Subsequently, he stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Mo and the others. What are you trying to do? Are you seeking death? The three of Lin Mo were astonished, and Chu Yuan rushed over, attempting to pull Jiang Chun back. Moo. However, as Chu Yuan took a step forward, the Qinghua Binyu King let out a roar, and a wave of green flames descended like a curtain of sky, landing right in front of Jiang Chun. The battle word 9 commands guard like a mountain. Jiang Chun's gaze hardened, and the true energy within him erupted, his entire body shining with golden light. The true energy gathered and instantly transformed into a great bell alongside the phantom of a towering mountain rising behind him. Boom. In the next moment, the green flames descended, colliding with the great bell formed by true energy. The blazing fire surged, golden brilliance erupted, and a sound akin to the bell being struck resonated. However, the cultivation of the Qinghua Binyu King far surpassed that of Jiang Chun. Even if Jiang Chun employed his divine technique, it was difficult to withstand this wave of flames. The great bell of true energy only sustained for 3 breaths before shattering. Run! Lin Mo shouted angrily, his blue long sword vibrating as beams of sword light cleaved forth. Yet this wave of flames was too ferocious. The green light surged, seemingly capable of melting everything. The beams of sword light plunged into the green flames akin to stones sinking into the ocean without a hint of response. This mere beast cannot harm me. Jiang Chun remained calm. What did it matter if the great bell of true energy shattered? It was merely a strand of his true energy. Boom. In the next moment, the green flames surged again, seemingly intent on engulfing and burning everything around. Yet as the flames descended, the mountain phantom behind Jiang Chun suddenly trembled. It was as if a great force of heaven and earth converged. Gusts of wind arose, and a rich earth color burst forth. The green flames roared, but at the moment of collision with the mountain phantom, they were dispersed, transforming into strands of green light rain, which then dissipated into nothingness. Puff! At this moment, Jiang Chun's complexion suddenly turned pale. After all, his cultivation was too low, and he was vastly inferior compared to the Qinghua Binyu King. Fortunately, this wave of flames was held back. Aren't you leaving? Hurry up! Behind him, Lin Mo and the others exclaimed in alarm, but they soon realized they were surrounded by Qinghua Binyu, and it was already too late to escape. Moreover, since Jiang Chun had taken action, he had no intention of retreating. The seal of 10,000 beasts. At this moment, a glint of brilliance erupted in Jiang Chun's eyes, his hands forming seals in succession, and the true energy within him surged, transforming into wisps of mist before him. The mist coalesced, and within moments it formed a rune. The rune pulsated, shimmering with divine radiance, and a terrifying pressure emanated from within. What is this? The seal of 10,000 beasts. This is the ultimate technique of the Beast King Sect. Lin Mo and the others gasped, their eyes wide open in disbelief that Jiang Chun could actually wield the seal of 10,000 beasts. This was an esoteric technique of the prominent beast sect in the godless continent. Once this seal was unleashed, all beasts in the world would have to submit. Moo! Moo! At this moment, the surrounding Qinghua Binyu let out roars, but no longer attacked Jiang Chun and the others. The Qinghua Binyu King stood still, its copper bell-like eyes flashing with a hint of struggle. It was resisting the seal of 10,000 beasts, trying to break free from its pressure. However, the seal of 10,000 beasts was specifically designed to target all demonic beasts and ferocious beasts in the world. Even demon kings and beast kings had to submit before it. Let's go. Jiang Chun spoke softly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "My cultivation is too weak. The duration of the seal of 10,000 beasts is not long. If we can leave the territory of the Qinghua Binyu within 30 breaths, we can survive." "What if we don't leave?" the girl asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes and replied irritably, "Big-chested and brainless, if we don't leave, then naturally we die together. Go." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo and Chu Yuan reacted quickly. With a light shout, Lin Mo carried Jiang Chun on his back, and the four rushed backward. "Forward," Jiang Chun urged. "I still need to go deeper into the sunset forest." "You're heavily injured. Oh, why go deeper into the sunset forest? Are you seeking death?" Lin Mo's words were still as harsh as ever. However, Jiang Chun understood that although this guy had a foul mouth, his heart was actually good. "If I wanted to die, no one could stop me. If I wanted to live, I would live as long as the heavens do." Jiang Chun spoke lightly, lying on Lin Mo's back, teasing, "Hurry up. Fine, we also want to go deeper into the sunset forest. It's just on the way." Lin Mo spoke softly and then led the charge forward. Lin Mo and the others moved swiftly. Within 30 breaths, they had already rushed out more than 30 miles, leaving the territory of the Qinghua Binyu. "We're safe now." Jiang Chun chuckled, "A humanoid mount." "What?" Lin Mo was taken aback, not understanding what Jiang Chun meant by humanoid mount. However, Lin Mo quickly reacted. Only now did he realize that Jiang Chun, who had seemed pale and was spitting blood, was actually not injured at all. It was merely blood that overflowed from the turbulent qi and blood within him. For cultivators, this didn't even count as an injury. You did this on purpose to make me carry you. Did you take me for your mount? Lin Mo was furious, throwing Jiang Chun off his back, with sword light erupting from his blue long sword. Senior brother. Chu Yuan, seeing this, hurried over and blocked Lin Mo, whispering, Senior brother, if we really fight, we may not be his match. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo also reacted. After all, for someone who could withstand the Qinghua Binyu King's attack, what did it matter if their cultivation was low? Their strength was evident. Furthermore, Lin Mo understood that Jiang Chen's previous martial techniques were extraordinary and should not belong to an ordinary person. Kid, I saved your life, and now you want to draw your sword against me. Jiang Chen laughed. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you. Lin Mo's expression was grim, but he still thanked Jiang Chen. However, Lin Mo felt uncomfortable in his heart. After all, with his realm of illusory realm in front of Jiang Chen, a spirit realm cultivator, he felt like he couldn't hold his head high, as if he were being suppressed one rank. What brings the disciples of the Xinjiang sect all the way to the Sunset Forest? Just for the flame grass. Jiang Chen looked up, fixing his gaze on Lin Mo and the others, a hint of inscrutable intent flashing in his eyes. The Xinjiang sect is a full 300 miles away from the Sunset Forest. Despite such a distance, the Xinjiang sect has sent 3 disciples. Could it truly be for the flame grass? Jiang Chun does not think so. The Xinjiang sect is merely a third-rate sect, and he believes that even a prestigious sect like it should have at least one flame grass. So what secret lies behind their long journey and the dispatch of only 3 disciples of not very high cultivation? Given that you saved us before, I will tell you this. Lin Mo frowned thought for a moment, and then said, the vice sect master of the Xinjiang sect entered the Sunset Forest alone some time ago and has not been heard from since. So you are here to look for the vice sect master of the Xinjiang sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately understood. The strength of a sect is not measured by the number of people it has, but by the number of powerful individuals it possesses. If the vice sect master of the Xinjiang sect has fallen in the Sunset Forest, and if this news were to spread and be discovered by other sects or the martial pavilion, the Xinjiang sect would surely suffer. Setting aside the enemies of the Xinjiang sect, if the martial pavilion learns that the Xinjiang sect has lost a powerful figure, it would undoubtedly have to reevaluate its standing. At that time, the Xinjiang sect might be demoted to an 8th-rate sect. Trees have bark and people have faces. The survival of a sect relies on its rank. For the sake of face, the Xinjiang sect cannot afford to make a big deal out of this and can only send disciples to act discreetly and investigate the Sunset Forest. What cultivation level does the vice sect master have? Jiang Chen asked. 3rd layer of the Dao realm. Lin Mo replied, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and felt puzzled. The Sunset Forest has existed for a long time. He had been there 3,000 years ago. He is well aware of the behavioral patterns of the demon kings within the Sunset Forest and knows that the strongest demon king there is only at the 5th layer of the Dao realm. These demon kings usually keep to themselves and rarely interfere with humans. Even if one were to trespass into a demon king's territory, they would typically turn a blind eye. Moreover, the difference between the 3rd layer and the 5th layer of the Dao realm is not significant. Logically speaking, the vice sect master of the Xinjiang sect should not have fallen in the Sunset Forest. After all, there is almost nothing in the Sunset Forest that could threaten someone at the 3rd layer of the Dao realm. The sect master has always been puzzled. Given the vice sect master's cultivation level, it should be impossible for him to die here. Chu Yuan frowned and said, so the sect master thinks the vice sect master met with an accident. Jiang Chen relaxed and murmured, but it is best to find your vice sect master first. One must see the living and the dead, otherwise we cannot conclude that he is already dead. As they spoke, the 4 continued on for a while. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had another thought in his mind. As the saying goes, you may know a person's face, but not their heart. He cannot fully trust the words of Lin Mo and the others. Moreover, what does it have to do with Jiang Chen that they are looking for the vice sect master of the Xinjiang sect? Under normal circumstances, he would not have inquired so thoroughly. However, when Jiang Chen saw the azure sword in Lin Mo's hand, he realized that these 3 individuals were likely not simple and perhaps even harbored some secrets. A sword forged from blue gold, what is probably a treasure of the sect among 3rd-rate sects, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Can an ordinary disciple carry such a sword? Although he thought this in his heart, Jiang Chen remained silent as the 4 continued forward, not speaking along the way. After advancing 30 miles, they came upon a small stream beyond which lay the depths of the Sunset Forest. On this journey, apart from the previous encounter with the group of Qinghua Binyu, they had not encountered any other demon beasts. We have reached the depths of the Sunset Forest. Let us part ways here. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with a glint as he cupped his hands toward Jiang Chun and said farewell. Goodbye, Jiang Chun smiled and replied, not saying much more. Afterward, Lin Mo and the others departed. Jiang Chun lingered for a moment before getting up to continue forward. After crossing the stream and advancing another 10 miles, he suddenly stopped. This was because a bloody smell had appeared in the surrounding air. Moreover, among a patch of weeds ahead, Jiang Chun saw several corpses of humans alongside a few corpses of demon beasts. All the blood in their bodies has disappeared. Jiang Chun frowned. After glancing at the corpses, he knew that something significant had likely occurred in the Sunset Forest. Throughout the journey, he had not seen any demon beasts, and now these corpses seemed to have been drained of their blood. Interesting, it's been 3,000 years since I last entered the Sunset Forest, and upon my return I encounter such strange happenings. Jiang Chun muttered as he continued forward. After another 10 miles, he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting ahead. Shengwu Sect. A few moments later, when Jiang Chun arrived at the scene of the battle, he happened to see a group of disciples from the Shengwu Sect besieging a masked woman. Among them, 6 disciples from the Shengwu Sect lay on the ground lifeless, and their deaths were similar to those of the previous corpses. They too had been drained of blood. Demoness. Killing and draining blood, cultivating in demonic arts, must be eradicated. Kill. At this moment, the disciples of the Shengwu Sect shouted angrily, but did not take action. They surrounded the masked woman, yelling angrily, but there was a hint of fear and trepidation in their eyes. Demonic arts. What is considered demonic? The masked woman spoke coldly, saying, Moreover, these people were not killed by me, they were already dead before I arrived here. You dare not even admit to the killings. A disciple from the Shengwu Sect said coldly, Even if these people were not killed by you, you cannot deny that you cultivate the devourer demonic art. In the realm of cultivation, what is the distinction between righteousness and evil? Since something exists, there is a reason for it. And since it exists, it can be cultivated. The masked woman spoke coldly, saying, The Shengwu Sect appears to be a righteous sect, but what you are doing now amounts to what? Is it not just that you wish to seize my devourer demonic art? Killing you, everything will belong to the Shengwu Sect. Kill. A group of disciples from the Shengwu Sect shouted angrily, yet not a single one dared to take action. Meanwhile, not far away, Jiang Chun suddenly felt his entire body tense up, sensing an extremely cold and bloodthirsty aura approaching this place. A group of people facing death, Jiang Chun whispered, concealing his own aura, and quietly hid in a pile of rocks, not daring to make a sound. This was because Jiang Chun could sense that the owner of that extremely cold and bloodthirsty aura was very strong, at least at the 9th layer of the Dao realm. Moments later, a series of chilling and unpleasant laughs echoed, and a man shrouded in black mist stepped over the ground littered with bones, walking towards them. His pace was not fast, as if he were strolling leisurely, yet after just 3 steps, he was already standing in front of a group of disciples from the Shengwu Sect. A wave of deathly energy surged forth, accompanied by rampant demonic qi. Like a black gale, as it howled, the surrounding flora withered away. So powerful. 9th level of Dao realm. Demonic clan's techniques. Jiang Chun hid among the pile of rubble, realizing that the events occurring in the Sunset Forest were likely orchestrated by this person. Demonic clan techniques come in various forms, but the most infamous are those that cultivate by consuming the blood essence of others. Such methods belong to the most sinister of techniques, and those who witness them must be punished. As for the masked woman's sky-devouring demonic art, although it is also a demonic technique, it is not as malevolent as this person's skill. Coincidence. 2 practitioners of demonic arts appearing simultaneously in the Sunset Forest. The Xinjiang sect sent disciples from afar, and the Shengwu sect's people also arrived. Jiang Chun thought to himself, feeling a sense that something significant was about to happen in the Sunset Forest. Jiuxiao, don't act recklessly. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in the masked woman's eyes, her icy voice laced with anger. Junior sister, what do you mean by acting recklessly? Jiuxiao spoke softly, his body filled with demonic qi, with ghostly white bones manifesting beneath his feet, surrounded by deathly energy. A group of disciples from the Shengwu sect looked pale, trembling all over. Even facing Jiuxiao, their vitality was rapidly draining away. It was as if there was no need for Jiuxiao to make a move. Their blood was already beyond their control. Demonic clan techniques, although they belong to the demonic path, good and evil hinge on a single thought. You cannot indiscriminately kill innocents just because you practice demonic techniques, nor can you consume the blood essence of others. The masked woman reprimanded. However, Jiuxiao paid her no mind, merely chuckling a few times before unleashing his demonic qi. Like a black fog, wherever it passed, the vegetation withered, and the essence of heaven and earth was plundered. In just a few breaths, the black fog descended, engulfing the group of disciples from the Shengwu sect. A few breaths later, when the black fog dissipated, the group of Shengwu sect disciples were all tragically dead. Their blood had been completely drained, their bodies resembling mummies devoid of any color. "Junior sister, why must you do this?" Jiuxiao said with a hint of mockery. "As disciples of the demonic sect, do you think you can stand above others, believing you to be as pure as a white lotus? From the moment you entered the demonic sect, all that was white, all that was good has already distanced itself from you." The masked woman fell silent upon hearing this. She firmly believed that although she had turned to the demonic path, her heart remained pure. She believed that her practice of demonic techniques was for a righteous cause. However, as time passed and her experiences broadened, her heart began to waver. Clearly, she had done nothing wrong. Clearly, she had never killed anyone yet in this world. As long as people knew she practiced the sky-devouring demonic art, they treated her as a demon wanting to execute her. Then what was the meaning of persisting in her original intentions? "I am different from you." After a long time, the masked woman finally spoke, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Once the sunset divine mark is activated, after I obtain what I desire, I will leave the demonic sect." "Leave the demonic sect? Can you really do that?" Jiuxiao scoffed. "As the heir of the sky-devouring demonic art, there are some matters from which you cannot extricate yourself. Even if you wish to depart, the demonic sect will not let you go. My own matters do not require your interference," the masked woman said coldly, turning away and walking into the distance. Jiuxiao remained in place for a moment, shrugged indifferently, and then his figure transformed into black fog, vanishing from the spot. At that moment, Jiang Chun still hid among the rubble, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "So that's it, the sunset divine mark has been activated. No wonder demonic clan members have appeared." Jiang Chun thought to himself. This place, known as the Sunset Forest, is simply because there lies an ancient divine mark within. It is said that it was once the Taoist venue of the demonic path's ancestor, the Sunset Demon God, and within it is hidden the legacy of the Sunset Demon God. Whether in the past or present, those of the demonic path regard the Sunset Demon God as their ancestor. Any practitioners of the demonic path desire to obtain the legacy of the Sunset Demon God. The Xinjiang sect, which cultivates the Grand Sword Qi, is a genuine righteous sect. Now that they have sent disciples here, it is likely not to search for the deputy leader of the Xinjiang sect, but rather to hunt demonic path practitioners. Jiang Chun thought, his mind racing as he slowly pieced together some matters. He could even guess that within this vast sunset forest there were likely more than just the Xinjiang sect and Shengwu sect. Surely other righteous sects had come as well. These sects must also have learned that the sunset divine mark is about to activate. Their combined purpose is not only to seek the divine mark, but also to eradicate demonic path practitioners. What is a demon? What is a Buddha? Good and evil are confused. Righteousness and evil are hard to distinguish. Just because one has cultivated demonic arts, does that make them a demon? What about those who step into the Buddha's path, their hands stained with blood? What do they count as? Jiang Chun murmured, slowly shaking his head, letting out a sigh. As a god king, he had witnessed many events and seen many people. He had once seen a great demon who, at the cost of his own life, saved countless beings. He had also seen someone enveloped in Buddha light, their hands drenched in blood, walking upon the corpses of countless beings. Thus, in Jiang Chen's eyes, Buddha and demon were merely the perspectives of the secular world. "Let's go take a look." After half a stick of incense, once Jiang Chun confirmed Jiuxiao had left, he stood up and headed towards the deepest part of the sunset forest. Jiang Chun was naturally aware of the location of the sunset divine mark. Moreover, based on his memories from his previous life, that flame grass also grew not far from the sunset divine mark, just right on the way. Of course, Jiang Chun had no interest in the sunset divine mark. After all, in his previous life, when he was still the god king of Tianjin, the sunset demon god was one of his subordinates. He had no regard for the techniques and legacies of his own subordinates. However, there was one thing Jiang Chun was interested in now, and that was Jiuxiao. What a lightning rod! If I can suppress it and keep it by my side, why would I worry about not attracting lightning? Jiang Chun murmured. Individuals like Jiuxiao, full of murderous intent, cultivating by consuming the blood essence of living beings, were bound to invite heavenly retribution. Thus Jiang Chun thought, cleverly seeking a way to suppress Jiuxiao, keeping him by his side to attract heavenly retribution and bring down heavenly lightning. In this way, Jiang Chun wouldn't even need to arrange formations or inscribe talismans. Relying solely on the heavenly retribution and lightning drawn by Jiuxiao, he could cultivate the endless art. He continued onward until, after delving deep for 100 miles, Jiang Chun finally arrived near the sunset divine mark. Standing atop a towering ancient tree, Jiang Chun gazed ahead 3 miles away at an open area where a layer of black fog surged into the sky. That place is where the sunset divine mark lies. Xinjiang sect, Shengwu sect, 8 directions, gate, Martial Pavilion Alliance. There are indeed many people here. Jiuxiao wore a faint smile as he saw the area around the Sunset Divine Mark filled with people. It could be said that the sects within a 500-mile radius of Bega City had basically all arrived. Seeing such a gathering of righteous sects, Jiuxiao could only shake his head repeatedly. The opening of the Setting Sun's divine relic would undoubtedly attract individuals from various demonic paths, among whom there would certainly be powerful figures of great demon level. Yet the strongest cultivators sent by these sects were merely at the 9th level of Dao realm, barely on par with Jiuxiao. Jiuxiao believed that among the demonic individuals coming here there would definitely be those stronger than Jiuxiao. In this case, relying solely on these people, how could they possibly guard the Setting Sun's divine relic? Moreover, Jiuxiao did not believe that these so-called righteous sects were here purely to protect the relic. What righteous sects? When the relic opens, they will surely covet the inheritance of the Setting Sun demon god. What they might do then could be even worse than that of the demonic path. Jiuxiao scoffed. Gazing into the distance, he had no intention of going out just like that. After all, his cultivation was too low. If he went out like this, his life and death would likely not be in his own hands. Boom, boom. Suddenly, explosive sounds echoed around the Setting Sun's divine relic. Upon closer inspection, Jiuxiao saw a group from the Xinjiang sect actually battling against people from the Xingwu sect. Not long after, the Bafang sect and the Alliance also engaged in battle. Only the people from the Wuga stood to the side, remaining uninvolved in these fights. The Setting Sun's divine relic hasn't even opened yet, and they're already fighting. Indeed, the so-called righteous are merely superficial. Jiuxiao said disdainfully. Before the Setting Sun's divine relic, in the presence of the inheritance of the Setting Sun demon god, the greed and evil within these righteous individuals were infinitely magnified. At this moment, a great battle had commenced, and the area around the Setting Sun's divine relic was already stained with blood. A bunch of ants. How could the Setting Sun's divine relic be something you can touch? About half a stick of incense later, as the 4 major sects were in the heat of battle, a cold voice, filled with demonic energy, came from afar. Looking over, he saw Jiuxiao alone, stepping through the phantoms of bones rushing in from a distance. Wherever he passed, the grass withered and the beasts lost their vitality, and a wave of demonic energy transformed into a fierce wind enveloping a group of people ahead. The great disciple of the demon sect, Jiuxiao. We've been waiting for you. Come quickly to die. The group from the Xinjiang sect, Bafang sect, Xingwu sect, and the Alliance instantly halted their battle, angrily shouting at Jiuxiao. The people of the Wuga took a few steps forward, their true energy roaring like a tempest, dispersing the demonic energy emitted by Jiuxiao. You want my life, Jiuxiao? Do you have the strength to do so? Jiuxiao laughed wildly, standing opposite the people of the Wuga, but did not take further action. At the same moment as his words fell, a shadow like a specter charged in from afar. In the blink of an eye, a white-haired old man appeared beside Jiuxiao, the great elder of the demon sect, Mo Xingtian, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Dao realm. What? Mo Xingtian? At this moment, except for the people of the Wuga, the expressions of everyone from the other sects changed drastically, their eyes filled with fear. The demon sect is the most powerful demonic sect in the vicinity of Bega City. And this Mo Xingtian is the great elder of the demon sect, known as the one who dominates the demonic world. His cultivation, although at the 9th level of Dao realm, was merely a step away from breaking through. It could be said that among all present, this Mo Xingtian was the strongest. I knew it. With the opening of the Setting Sun's divine relic, how could the demon sect only send out Jiuxiao? Jiuxiao stood at a distance, a hint of cold laughter on his lips. Even if that group of people were all killed, Jiuxiao wouldn't bat an eyelash. After all, these people had nothing to do with him. Standing atop an ancient tree, Jiuxiao intended to remain uninvolved, hoping to find an opportunity to gather the flame grass, preferably even suppressing Jiuxiao. However, Jiuxiao's plans came to naught. An ant dares to look down on us. Accompanied by a furious shout, Mo Xingtian struck out with a palm from afar. The demonic energy surged like waves, heading straight for Jiuxiao's location. Oh, I've been discovered. Jiuxiao chuckled lightly, not feeling surprised. After all, in front of a pinnacle 9th level Dao realm expert, it was indeed difficult for his level of cultivation to remain hidden. At that moment, within Jiuxiao's surging true energy erupted like a golden bell, enveloping him. Behind him, a phantom of a mountain manifested, and a great force of heaven and earth emerged. The 9 words of battle guard like a mountain. Jiuxiao shouted lightly. The golden bell collided with the demonic energy, its sound resonating throughout the area. Immediately, the mountain phantom behind him quaked. The great force of heaven and earth erupted, dispersing the demonic energy released by Mo Xingtian. Great force of heaven and earth. Who are you? Mo Xingtian frowned, looking in Jiuxiao's direction, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. For the great force of heaven and earth is not something just anyone can condense. and anyone capable of utilizing the great force of heaven and earth must possess profound cultivation. However, when Jiang Chun descended from the treetop and appeared before everyone, the crowd was instantly dumbfounded. Even Mo Xingtian was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting that the one capable of condensing the great force of heaven and earth would actually be a mere newcomer at the upper tier of the spiritual realm. You flatter me. I am merely the leader of the Chuanzuan sect, Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun smiled, and with a casual expression, he took a few steps to stand outside the setting sun's divine relic, forming a triangular formation with the Wuge and Mo Xingtian. You are Jiang Chun. You are the one who dared to plant a seal within Sheng Linyan's body. The group from the Xingwu sect immediately shouted angrily, especially the leader, whose eyes flickered with a mad, killing intent as he looked at Jiang Chun. For this person was none other than the sect master of the Xingwu sect, Sheng Linyan's father. If my son suffers even the slightest harm, the entire Chuanzuan sect will pay with their lives. Sheng Jiuyang stared at Jiang Chun, his internal spiritual power surging, the aura of the third level of Dao realm bearing down on Jiang Chun like a raging wind. Sheng Linyan's life is still in my hands. Do you dare to touch me? Jiang Chun said playfully, standing still without moving an inch. Upon hearing this, Sheng Jiuyang frowned, and with a wave of his hand, that aura instantly vanished without a trace. There are only 3 days left until the Tenduyi agreement. After 3 days, the Chuanzuan sect will be annihilated. Sheng Jiuyang said coldly, choosing not to act against Jiang Chun for the sake of Sheng Linyan. Just an ant. Zhong Jiao spoke lightly. Without hesitation, he struck out a palm, and a stream of demonic energy shot forward like a sword, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, directly pressuring Jiang Chun. In Zhong Jiao's eyes, a small cultivator at the upper tier of the spiritual realm was merely an eyesore. And since he was an ant, crushing him would be as simple as unleashing a stream of demonic energy. You dare to act against the heavens? Do you not fear divine retribution? Jiang Chun said with a light laugh, raising his palm as strands of true energy began to gather. Then the true energy converged like fine threads, sketching in front of Jiang Chun. In just 3 breaths, the talisman was completed. The talisman, resembling a purple lightning bolt, darkened the sky above the sunset divine mark. At the moment it was drawn, shrouding it in thick clouds. At this instant, both Chong Jiao and Mo Xingtian's expressions changed drastically, their bodies trembling. The others from various sects looked at Jiang Chun with a flicker of horror and surprise in their eyes. It is rare to find a talisman master. Among hundreds of cultivators, only one might emerge. And for any sect, a talisman master is a treasure-level figure. A powerful talisman master can single-handedly turn the tide in battle, even becoming an immovable barrier against thousands. Talisman art transcends heaven and earth. A seemingly simple talisman holds boundless utility. Just like this moment after Jiang Chun condensed this talisman, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. Those are the tribulation clouds. Kid, stop this at once. Sir, let us speak properly. Chong Jiao and Mo Xingtian's faces turned pale. Although their realms were significantly higher than Jiang Chen's as practitioners of the demonic path, they were already subject to divine retribution for their defiance. Under normal circumstances, those of the demonic path commit acts against heaven and thus conceal their presence to avoid attracting divine retribution and suffering the punishment of thunder. However, now with Jiang Chen's talisman, the heavenly tribulation has been summoned. No matter how well Chong Jiao and Mo Xingtian hide their presence, they cannot escape the punishment of the heavenly tribulation. Before you look down on me as an ant, what about now? Jiang Chun mocked. Demon and Buddha righteousness and evil are inherently indistinguishable. Good and evil depend entirely on one's actions. What you two have done has long defied the heavenly path. Now that the heavenly tribulation descends, do you have any grievances? Upon hearing this, Chong Jiao's face grew even paler. He knew very well that his cultivation, which relied on consuming others' essence blood, was itself a violation of the heavenly path. Now if the heavenly tribulation descends, he would undoubtedly perish. Mo Xingtian is slightly better off. Although he is also a practitioner of the demonic path, his actions are not as extreme as Chong Jiao's. Thus the severity of the divine punishment and the heavenly tribulation that Mo Xingtian would face is much weaker than Chong Jiao's. However, no matter how weak the heavenly tribulation is, if Mo Xingtian encounters it, he will be severely injured, if not killed. Surrounding them, there is a group of righteous sect individuals. Should Mo Xingtian be grievously injured, the consequences are all too clear. Kid, I will kill you. At this moment, seeing the heavenly tribulation about to descend, Chong Jiao, aware of his impending doom, let out a furious roar, unleashing a surge of demonic energy that surged towards Jiang Chun like a black dragon. He intended to drag Jiang Chun down as a scapegoat. The word of battle shall be like a mountain. Jiang Chun softly intoned, and a golden bell manifested around him with a mountain silhouette appearing behind. A tremendous force of heaven and earth erupted, enveloping Jiuxiao, making him as unyielding as a boulder. The black dragon formed from demonic energy rushed towards him, shattering the golden bell, but it collapsed before the mountain silhouette. Of course, due to the vast difference in realms, although Jiuxiao did not die, he was still shaken, his internal energy surging, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom. At the same time, the tribulation clouds rolled in the sky, and purple lightning erupted, resembling a waterfall cascading down from the heavens, directly engulfing Jiuxiao. Accompanied by cries of despair, the crowd saw Jiuxiao trembling beneath the thunder, his face contorted, his demonic energy being reduced to dust by the lightning. In just a few breaths, Jiuxiao's 7 orifices bled and cracks appeared all over his flesh. Like a spider web, the cracks spread across his body, seemingly ready to shatter with a mere gust of wind. Beside him, Mo Xingtian's expression changed drastically, sensing the heavenly tribulation that Jiuxiao faced, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. "Sir, if you spare me this once, Mo Xingtian will certainly be loyal to you," Mo Xingtian said earnestly. "In the face of death, how many can remain calm, how many can ignore it, and how many can be free of fear?" Even Mo Xingtian, the great elder of the demonic sect known as the Demon of the World, was now frightened. "I can spare you, but you must establish a master-servant contract. Otherwise, the fate of Jiuxiao will be yours," Jiuxiao said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Mo Xingtian did not hesitate at all, for beside him Jiuxiao had already been obliterated beneath the thunder, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. He was utterly terrified, as the great elder of the demonic sect reaching this level of cultivation was no easy feat. How could he willingly accept death? "In the name of Mo Xingtian, I swear a blood oath, recognizing Jiuxiao as my master, considering myself as a servant. From now on, my body, life, and soul shall be under Jiuxiao's command." Mo Xingtian hurriedly spoke, a drop of blood falling from his brow, coalescing into an obscure symbol in the air. Then this symbol fell before Jiuxiao, which he swiftly took. Thus, the master-servant contract has been established. Dissolved. Immediately, Jiuxiao lightly commanded, and with a wave of his hand, the talisman in the sky vanished. In an instant, the tribulation clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a vast blue sky, as if there had never been any thunder here. "Jiuxiao, why do you take the great elder of the demonic sect as your servant? Is it to be entangled with the demonic sect? This is simply outrageous. Although the righteous sect has fallen, it is still a righteous path. Now that you have established a master-servant contract with the great elder of the demonic sect, do tell, are you righteous or evil?" At this moment, angry voices echoed around. A group of people, including the martial pavilion, stared intently at Jiuxiao, their eyes filled with apprehension. For now, Mo Xingtian is Jiuxiao's servant. Whatever Jiuxiao commands, Mo Xingtian must comply and cannot resist. And Mo Xingtian's cultivation here is the strongest. If Jiuxiao orders Mo Xingtian to act against them, the consequences would be unimaginable. In my eyes, there has never been a distinction between righteousness and evil. Jiuxiao spoke softly. "Do not hide behind the name of righteousness while committing acts of the demonic path." "Nonsense. I see you are inherently connected to the demonic path. Indeed, otherwise how could a mere upper-tier spirit realm cultivator possess such means, eh?" A group of people shouted, not only shocked by Jiuxiao's earlier display of strength, but also filled with doubt. They found it hard to comprehend how an upper-tier spirit realm cultivator could have such abilities and strength. Only by entering the demonic path could one see such a surge of power. But has Jiuxiao truly entered the demonic path? It was clear that none of the people present were blind. They all knew Jiuxiao had not entered the demonic path. They simply used the name of righteousness to unjustly label Jiuxiao. "All right, then even if I have entered the demonic path, what can you do?" Jiuxiao suddenly chuckled, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, especially directed at the people of Shengwu sect, where killing intent surged. "Since you claim I have entered the demonic path, then today I shall act in the manner of the demonic path. Do you dare accept?" Jiuxiao said coldly. At this, the entire place fell silent. Even the few members of the martial pavilion fell silent, looking at Jiuxiao with deep apprehension in their eyes. "Master, if you require my intervention, simply command me," Mo Xingtian murmured softly. Though he obeyed Jiuxiao's orders, he did so with profound reluctance. Yet he had no choice. Bound by a master-servant covenant, he must perform flawlessly. Should Jiuxiao grow displeased, his life could be extinguished in an instant. "I dislike taking lives," Jiuxiao said with a gentle smile, yet a razor-sharp glint flickered in his eyes. He truly disdained slaughter, but should he be pushed too far, the entire world would drown in blood and ruin. The wrath of a divine sovereign defies mortal resistance. Even at diminished cultivation, Jiang Chen's fury remained unstoppable. I am Lu Tianming, Deputy Master of the Qingyun Martial Pavilion. At that moment, the leader of the pavilion's delegation stepped forward and spoke. His expression grave, he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Chun and declared solemnly, I advise you, eliminate Mo Xingtian immediately. Otherwise, others may mistake you for a demon cultivator. Before considering your own fate, the Quanzun sect will inevitably be dragged into peril. Are you threatening me? Jiang Chun arched a brow and shook his head lightly. Pity. I have never yielded to threats, nor do I tolerate them. On the Wuxian continent, our Qingyun martial pavilion reigns supreme. The Quanzun sect is no longer what it once was. Should we declare hostilities, can it possibly survive? Lu Tianming's voice turned icy. You dare threaten me again? Jiang Chen's countenance darkened, a sliver of lethal intent gleamed in his eyes. And what if you do? What is the Quanzun sect but dust before our pavilion? At my single command, the Qingyun branch pavilion could erase it utterly. Lu Tianming's voice rang cold and sharp. At these words, Jiang Chun burst into thunderous laughter. He disliked slaughter, but that did not mean he would refrain from it. As a divine sovereign, he had ascended the divine throne, treading upon mountains of corpses and rivers of bleached bone, each step forged in merciless conquest. Now, a mere deputy master of a branch pavilion dared threaten him. Preposterous. So one command is all it takes to annihilate the Quanzun sect. Jiang Chun raised a brow and gestured faintly. Mo Xingtian. Understood. Mo Xingtian nodded instantly, and black demonic energy erupted from his frame like a storm unleashed. Whoosh. In the next breath, Mo Xingtian shot forward like a phantom, swifter than shadow, darker than night. A flash of obsidian light, and before anyone could react, he stood before Lu Tianming. Crack. Before Lu Tianming could even flinch, a bolt of demonic energy lanced from Mo Xingtian's palm, black as midnight steel, and pierced straight through his forehead. Lu Tianming, Deputy Master of the Qingyun Martial Pavilion's branch, slain. To kill one is murder, to kill two remains murder. Jiang Chun murmured softly. If slaughter must be done, let it be absolute. To cut grass without uprooting its core invites renewal with the spring wind. I refuse to let this root sprout anew from the sunset forest. Yes, Master. Mo Xingtian bowed his head. The demonic aura around him surged violently, coalescing into spiraling black gales. Beneath his feet, spectral white bones shimmered into view, and as he shifted sideways, wails of lost souls echoed through the air. Thud! Thud! Instantly, Mo Xingtian struck, each impact a muffled death knell. Wherever he passed, pavilion cultivators fell lifeless one after another. At the peak of the 9th realm of Dao, his strength rendered him invincible here. No one could withstand him. Within a dozen breaths, every last member of the pavilion lay dead. Mo Xingtian halted, turning toward Jiang Chun as if awaiting further instruction. Why hesitate? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Release one survivor, to ensure the pavilion learns of this. Do you wish to see me perish, or the Quanzun sect erased by their wrath? Understood, Master. Mo Xingtian bowed again, yet a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Moments earlier, Jiang Chun had claimed he abhorred killing, yet now he ordered the annihilation of everyone present. Was that truly the stance of one who disdained slaughter? Yet upon reflection, Mo Xingtian realized Jiang Chen's logic held truth better, that all others perish than that he himself descend into oblivion. Such is the unyielding law of survival. Jiang Chun, this has nothing to do with us. This is your affair, with Lu Tianming with the pavilion. Why drag us into it? In that instant, cultivators from the Xinjiang Sect, Bafang Gate Alliance Assembly, and Xingwu Sect cried out in unison, trembling from head to toe. They knew full well, even united, they stood no chance against Mo Xingtian. True reinforcements would arrive from their sects, but by then they would already lie dead at his hands. Wind stirs, the grass sways. Rain falls, it touches all things. Jiang Chun spoke quietly, his expression serene, his eyes devoid of warmth or mercy. Having been touched by this matter, only two outcomes remain. He continued, first, the wind stills, the rain ceases. Second, the grass withers, all things perish. You slaughter indiscriminately. What separates you from demons? Jiang Chun, do you fear heavenly retribution? A chorus of furious, terrified shouts rose around him. Jiang Chun merely chuckled, shrugged indifferently, then lifted his gaze to the heavens and murmured, heavenly retribution. 3,000 years ago, I nearly cleaved the sky itself in two. Does it dare punish me now? Kill. At Jiang Chen's soft command, Mo Xingtian surged forward like a column of living shadow. Demonic energy churned around them, thick black mist coiling like a labyrinth, sealing the battlefield tight. Thud, thud. Each muffled impact marked another death. Mo Xingtian moved like a demon sovereign risen from the black abyss. Where he passed, blood sprayed, crimson grass, stained scarlet bodies collapsed in heaps. Jiang Chun. Wait, no. 30-odd breaths later, familiar voices pierced the haze. Desperate, trembling, unmistakable. Jiang Chen's brows knit faintly. Halt. The moment the word left his lips, the demonic mist dissolved, the black fog vanished, and Mo Xingtian returned to Jiang Chen's side, puzzled. Before them of the entire assembly, only 3 youths remained alive, faces pale with terror. They were Lin Mo and Chu Yuan of the Xinjiang sect, and the young woman. Enough. You may go. After a long silence, Jiang Chen sighed. Leave, and forget everything that transpired here today. You? Chu Yuan opened his mouth, staring at Jiang Chun as though beholding a stranger. In their memory, Jiang Chun had been courageous, righteous, never one to slay the innocent. Yet what they had just witnessed shattered that image entirely, leaving only doubt and the chilling sense that the Jiang Chun they thought they knew was gone. Go now? Let today's events dwell forever in your hearts. If even a single word escapes your lips, I shall show no mercy. Jiang Chen's voice lowered, resonant and final. Lin Mo and the others departed without reply, fear etched deep into their expressions. Master, are you not concerned they'll speak of this? Mo Xingtian frowned. Releasing them sows future calamity. What harm if they do? Jiang Chen smiled. From now on I walk in daylight. You dwell in shadow. And every black deed shall bear your name. Mo Xingtian stared, speechless, stunned into silence, unable to utter a single word. Letting go of a few disciples from the Xinjiang sect is nothing significant for Jiang Chun. After all, who would take the words of a few mere disciples seriously? Even if they did believe them, Jiang Chun could always shift the blame for what transpired here onto Mo Xingtian. At this moment, Mo Xingtian wore a glum expression, feeling that his master was truly a burden. The sunset divine relic is about to awaken, isn't it? Jiang Chun murmured, gazing at the open space ahead with no fluctuation of emotion in his eyes. He held no interest in the inheritance of the sunset demon god. If it weren't for the need to gather the flame grass, Jiang Chun wouldn't even step foot into the sunset forest. However, for those of the demonic path, the inheritance of the sunset demon god is considered a treasure. Master, the sects around Bega Mountain should already be aware of this matter. Mo Xingtian said in a deep voice, the other sects will eventually arrive here sooner or later. The Xinjiang sect, the Xingwu sect, the Bafang sect, the Alliance, and some of the strongest from the Wugo will also come. By then, we, Mo Xingtian being from the demonic path, would not be tolerated by those from the righteous path. If those powerful sect members were to arrive, Mo Xingtian wouldn't dare to act too arrogantly, and he couldn't even be certain of his ability to protect himself. You first help me gather a flame grass, then hide. I'll handle the rest myself, Jiang Chen instructed. Do not come out without my command. Understood. Mo Xingtian nodded, his figure flickering as he transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. Jiang Chun then rose and moved to the top of a towering ancient tree, sitting down quietly. It wasn't that Jiang Chun wanted to stay behind, but rather he wished to see just how powerful the strongest individuals around Bega City truly were. After all, the first step to developing the Chuanzuan sect is to establish a foothold in Bega City. By understanding the strength of other sects, Jiang Chun could gauge the situation better. About half a stick of incense later, a sound of air being torn apart came from afar. He saw an elder dressed in a white robe resembling a white crane flying through the air and landing at the edge of the sunset divine relic. This person was Shengwu, the former leader of the Shengwu sect and the grandfather of Sheng Linyun. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the Dao realm. Who did this? At this moment, Shengwu let out a long howl to the sky, gazing at the corpses of a group of Shengwu sect disciples on the ground, as well as the body of his own son Sheng Jiuyang with bloodshot eyes. Shengwu, who did this? A few breaths later, a middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown and wielding a sharp sword descended from the sky. Upon seeing the corpses of the Xinjiang sect disciples, his expression darkened like murky water. There is demonic energy here. This was done by someone from the demonic path. Shengwu said coldly, what audacity. They dare to kill even my people from the Wuga. Do they think the Alliance has no one? What a demonic path daring to commit such heinous acts. After half a stick of incense, the head of the Wuga from Qingshan town, the president of the Alliance, and the master of Bafang sect all rushed over. All these individuals had cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Dao realm, especially Su Changxiao, the head of the Wuga, whose aura hinted at breaking through, making him the strongest among them. Master! Master! Avenging the elders and fellow disciples. After another 10 breaths, Lin Mo and the others rushed over from the distance with grim expressions. Especially Lin Mo, who upon seeing the corpses of the Xinjiang sect members on the ground clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Oh, all these people are dead. Why are the 3 of you still alive? The master of the Xinjiang sect, Jian Ning, frowned, looking puzzled. It was Jiang Chen, the leader of the Chuanzuan sect, who instructed the great elder of the demon sect, Mo Xingtian, to do this. These people were all killed by Mo Xingtian. Lin Mo said in a deep voice. Too cruel. Just because of a few words he exterminated everyone here, the girl added. He is even worse than the demonic path. Senior brother, senior sister, if we consider this from a different perspective, we cannot solely blame Jiang Chun, we should blame the Wuga. Chu Yuan frowned, thinking a lot, and also understanding many things. He even thought that if it had happened to him, he too would massacre everything for himself and his sect. Chu Yuan, are you out of your mind? These people are your fellow disciples and elders. Lin Mo said in a deep voice. I see you have fallen into the demonic path. Where is Jiang Chun? Jian Ning asked in a deep voice, naturally trusting the words of his disciples. At the same time, Sheng Wu was enraged. After all, there was already a feud between the Quanzun sect and the Sheng Wu sect, and Jiang Chun had previously planted a seal within Sheng Linyan. In this case, even if Jiang Chun wasn't responsible for the incident, Sheng Wu would still regard him as a mortal enemy. I am right here. At this moment, Jiang Chun leaped down from a nearby ancient tree, with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mo and the others. It seems I truly shouldn't have let you go. What? Are you implying that these people were indeed killed by you instructing Mo Xingtian? Jian Ning glared angrily, his true energy in turmoil, and sword energy swirling around him like starlight. I will kill you first, then annihilate the Quanzun sect. Sheng Wu shouted in anger, striking out with a palm, the imprint like a radiant sun, directly targeting Jiang Chun. Buzz. But suddenly the air around them seemed to freeze in place. The true energy within everyone was sealed. Even the palm imprint struck out by Sheng Wu quietly disappeared in midair. At the same time, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds at the location of the sunset divine relic, the ground shattered, and a surge of demonic energy soared into the sky, with a black palace slowly rising from the fissure in the earth. The sunset divine relic has awakened, the divine palace has emerged, and the restrictions have activated, Jiang Chun said, with a smile, appearing calm, as he had already calculated the timing. Otherwise would Jiang Chun step out to face a group of cultivators at the peak of the 9th level of the Dao realm. Now, with the emergence of the sunset divine palace within a 10-mile radius, the restrictions activated, suppressing all power of those within the restricted area to the upper tier of the spiritual realm. If their foundation wasn't solid enough, their cultivation could even be suppressed to the middle or lower tier of the spiritual realm. Kill him first. This sort of scourge must be eradicated. Sheng Wu's expression darkened, his realm suppressed to the middle tier of the spiritual realm, and a hint of wariness appeared in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Chun. However, the head of the Wugo Wu Mu and the master of the Bafang sect Li Qing had their cultivations only suppressed to the upper tier of the spiritual realm. Together with Jian Ning and the president of the alliance, Sheng Wu believed that they could easily crush Jiang Chun. My life is right here if you want to just take it, Jiang Chun said calmly, a faint smile on his face. Although there were restrictions here, Jiang Chun had opened 36 spiritual veins and condensed the heavenly star. His cultivation had not been suppressed at all. Even if he were suppressed with the power of 36 spiritual veins, he could easily overwhelm these few people in front of him. The individuals present were all top-tier powerhouses from the Bega City area. Although they may not have been the absolute strongest, they were certainly not far from it. Take Sheng Wu, for example. Without him, the Sheng Wu sect would not have advanced to an 8th-tier sect. Then there were Jian Ning, Li Qing, and others whose strength surpassed that of Sheng Wu. Yet the strongest among them was none other than Wu Mu, the master of the Qingyun Town Martial Pavilion. Under the suppression of the restrictions, his cultivation remained one of the top existences among this group. However, even so, what problems could it pose for Jiang Chun? With 36 spiritual veins activated, the density of true qi within him was far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine, even incomparable. Buzz. At this moment, Jiang Chun's body trembled as the 36 spiritual veins erupted, resembling rivers of stars connecting with the celestial bodies. A terrifying surge of true qi erupted from his body, as if a river had burst its dam. What? How can a spirit realm cultivator possess such abundant true qi? The likes of Sheng Wu and others were shocked, their eyes widening and even their bodies trembling slightly. Before Jiang Chun even made a move, the sheer pressure of his true qi was enough to overwhelm Sheng Wu and the others. Bright and dark celestial dance. Without waiting for everyone to react, Jiang Chun focused his gaze, and with a light shout, radiant light surged from his hands. Two streams of true qi, one black and one white, surged like swords with sharp sword energies swirling around him. The black and white light encircled him, each step he took resembling that of a fierce tiger. No, the speed was even faster than a tiger, like a phantom flashing before everyone's eyes. Thud, thud. At this moment, Sheng Wu and the others only heard a series of dull sounds beside their ears, accompanied by a pungent smell of blood. The black and white light danced around them, resembling a black and white ballet. Wherever he went, the sword energy was sharp, the cold light alternating between black and white like night and day. Stop. No. In just a few breaths, Sheng Wu and the others could no longer withstand it, their eyes filled with horror. Jian Ning spoke up on the spot, his face pale, his lips trembling. He could barely see Jiang Chen's figure, only the black and white brilliance swirling around him, and in a matter of moments, he had sustained over a dozen wounds. Sheng Wu, Li Qing, and the others were drenched in blood. Only Wu Mu, with his abundant true qi, had surrounded himself with a light barrier, suffering slightly less damage. However, everyone understood that if this continued, they would not even be able to touch the hem of Jiang Chen's clothes. They would be killed here. In fact, Sheng Wu and the others had a feeling that Jiang Chen could have killed them long ago. At this moment, it seemed Jiang Chen was merely toying with them. It's been a long time since I fought. This bright and dark celestial dance has become rusty. It's perfect to practice on you and refresh my memory. The black and white light flickered as Jiang Chen's voice echoed in the ears of everyone. Upon hearing this, Sheng Wu and the others became even more convinced that Jiang Chen had not taken them seriously and was simply playing with them. Stop. Jiang Chen. Stop. If we die, the Bega City area will tremble. How will a mere sect like the Chuanzuan sect withstand the wrath of our major sects then? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen sneered dismissively, not even pausing in his movement. The black and white brilliance surged again like a ghost, darting around Sheng Wu and the others. The clashing of swords sounded like a symphony. The sword energies flickered, dazzling like a rainbow. Thud, thud. Finally, after 30 breaths, the leaders of the 8 directions, Sect Li Qing, the president of the Alliance, and Jian Ning of the Star Sword Sect, all fell to the ground lifeless. Only Wu Mu and Sheng Wu remained struggling under the relentless black and white sword energies. Their bodies were covered with more and more sword wounds, blood soaking their bodies and pooling at their feet. In fact, at this moment, they would die from excessive blood loss, even without Jiang Chen's intervention. Spare me. He'll accept any terms you propose. I am willing to serve you as a master. After another 10 breaths, Wu Mu and Sheng Wu finally could not hold on any longer, casting aside their last shred of dignity and begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stopped his true qi, dissipating the black and white light, fading a playful expression on his face as he looked at Wu Mu and Sheng Wu. Not everyone can become my servant, Jiang Chen spoke softly. At the very least, to be my servant, one needs some ability, something to assist me. What can you help me with? Jiang Chen then turned to Sheng Wu, mockingly asking, what can you help me with? I can serve you with my life. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. Sheng Wu quickly replied, having already collapsed to the ground from blood loss. Is that all? What use do I have for you? Jiang Chen scoffed. Serving one's life. Sorry, in Jiang Chen's eyes, no one in this world qualified to serve him. In fact, Jiang Chen believed he could handle everything related to battle himself. If that's the case, what use was Sheng Wu? Thud. Immediately, a cold light shot from Jiang Chen's fingertip, piercing through Sheng Wu's brow. The former sect master of the Sheng Wu sect had fallen. Now tell me, what use do you have? Jiang Chen then looked at Wu Mu, pointing at Sheng Wu's corpse. Think carefully before you speak, otherwise you'll accompany him. I am a member of the Martial Pavilion, and all sects in the world are under the jurisdiction of the Martial Pavilion. Wu Mu thought for a moment and said, I can handle many matters for you within the Martial Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned, thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers and smiled. All right, let's establish a contract. 3,000 years ago, the Chuanzuan sect was incredibly powerful and glorious. Back then, the Martial Pavilion could manage all sects, but did not dare interfere in Chuanzuan sect matters. But now it was different. Since the fall of the Chuanzuan sect, the Martial Pavilion had become the sole power. Even the first-tier sects had to be controlled by the Martial Pavilion. For example, sect promotions, changing sect masters, even sealing holy sons had to be approved by the Martial Pavilion. If the Martial Pavilion chose to create difficulties, no matter how powerful your sect was, you would be suppressed for a lifetime and might never be able to promote. Jiang Chen understood very clearly that since he had returned, the Chuanzuan sect naturally had to restore its former glory. During this interim, his strength had yet to return to its peak, making it impossible to confront the Martial Pavilion heathen. Thus, some matters naturally had to be entrusted to the Martial Pavilion. Contract established. A few moments later, Wu Mu signed the contract and became Jiang Chen's servant. Jiang Chen said little more, merely casting a meaningful glance at Wu Mu, saying, From now on, do what you are supposed to do, say what you are supposed to say, or else your name will be on the gates of the underworld. Yes. Wu Mu nodded. With his life now in Jiang Chen's hands, he dared not utter a single dissenting word. Let's go. Then Jiang Chen waved his hand, and after softly speaking, walked toward the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. This scene left Wu Mu astonished, and he couldn't help but ask, the Sunset Divine Relic has opened. Don't you want the inheritance inside? The legacy of the Sunset Demon God. What do you want it for? Jiang Chen murmured, slowly shaking his head, a light laugh escaping his lips. If you desire it, I can give you anything, but the key is, do you have the qualification to ask for it? Wu Mu was taken aback by this and stared intently at Jiang Chen's back, increasingly perplexed by the enigma that was Jiang Chen. He too sensed that Jiang Chen seemed to be filled with secrets. However, as a servant now, Wu Mu naturally dared not ask much. Soon after, Jiang Chen departed and met up with Mo Xingtian on the road. The three of them left the Sunset Forest without pause and returned directly to the Chuanzuan sect. Upon returning, Lu Qingchen quickly found Jiang Chen, his expression carrying a hint of tension and shock. You brought all the Alchemy Pavilion and Array Pavilion from Qingyun Town to Chuanzuan sect? Lu Qingchen inquired. Moi. Jiang Chen was taken aback, not understanding the meaning behind Lu Qingchen's words. Although many alchemists and array masters from the Array Pavilion and Alchemy Pavilion had joined Chuanzuan sect, there were still numerous alchemists and array masters left in the Qingyun Town's pavilions. The seventh peak has now become the territory of the Alchemy Pavilion, while the sixth peak has become the territory of the Array Pavilion. Lu Qingchen said with a peculiar expression, are they settling in Chuanzuan sect, or do they intend to seize our sect's mountain gate? Let them be. Jiang Chen said with a wry smile, understanding that the alchemists and array masters from Qingyun Town had likely all come to Chuanzuan sect. Since they had arrived, Jiang Chen had no reason to refuse. After all, the mountain gate of Chuanzuan sect was vast, with 6 peaks aside from the main peak. Those peaks were just sitting empty, perfect for housing the alchemists and array masters. Moreover, for Chuanzuan sect to rise, these alchemists and array masters were indispensable. Of course, the most important factor was that the Alchemy Pavilion and Array Pavilion held great prestige and high status on the Wuxian continent. If they could gain their support, the road to the revival of Chuanzuan sect would be much smoother. Currently, Jiang Chen's only concern was how to win over these alchemists and array masters, ensuring they were wholeheartedly devoted to staying within Chuanzuan sect. You can go now, Jiang Chen softly said. As for the matters of the Alchemy Pavilion and Array Pavilion, do not interfere, let them act freely. Even though they have entered Chuanzuan sect, they are still ultimately a part of the Alchemy Pavilion and Array Pavilion, not members of our Chuanzuan sect. All right. Lu Qingchen nodded and turned to leave. However, just as he reached the entrance of the Great Hall, Lu Qingchen seemed to remember something and hurriedly turned back, asking worriedly, there are less than 3 days left until the Xingwu sect attacks. With the Shaoxian 9 great arrays in place, even if 10 Xingwu sect members come, it poses no threat. Jiang Chen smiled and assured him, don't worry, as long as I am here, Chuanzuan sect will remain unharmed. Lu Qingchen frowned, somewhat skeptical of Jiang Chen's words. After all, he did not understand the intricacies of formation techniques, so how could he know the power of the Shaoxian 9 great arrays? Nevertheless, Lu Qingchen said nothing more and soon left. Mo Xingtian, go to the back mountain. At this moment, Jiang Chen softly called out, and the hidden Mo Xingtian manifested. What are we going to do? Mo Xingtian asked, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. Do you want the legacy of the sunset demon god? Jiang Chen asked with a smile that was not quite a smile. Upon hearing this, Mo Xingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, Jiang Chen had not even entered the Sunset Divine Hall, so how could he possess the legacy of the sunset demon god? To Mo Xingtian, it sounded like a deception. However, looking at Jiang Chen's expression, Mo Xingtian suddenly felt that perhaps Jiang Chen truly did possess the legacy of the sunset demon god. The legacy of the sunset demon god emphasizes the method of the Yang demon, which is the utmost in rigidity and sunlight. Jiang Chen continued, given your current condition burdened with deep sins and dark corruption, even if I were to give you the legacy of the sunset demon god, you would be unable to cultivate it. Then, how should I cultivate? Mo Xingtian asked. First, cleanse the darkness within you, then eliminate your sins, Jiang Chen instructed. Having spoken, Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, let's go to the back mountain, you'll understand when we arrive. Mo Xingtian was puzzled, but followed Jiang Chen, making his way to the back mountain. Upon arriving there, Jiang Chen looked at Mo Xingtian with a teasing expression and asked, are you ready to eliminate your sins and dispel the darkness? Mo Xingtian nodded, though internally, he was quite reluctant. For he could sense from Jiang Chen's expression that what was about to happen was likely not a good thing. Just 3 breaths later, when Mo Xingtian saw Jiang Chen inscribing a talisman, his entire face darkened. You want to attract a heavenly tribulation? Mo Xingtian exclaimed, his eyes filled with fear. Throughout his cultivation, he had committed too many evils and was already at odds with the heavenly principles. People like him feared heavenly tribulations the most, as they meant divine retribution. The heavenly tribulation being the utmost in rigidity and sunlight. If you can withstand it and cleanse the darkness and sins within, you can cultivate the legacy of the sunset demon god. Jiang Chen stated, do I have any choice in the matter? I don't want the legacy of the sunset demon god, all right. Mo Xingqian's face turned dark as his heart trembled. He understood better than anyone that if the heavenly tribulation descended, it would be akin to divine punishment for him. He could very well die under the heavenly tribulation. What do you think? Yet Jiang Chun disregarded Mo Xingqian's thoughts, and the talisman akin to a bolt of thunder fell from the sky. Buzz! In an instant, dark clouds appeared in the once clear sky. Just a few breaths later, bolts of purple lightning as thick as barrels struck down towards Mo Xingqian. No! Mo Xingqian was instantly filled with terror, and with a cry of alarm, turned to flee. However, his speed could not possibly compare to that of the lightning. Before he could take a few steps, the purple lightning like a sword had already descended upon his head. In that moment, Mo Xingqian felt as if his life had reached its end. Boom! However, the next moment, Mo Xingqian discovered that not a single bolt of lightning had struck him. When he looked up, he was horrified to see Jiang Chun surrounded by a purple glow drawing away all the descending lightning. What are you doing? Mo Xingqian's eyes widened in shock. He had formed a master-servant contract with Jiang Chun. If Jiang Chun died, he would follow him to the grave. And how could Jiang Chun's cultivation possibly withstand this lightning? Cultivating, Jiang Chun softly replied, focusing his mind as endless techniques circulated his true energy, manifesting as swirling vortices upon his skin. As the heavenly lightning rained down, the purple glow erupted constantly, striking Jiang Chun's body. The overwhelming power representing destruction exuded a terrifying aura mingled with a strand of the will of heaven that pervaded the area. Mo Xingqian was filled with dread. He could feel that if he were struck by these bolts of lightning, he would not only die, but be severely injured. Yet he found that Jiang Chun stood like a rock, allowing the lightning to strike down upon him, engulfing his entire being without harm. Moreover, during this process, the aura emanating from Jiang Chun grew increasingly strong, and within him strands of blood-red light began to coalesce. That was a sign of condensing vital essence. Mo Xingqian could hardly imagine that a higher-level cultivator in the spiritual realm would dare to use thunder for body refinement. The power of these thunders was something even he could not withstand. What secret are you hiding? Mo Xingqian thought to himself, a glint of light flashing in his eyes as a sudden idea emerged in his mind. Perhaps following him is an opportunity. At this moment, Jiang Chun was surrounded by thunder, his true qi surging violently, transforming into whirlpools that absorbed the purest and most masculine power of the thunder. This power surged into his body, sweeping through his limbs and bones. After endless absorption and refinement, it replenished every part of him. His essence, energy, and spirit were wildly increasing, and a bright red glow flickered at his heart. It was not until half a stick of incense later, when Jiang Chun felt pain in his physical body, that he dispelled the talisman. The tribulation clouds dissipated, the thunder disappeared, and Jiang Chun radiated a series of blood-red glows. I have broken through, Jiang Chun murmured, lower-level foundations of the body. Looking inward, he saw a drop of vivid blood in his heart, resembling a small heart, slowly beating. As this drop of blood throbbed, Jiang Chun could sense that his essence, energy, spirit, and even his physique had been significantly enhanced. And this drop of vivid blood was his refined essence blood. Ordinary people need to condense 9 drops of essence blood at the foundation level to reach a higher level, Jiang Chun thought. Yet the endless refinement technique can condense 36 drops of essence blood. He could only imagine how strong his body would be once he condensed 36 drops of essence blood. In a daze, Jiang Chun recalled his first encounter with the dark demon god. At that time, Jiang Chun was incredibly powerful, but during his first clash with the dark demon god, he suffered a major setback and almost faced defeat. The main factor behind it all was the dark demon god's rock-solid physical body. In this new life, everything must be perfected. When I return and ascend to the heavens, all celestial beings and demons must submit. A glint flashed in Jiang Chun's eyes, and then his expression returned to calm, a hint of a charming yet unruly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. How do you feel? At that moment, Jiang Chun looked at Mo Xingqian with a smile. I don't feel anything, Mo Xingqian muttered. The thunder falling from the heavenly tribulation was all absorbed by Jiang Chun alone, while Mo Xingqian stood in place, completely unscathed. It was as if he were watching a play. No feelings, huh? Jiang Chun spoke softly. Next time I will share some thunder with you so you can purge the sins and darkness within you. I would rather not if possible. Mo Xingqian shivered at the thought, recalling the might of those thunders, his heart twitching. What I give you is a blessing for you. Jiang Chun focused. If you refuse what I bless you with, then I can only grant you liberation. Liberation? Mo Xingqian exclaimed, his pupils suddenly constricting. He understood that the so-called blessing of liberation was essentially a death sentence. I want it. Whatever the master gives, I want it all. Mo Xingqian eagerly nodded, rubbing his hands together, slightly nervous. But can you give a little less? I'm afraid I can't handle too much. You want more, yet I am unwilling to give. Jiang Chun said irritably. After absorbing so much thunder for body refinement, Jiang Chun had only condensed 1 drop of essence blood. He himself didn't have enough, so why would he generously share more thunder with Mo Xingtian? In fact, Jiang Chun felt a bit regretful at this moment. If he hadn't killed Zhongjiu back, then he would now have 2 demonic people to help him attract thunder. This way the fallen thunder would naturally be more, and the speed of condensing essence blood would be faster. Now it was down to just Mo Xingtian alone, and the thunder from the heavenly tribulation was significantly reduced. Let's take a break, then continue later. Jiang Chun said, sitting cross-legged to adjust his state. Half a day later, when Jiang Chen's condition returned to peak, he inscribed the talisman again, attracting the heavenly tribulation thunder to start body refinement. This time Jiang Chun directed a bolt of thunder to strike Mo Xingtian. In an instant, Mo Xingtian let out a scream. Even just 1 bolt of thunder was enough for him to endure. What happened in the back mountain? That scream sounds terrifying. Who is undergoing tribulation? In the entire sect, a group of people were astonished. There had already been 2 heavenly tribulations in the back mountain within a day. Especially that scream, it was simply nerve-wracking. The 3rd heavenly tribulation. Half a day later, everyone noticed that above the back mountain another tribulation cloud had appeared. This time the scream echoed once more. Until half a stick of incense later, everyone saw Jiang Chun covered in blood walking out from the back mountain. Sect Master, what are you doing? Undergoing tribulation? In the Alchemy Pavilion, the Array Pavilion, and with Lu Qingchen and others, they all approached. Upon seeing Jiang Chun soaked in blood, their hearts were filled with worry. It's nothing. Jiang Chun shook his head, looking rather frustrated. Within 1 day, he had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations and 3 rounds of thunder body refinement. No matter how powerful the endless refinement technique was, his physical body was starting to struggle. Overdoing body refinement nearly caused his physical body to collapse under the last bolt of thunder. Sect Master, there's less than a day left. The Shengwu sect will soon launch an attack. Lu Qingchen frowned. Are you sure you are all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Jiang Chun said irritably. Do you really not trust me that much? How can I trust you? Lu Qingchen was very direct. Your cultivation level. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes at this and did not want to say much more to Lu Qingchen. Boom. At that moment, a loud explosion was heard outside the gate of the sect. Has someone forcefully breached the gate? Jiang Chun was stunned. Clearly someone had triggered the Shaoxian 9 formation. However, Jiang Chun was not worried at all. Unless multiple Dao-level cultivators attacked at all costs, it was unlikely to breach the Shaoxian 9 formation. Otherwise, with the Shaoxian 9 formation in place, the sect would be like an iron barrel, unbreakable. Buzz. Yet merely 3 breaths later, everyone was horrified to find that the barrier enveloping the sect had shattered, transforming into countless specks of light that dispersed with the wind. The Shaoxian 9 formation has been breached. My goodness. What happened? At that moment, not only the array masters were dumbfounded, even Jiang Chun was bewildered. He even began to doubt whether his own Shaoxian 9 formation was truly that weak. But after a few breaths, when he saw 2 figures flying toward the gate, Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel relieved. Because these 2 were the old and young he had encountered in the Alchemy Pavilion. The young girl, with her low level of cultivation, naturally couldn't breach the Shaoxian 9 formation. However, the old man's cultivation level had surpassed the Dao level. Such strength was among the top tier even across the entire Bega city, and could even be considered the strongest. Although the Shaoxian 9 formation had been set up, the materials used were quite ordinary, so it naturally could not exert its full power. At this moment, it was logical for the formation to be broken by a cultivator who surpassed the Dao level. Dao friend, I hope you have been well. At this moment, Bai Jianye and Bai Fengyu descended from the sky, landing before Jiang Chun. Both of them were not wearing cloaks this time, revealing their true appearances to everyone. Jiang Chun remained calm, standing in place, without saying a word. However, the people around him were stunned upon seeing Bai Fengyi's stunning beauty. Dao friend. Bai Jianye looked at Jiang Chun, who was silent, and couldn't help but ask again, what happened to you? You're covered in blood. I was a bit too eager in my cultivation, but it's nothing serious, Jiang Chun replied, then his gaze sharpened as he said solemnly, compensation. Huh. At this moment, Bai Jianye and Bai Fengyu were both bewildered, completely not understanding what Jiang Chun meant. You destroyed the protective array of my entire sect, shouldn't there be compensation? Jiang Chun said in a deep voice, considering the material costs, labor fees, and my mental distress, the total is 3,000 spirit stones. Bai Qingchen muttered, blinking at Jiang Chun, nervously fearing that Jiang Chun might anger the other party. However, Jiang Chun was very clear that Bai Jianye brought Bai Fengyu here today specifically to resolve the issue. Today, if he didn't make a profit, when would he ever make one again? Yet in the next moment, Jiang Chun could no longer remain calm, and even somewhat regretted his earlier words. I see. Bai Jianya nodded and said indeed compensation is due for damaging the protective array of the entire sect. After speaking, Bai Jianya handed a black ring to Jiang Chun, smiling as he said, "This is a spatial ring, and it contains 30,000 spirit stones. Is that enough?" 30,000 spirit stones. What? 30,000? The crowd was astonished, not expecting Bai Jianya to be so generous right off the bat. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, wanted to slap himself. If he had known Bai Jianya was this wealthy, why did he say 3,000 spirit stones? He should have just said 30,000 directly. If that's not enough, I can have someone bring more. 300,000, is that enough? Bai Jianya looked at Jiang Chun, who remained silent, and felt uneasy as he spoke again. At this moment, Jiang Chun's chest heaved, his blood boiling, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Jiang Chun was filled with regret, wishing he had asked for more. Now, having accepted 30,000 spirit stones, he couldn't possibly ask for more. Besides, just this one spatial ring was worth a fortune. Across the entire Bega Mountain region, there wouldn't be more than a handful of people who could afford a spatial ring. Now tell me, what brings you to my sect? Jiang Chun asked as he put away the spatial ring. You know very well why I'm here, Bai Jianya said. It concerns my granddaughter Fengyu. I still want the same condition, Jiang Chun stated. I can help her, but she must stay by my side. Upon hearing this, everyone around was taken aback. Sect leader, are you threatening them to forcibly take this girl? Isn't that inappropriate? You are the leader of a sect after all. Luo Shan and Tong Sang murmured, their expressions oddly complicated. Nearby, Bai Fengyu, hearing these words, realized that everyone had misunderstood. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she angrily said, "Stop talking nonsense. Just staying by your side." Bai Jianya asked. Looking at her, she seems to be a young lady. Being a maid would be too much. Jiang Chun muttered, tilting his head and furrowing his brows, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Let her be my disciple." Your disciple? Bai Jianya was taken aback, seemingly surprised. Bai Fengyu rolled her eyes, looking at Jiang Chun with disdain. Dao friend, what can you teach Xiaoyu? Do you know her background? Bai Jianya's expression was quite peculiar. Bai Jianya and Bai Fengyu were from the Tsongshan Snow Sea, Bai Emperor City. And Bai Emperor City is a top-tier sect. Currently, the city lord is Bai Fengyi's father, Bai Jianya's son. Within Bai Emperor City, experts are numerous, and there are many prodigies and powerful figures. Even those people aren't qualified to teach Bai Fengyu. What qualification does Jiang Chun have? Of course, this was the thought in Bai Jianya and Bai Fengyi's minds. I can provide her everything she desires, Jiang Chun said resolutely. Of course, whether to agree or not is up to you. After saying this, Jiang Chun turned around, waving his hand, and said, I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. I'm covered in blood. It's quite uncomfortable. Watching Jiang Chun's departing figure, a hint of dilemma flashed in Bai Jianya's eyes. If they refused, Bai Fengyu would undoubtedly die. But if they agreed, then the daughter of Bai Emperor City would become Jiang Chun's disciple. And Jiang Chun was merely the leader of a low-tier sect. If this matter were to spread, it would be a huge embarrassment for Bai Emperor City. Better to lose face than to lose one's life. Bai Jianya thought for a moment, then looked at Bai Fengyu and said, Xiaoyu, as long as you can live, I'll listen to Grandpa. Bai Fengyu was very obedient, but couldn't help but murmur, what can he teach me? If my father finds out, this entire sect will be annihilated. Just keep it a secret, Bai Jianya said softly. Afterwards, Bai Jianya and Bai Fengyu waited in the main hall for a full hour before finally seeing Jiang Chun leisurely walk in. He wore a white long robe, his hair cascading over his shoulders, slightly damp, resembling willow branches. His fair complexion and exquisite features, especially those eyes like stars, made one unable to forget after just a glance. Adding to that a hint of a roguish smile at the corner of his mouth. All right, Bai Fengyu admitted that Jiang Chun was the most handsome man she had ever seen. Have you made up your minds? Jiang Chun asked, casually walking over and then sitting down on the sect leader's throne nonchalantly. We agree. Bai Jianya nodded and said, seeing your backgrounds, if you regret it later, I will have no solution. Jiang Chun teased, let's formalize the master-disciple contract to avoid any issues after I help her resolve the matter, and she runs away. Upon hearing this, Bai Jianya nodded, understanding Jiang Chun's concerns. He nodded at Bai Fengyu, who then swore an oath and established the contract. At this moment, Jiang Chun smiled. He smiled joyously, as if he could see that in the not-so-distant future, there would be another supreme lunar god in the heavens. Come with me to the back hall. Oh, I will help you resolve the issue, Jiang Chun said to Bai Fengyu. It will be quick. Bai Fengyu, upon hearing this, didn't think much of it, as her cultivation was much higher than Jiang Chun's. Even if Jiang Chun were to make things difficult for her, Bai Fengyu was unafraid. Moreover, the master-disciple contract generally had no restrictions. Bai Fengyu could do whatever she wanted. However, when the two arrived at the back hall, and Jiang Chun asked Bai Fengyu to take off her clothes, Bai Fengyu's face darkened. Transforming in, huh? Jiang Chun said in surprise. How can I help you transform in without taking off your clothes? Transforming in definitely requires undressing. Bai Fengyu looked skeptical, feeling that Jiang Chun was trying to take advantage of her. To this, Jiang Chun shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Suit yourself whether you undress or not, your life is your own." Hearing this, Bai Fengyu was immediately at a loss. She had come here precisely to save her life. Surviving is the way to go. If you dare to take advantage of me or have any improper thoughts, even if I suffer the backlash of the contract, I will still tear you to shreds. Bai Fengyu said coldly. Immediately, Bai Fengyi's pretty face flushed red and her clothes fell away. However, facing Bai Fengyi's bare body, Jiang Chen's heart remained unaffected. He was merely helping Bai Fengyu transform Yin. To transform Yin, I need to locate your Yin vein, and it can only be seen with the naked eye, Jiang Chen said seriously while standing in front of Bai Fengyu. Otherwise, who would want to look at you? You. Bai Fengyu was exasperated. She had been fully exposed, yet still heard such remarks. Are you done looking yet? After a few moments, Jiang Chen was still observing, but Bai Fengyu could no longer hold back. She felt like he had almost seen all of her. Found it. At that moment, a glint of light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he pointed his finger, landing on the side of Bai Fengyi's neck. A surge of true energy suddenly condensed, piercing in like a sharp needle. Hiss! Bai Fengyi's complexion instantly turned pale, feeling weak all over, accompanied by a pain that seemed to come from her very soul, spreading throughout her body. On her snowy white skin, white mist began to rise, chillingly cold, resembling ancient ice from thousands of years. The surrounding air suddenly froze as if it had been encased in ice. Even Jiang Chun shivered, feeling a chill throughout his body, as if his blood was about to freeze. Don't move, Jiang Chun said firmly. I found the Yin vein, just endure it for a moment. Bai Fengyu nodded, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chun, whose proximity made her cheeks flush slightly. She saw no hint of desire or greed in his eyes. The only thing there was the intent to save her life. He really is quite handsome, Bai Fengyu thought to herself, an unexpected notion popping into her mind. Jiang Chun, unaware of Bai Fengyi's thoughts, felt the true energy within him surging like waves, his fingertips sending wave after wave of true energy into Bai Fengyi's body. After a short while, the coldness on Bai Fengyi's body dissipated, and her pale complexion finally showed a hint of color. Meanwhile, Bai Fengyu felt that the cold energy within her had been expelled. Moreover, a special power surged forth from various parts of her body. It was like the ice that had never melted for millennia, akin to the darkness and frost of the polar regions. However, despite the cold, Bai Fengyu felt no chill. Was the transformation successful? Bai Fengyu asked. Yes, it was quite simple. Jiang Chen nodded and said, the hardest part of transforming Yin is merely finding the Yin vein. After finishing, Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Fengyu and frowned. What are you still dawdling for? Aren't you going to put on some clothes? You? Pervert! Bai Fengyu exclaimed angrily, her face turning completely red as she hurriedly dressed. In the meantime, Jiang Chun had already stepped out of the back hall. How did it go? As soon as he exited the back hall, Bai Jiangye asked with concern. After all, Bai Fengyu was the only heir of the White Emperor City. In the future, she would inherit the White Emperor City of Tsongshan and Shuahai. If anything went wrong with Bai Fengyu, it would be a huge problem. It worked, Jiang Chun said, nodding. However, he furrowed his brow, looking toward the entrance of the Great Hall. He sensed that a large number of people had arrived at the mountain gate of the all-preserving sect. Calculating the time, it should be the people from the Xingwu sect. Could you help me clean up a bit? Jiang Chen smiled at Bai Jiangye, saying, I'm feeling a bit weak right now, so could you take care of the trash outside the mountain gate? Sure. Bai Jiangye nodded, his figure flickering and vanishing in place. But only 3 breaths later, Bai Jiangye reappeared in the Great Hall. All done, Bai Jiangye said. Those people claim to be from the Xingwu sect and are coming to destroy your all-preserving sect. It seems your sect isn't in a good position. Annihilated? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, not one will be left, Bai Jiangye said. It will be done in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, Bai Fengyu emerged from the back hall. Her face still had a hint of blush, and when she looked at Jiang Chun, her eyes flashed with gratitude and shyness. This man actually saw my body. Bai Fengyu thought to herself, feeling a sensation she couldn't quite articulate. Xiaoyu, how do you feel? Bai Jiangye asked anxiously. I'm fine now, the cold energy inside me is gone, and it feels like I have gained a kind of power, very cold, but it doesn't harm me. That is the power of the Taiyin sacred body. If you don't cultivate it properly and don't learn the correct way to use it, this Taiyin sacred body will be wasted, Jiang Chen said. From now on, stay by my side, and I will teach you well. Seeing Jiang Chen's seemingly wise demeanor, Bai Jiangye was taken aback. Especially the hint of weariness that flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes left Bai Jiangye puzzled. She couldn't understand what this young man was all about, what he knew and what he had experienced. However, Bai Jiangye didn't dwell on it. As long as Bai Fengyu was safe and the transformation successful, she felt at ease. I think the all-preserving sect isn't what it used to be, but it's long lost its former glory. Why not move to my White Emperor City? What are you saying? Jiang Chen's expression darkened, and he sighed inwardly. A group of wasteful disciples have turned my all-preserving sect into this. No need for that. Since I am the sect master of the all-preserving sect, I will not leave easily. Perhaps it won't be long before the all-preserving sect regains its former glory, Jiang Chun said seriously. Is that so? Bai Jianya frowned, but inwardly she was skeptical. Everyone in the godless continent knows how glorious the all-preserving sect once was regarded as the #1 sect in the godless continent, even surpassing the martial pavilion. But that was in the past. In the eyes of many, since the all-preserving sect has declined, it could never rise again. After all, there will never be a second Jiang Chun in this world. However, who could have imagined that while there could never be a second Jiang Chun in this world, the Jiang Chun of old had returned? The matter has been settled. Will you return or stay in my all-preserving sect? Jiang Chun suddenly asked, plotting something in his heart. Bai Jiangya's cultivation realm is extraordinarily high, undoubtedly surpassing the Dao realm. Were he to remain at the Chuanzuan sect, he could assuredly protect it. Then Jiang Chun could cultivate in peace, unburdened by trivialities. Yet Bai Jianya shook his head and said, the White Emperor city needs me. I'll then return at your leisure, Jiang Chun murmured softly. Since he could not retain him, he would not force it. I may stay here for a few days. Bai Jianya replied. Jiang Chun nodded, then waved dismissively. I must resume cultivation. Please withdraw. Before Bai Jianya and Bai Fengyu could even turn, Jiang Chun suddenly remembered something and hastily added, first, settle the lodging fee and tuition. At these words, Bai Fengyu and Bai Jianya froze in utter bewilderment, speechless for a long moment. Lodging fee. Tuition. What on earth was this? Why are you standing there? Jiang Chun retorted, exasperated. You're staying at the Chuanzuan sect. Surely you don't expect to lodge rent-free. I'm instructing your granddaughter in cultivation. Do you think that's free of charge? Do you take my place for a charity shelter? Will you eat and drink without cost? Very well. Bai Jianya stared, utterly flabbergasted, never imagining Jiang Chun could be so frugal. 10,000 Supreme Spirit Stones per day, plus tuition. Let's offer a modest discount. 1 million Supreme Spirit Stones will suffice. Jiang Chun declared. Agreed. I'll have them delivered in a few days. Bai Jianya nodded. Seeing such prompt compliance, Jiang Chun nearly slapped himself. Damn it, I asked for too little. Shortly after, Bai Jianya and Bai Fengyu departed. Jiang Chun meditated briefly within the grand hall before heading to the rear mountain. Xingtian had been cultivating there all along. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, his expression turned oddly strained, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Why are you shaking? Begin cultivation, Jiang Chun scoffed. Talismans coalesced, and instantly tribulation clouds gathered across the clear sky. I beg you, can you pause for 2 days? Xingtian laughed bitterly. It's fine for you to be struck 3 or 5 times daily, but me, I simply can't endure it. Obey, or I'll grant you merciful release. Jiang Chun teased. At once Xingtian fell silent, gathering all his true qi, ready to be struck by lightning. Boom, boom. Lightning erupted across the rear mountain, violet radiance flooding the air, punctuated by Xingtian's piercing cries. This time disciples of the Chuanzuan sect stood atop every peak, gazing toward the rear mountain, curious as to what had transpired these past days, why heavenly tribulations kept manifesting there. When they beheld Jiang Chun bathing in torrents of celestial lightning while refining his physical body, their composure shattered entirely. A lower body realm cultivator dares refine his body with heavenly lightning. His flesh and blood vessel. Is it truly that formidable? Even Dao realm experts dare not attempt this. Astonishment rippled through the crowd. They could scarcely fathom how strong a lower body realm cultivator must be to withstand tribulation lightning. Even Bai Jianya stared dumbfounded, as if entranced. Grandfather, what is he doing? Bai Fengyu blinked, her beautiful eyes puzzled. Cultivating, Bai Jianya murmured softly, then abruptly grew solemn. No, he's committing suicide. What? Why would anyone willingly end their life? Bai Fengyu asked. Don't ask, Bai Jianya replied. From now on you'll train under him. If he ever commands you to refine your body in heavenly lightning, under no circumstances must you comply. Bai Fengyu obediently nodded, but inwardly she thought, having sworn discipleship, she would naturally follow Jiang Chun's guidance in cultivation. So, if Jiang Chun truly demanded she undergo lightning refinement, she could hardly refuse. With such methods one survives only by miracle, and even then grievously wounded. Bai Jianya mused inwardly, cold sweat beading on his brow. He worried. Would Bai Fengyu's future cultivation follow this same perilous path? Quick! The sect master is failing. Protect the master. The Grand Master is critically injured. A day later, spectators atop the peaks suddenly cried out in alarm. A swarm of alchemists, formation masters, even Bai Jianya and Bai Fengyu, rushed forth. For Jiang Chun had refined his body without pause, enduring celestial lightning for a full day straight. Even a being forged of iron could not withstand such torment. In the end, Jiang Chun collapsed onto the ground, drenched in blood. The alchemists and formation masters were frantic. They'd come seeking Jiang Chen's expertise in alchemy and formation arrays. If anything befell him, their efforts would be utterly in vain. Master, here is vital blood restorative pill to replenish qi and blood heal wounds. Millennium Bloodlingji, quickly ingest it, Master. Deploy formations. Primordial life-nourishing formation to stabilize the Master's injuries. Around Jiang Chun the crowd swarmed, flinging healing pills and activation arrays without restraint. Lying on the ground, Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat. Weakly raising a hand, he whispered, I just need a moment's rest. Truly, Master, are you certain you're unharmed? They refused to believe him. His current state was far too dire. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his vital essence, spirit, and qi were nearly exhausted. His flesh was charred black, and a pungent, burnt odor wafted from his body. He appeared moments from death, yet claimed he was fine. Before anyone could react, a crimson light erupted from within Jiang Chun, his vital essence, spirit, and qi surging back with astonishing speed. Even his scorched flesh shimmered with an ethereal glow. After roughly 10 breaths, a thunderous resonance reverberated from his core, followed by an overwhelming aura. Middle body realm. Has it truly been only 2 days? From attaining the body realm to ascending to its middle tier, surely this pace defies reason. Yet when they recalled how Jiang Chun cultivated such speed, seemed perfectly natural. After all, he trained with his very life on the line. Fellow cultivator, cultivation demands gradual progression, 1 step at a time. Haste breeds peril. By Jiang Ye cautioned, genuinely concerned. I too advance 1 step at a time. Only mine are sprints while yours are walks. Jiang Chun smiled, his vigor largely restored, already rising to his feet. Hardly had he stood when he waved to the crowd, disperse. I must continue cultivating. You truly need no rest. Master, aren't you afraid of being struck dead by lightning? The crowd gasped. Was he truly about to invite lightning again before his wounds even healed? He fears no lightning, but I do. Mo Xingtian, convulsing beside Jiang Chun from repeated lightning strikes, despaired inwardly. He felt certain remaining by Jiang Chen's side was sheer torment, and who knew? Perhaps Jiang Chun would survive, yet he himself would perish first beneath the heavens' wrath. For several days thereafter, thunderous roars and agonized screams echoed incessantly from the rear mountains. At first the disciples of Chuanzuan's sect were startled, but by now all had grown accustomed to the clamor. Under this brutal regimen, Jiang Chen's cultivation realm surged to the upper tier of the body realm, and he condensed no fewer than 18 drops of refined blood essence. 18 drops of refined blood essence. Such a feat was twice the norm for an ordinary upper-tier body realm cultivator. Nurtured by these 18 drops, Jiang Chen's physical body had become as unshakable as bedrock, impervious to fracture or breach. Yet to outsiders his skin grew ever more delicate, luminous, almost translucent, suffused with a soft divine radiance that surpassed even the smoothest complexion of any woman. Bai Fengyu visited the rear mountains several times to observe Jiang Chun. Each time, she beheld his irresistible skin. Envy flickered across her face. Disaster. A grave calamity has struck. That day, Lu Qingshan rushed breathlessly into the rear mountains and stood before Jiang Chun, who was resting quietly. His voice dropped low, and grave rumors are spreading outside that you slew elite experts from Xinjiang Sect, Bafang Gate, Liamen Alliance, and Xingwu Sect. That is no rumor. It is fact, Jiang Chun replied with a faint smile. Those 3 brats must have spread it. It was indeed the 3 disciples of Xinjiang Sect. They are now lodging formal complaints against you at the Wuga. Lu Qingshan's expression darkened with worry. The Wuga governed all matters of justice and discipline. Should this accusation prove true, not only would Jiang Chun face dire consequences, but Chuanzuan Sect itself would stand on the precipice of annihilation. Jiang Chun, however, remained utterly unruffled, for the current master of the Qingyan town Wuga was Wu Mu, and Wu Mu was now his sworn servant. Jiang Chun trusted implicitly that Wu Mu knew precisely what to do. After all, what use was a servant who failed to serve his master's will? Do not fret. Should the heavens collapse, I shall bear its weight. Jiang Chun smiled, then asked casually, how fares Jiang Lu? That plump little fellow. Lu Qingshan blinked, furrowed his brows, and replied in puzzlement, something strange is unfolding. He grows stronger by the day, his cultivation surging forward at a breathtaking pace. Precisely as it should be, for the primordial saint body awakens thus. Jiang Chun nodded. Earlier he had gathered flame leaf grass from the Luori forest and refined it into pills which he had sent directly to Jiang Lu. By now the timing aligned perfectly. The primordial saint body was surely stirring within Jiang Lu. Renowned as the supreme physical constitution, Jiang Chun eagerly anticipated the heights Jiang Lu would one day reach. Boom. Suddenly the Shao Xuanjiao formation, the sacred array guarding Chuanzuan Sect, shuddered violently. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed as he turned his gaze toward the mountain gate. His eyes gleamed with sharp intensity, Gazing far into the distance, he beheld a vast assembly gathering beyond the gate. Disciples of Xinjiang sect, warriors of Bafang Gate, and envoys of the Liamen Alliance alike. So, they failed to secure justice at the Wuga and now come to pay respects at our sect. Jiang Chun murmured coldly. Is Bai Zhengye still here? Send him to handle this. At those words, Lu Qingshun could only offer a wry, helpless smile. He departed yesterday. Then let it be. We shall not intervene. Jiang Chen's expression darkened slightly. With so many Dao realm experts assembled outside, stepping out would only invite defeat. Better to remain safely within Chuanzuan sect. After all, they cannot breach the formation. Does this not tarnish our dignity? Lu Qingshun muttered under his breath. To allow enemies to gather at one's very threshold, and yet utter no word, make no gesture, where then lay the sect's honor. Yet he well knew Chuanzuan sect's grim reality. Its strongest cultivators were none other than Lu Shan and Tong Sang, both masters of alchemy and formation arrays, neither trained for combat. Moreover, even if Tong Sang and Lu Shan ventured forth, their presence would change nothing. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, they would be utterly ineffective. Ah, wait. A sudden thought lit Jiang Chen's eyes. A subtle, knowing smile curved his lips. Send Bai Fengyu instead. Tell her this is her first official sect assignment, her initiation into my discipleship. Can she truly manage it? Lu Qingshun murmured doubtfully, but obeyed without hesitation, seeking out Bai Fengyu at once. Moments later, Bai Fengyu appeared before the mountain gate. A mere sect like Chuanzuan, yet harbors such a peerless beauty. Today we shall eradicate Chuanzuan sect, to avenge our sect masters. Outside the gate, elites from multiple sects bellowed threats, their fury erupting in deafening roars. Many among them cast leering, covetous glances toward Bai Fengyu, gazes so brazen and vulgar that she recoiled inwardly, deeply unsettled. After all, as the sole heir of the White Emperor and last scion of Baidi City, Bai Fengyu had never before endured such shameless scrutiny. To her it was an unforgivable insult. Leave now? In that instant she unleashed a piercing cry, icy commanding, as jagged shards of frost erupted violently around her. White mist coiled about her form, frost instantly crystallized upon the earth, and even her pupils shimmered with silver-white light. Young miss, why so fierce? A Dao realm cultivator from the Liamen Alliance sneered, his lust bare and undisguised. Once Chuanzuan falls, you may vent your fury upon my bed. I seek only Jiang Chen's life. Snarled a senior elder of Xinjiang sect, his aura flaring ominously. Yet the Shao Xuanjiu formation proved impenetrable. Their earlier assaults had already confirmed its astonishing resilience. Trapped outside the gate, they could not advance a single step, left only to hurl empty threats. Fengyu, I am cultivating. I require absolute tranquility. At that moment, Jiang Chen's voice drifted serenely from the rear mountains. Upon hearing it, Bai Fengyu pouted indignantly and muttered under her breath, he is hands and feet. Why must he always delegate to me? Yet she hesitated not. A flash of frost-laced resolve ignited in her eyes, and without pause she strode calmly beyond the mountain gate. You may all attack together. Her voice was glacial, unwavering. Her words stunned the crowd. None had expected such unyielding confidence from one whose grace seemed so ethereal, so delicate. Little miss, you cannot blame us for being ruthless. Seize her. Force Jiangchen to emerge. Amid furious cries, several Dao realm cultivators surged forward simultaneously. Instantly the air convulsed. Chi surged like roaring rivers, materializing midair. Fists, palms, and sword light descended upon Bai Fengyu like a maelstrom of storm and steel. You have not yet transmuted your chi into spiritual energy. How dare you presume to challenge me? She scoffed, lifting her slender alabaster hand to thrust forward. Woomph! In that instant, glacial light erupted. Crystalline ice coalesced into a pomprint, sweeping forward with unstoppable momentum. Where it passed, sword beams, shattered fist prints, dissolved palmoras crumbled to dust. And still her pomprint surged onward, expanding, swelling until it loomed overhead like a celestial canopy, then crashed down, slamming the entire assembly outside the gate to their knees in thunderous defeat. The transition from martial arts to the Dao realm is a profound metamorphosis. The body's chi must transform into spiritual energy, she murmured coolly. Yet though you claim the title of Dao realm cultivators, your chi remains unrefined, untransmuted. You are grievously weak. No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Chen's voice echoed once more from the rear mountains. Calm, faint, and edged with mild reproof, too talkative. Return at once. Oh, Bai Fengyu murmured weakly upon hearing this, and then with a graceful turn she stepped back into the mountain gate. At this moment, outside the mountain gate, a group of people lay on the ground, feeling quite miserable. A grand multitude had come to eliminate the Chuanzuan sect, seeking to kill Jiang Chun. However, they were suppressed by a little girl. If this were to spread, where would the faces of these seniors go? We, a collective of 8 or 9 Dao realm cultivators, ended up. unable to withstand that little girl's palm. It's infuriating. When did the Chuanzuan sect have such a powerful figure? The crowd was perplexed and filled with shame and anger. One by one they got up and turned to leave, unable to show their faces any longer. Meanwhile, everyone was also wondering who was the master that Bai Fengyu mentioned earlier. Could it be Jiang Chun? That can't be true. As far as I know, Jiang Chun had only recently attained a high position in the spiritual realm, while this little girl clearly possessed Dao realm cultivation, and her true energy had already transformed into spiritual power. How could she possibly be Jiang Chun's disciple? The crowd speculated, naturally disbelieving that Jiang Chun was Bai Fengju's master. At this moment, Bai Fengyu arrived at the back mountain, looking somewhat resentful at Jiang Chun, who was adjusting his breath, and said softly, "Master, you've been struck by lightning for the past few days. No, you've been cultivating and haven't had time to teach me. What do you want to learn?" Jiang Chun smiled and said, "You are already quite strong now." But Bai Fengyu opened her mouth, thought for a moment, and said, "I don't even know what I want to learn, but you are my master, so you should teach me something, right?" "It's not that I don't want to teach, it's just that the tuition fee from Bai Jiangya hasn't been sent yet," Jiang Chun said seriously. "I am indeed your master, but I also need to charge a fee." You? Bai Fengyu exclaimed, her eyes rolling back, nearly fainting from anger. She simply couldn't imagine that someone who seemed so mysterious and was the leader of a sect could be so stingy and so money-loving. "My grandfather just returned to Baidi City yesterday. Even if he sends someone with the tuition fee, it will take a few days." Bai Fengyu shouted, "Hurry up! Teach me." "I won't teach," Jiang Chun said with a teasing smile, and then talismans manifested and tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. As soon as Bai Fengyu saw the tribulation clouds appear, her delicate body trembled, and after glaring fiercely at Jiang Chun, she turned and ran, fearing she might be struck by lightning. Boom, boom. Soon the back mountain was filled with thunder, accompanied by the screams of Mo Xing Tian echoing throughout the Chuanzuan sect. Thus another 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Jiang Chun refined his body with thunder, cultivating day and night, and the blood essence within him had reached 35 drops. With just one more drop of blood essence, Jiang Chun could reach the peak of the physical realm and perfect the endless technique. However, on that day, just as Jiang Chun was preparing to inscribe talismans and summon the heavenly tribulation, Lu Qingqian arrived at the back mountain again. This time, Lu Qingqian had a smile on her face and held a letter of invitation, which she handed to Jiang Chun. "This is an invitation sent by the Martial Pavilion. The Qingyun banquet will commence tomorrow, and only a select few mainstream sects will receive an invitation to the Qingyun banquet." Mainstream? Has the Chuanzuan sect never received an invitation before? Jiang Chun asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqian felt awkward right away. It's true, during her tenure as the sect leader, they had never received an invitation to the Qingyun banquet. "You should go in my stead," Jiang Chun said. "There's nothing important, so I'll just stay back and focus on my cultivation." "This time you must go," Lu Qingqian said. The head of the Martial Pavilion intends to elevate the status of the Chuanzuan sect from a 9th-rate sect to an 8th-rate one at the Qingyun banquet. "This would be an honor for our Chuanzuan sect. As the sect leader, you must attend, it's the rule." "Oh, it seems that Wu Mu's servant knows how to handle affairs quite well," Jiang Chun smiled. The next day, Jiang Chun dressed up, then called Bai Fengyu and Zhang Lu and set off towards Qingyun town. "Having me along must be quite impressive, right?" On the way, Bai Fengyu blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, "Having such a beautiful girl by your side, doesn't it bring you glory?" Jiang Chun was silent for a moment, but in his heart he thought, what good is beauty? If it weren't for your strong abilities and the fact that you could protect me, I wouldn't bother bringing you along. However, Jiang Chun naturally wouldn't say such thoughts aloud. After all, having a girl protect him would make him blush. As for bringing Zhang Lu along, Jiang Chun wanted him to go out and see the world so that when they ventured out in the future, he wouldn't be completely clueless and suffer losses. The Qingyun banquet was held at the Wangwei restaurant in Qingyun town. When Jiang Chun and the others arrived at the entrance of Qingyun town, they were intercepted by a group of people. Looking around, this group was comprised of powerful figures from the Xinjiang sect, the Alliance, and the Bafeng sect. "Jiang Chun, wasn't the leader of my Xinjiang sect killed by you? You malicious person, quickly confess what happened in the Sunset Forest back then." A group of powerful figures shouted angrily. "Fengyu, next time something like this happens, don't wait for me to speak. Just take action yourself," Jiang Chun said lightly. "I am a gentleman, I generally refrain from making a move, but you are a girl, so it's fine for you to act at any time." "Well, I am still a lady." Bai Fengyu blinked her eyes, her delicate hands rubbing her clothes, looking quite obedient, yet with a hint of shyness. "A lady?" Jiang Chun was taken aback, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes as he said, "Don't insult the term lady." After saying this amidst Bai Fengju's confused expression, Jiang Chun walked into Qingyun town. "Excessive. This is too excessive." At this moment, Bai Fengyu was furious, inside her face dark as she glared at the group from the Xinjiang sect. She was seething with anger but dared not vent it on Jiang Chun. As such, this anger could only be directed towards the group before her. However, just as Bai Fengyu was about to take action, her expression suddenly became serious. This was because she sensed a very strong aura rapidly approaching here. You lot who were suppressed by me with a single palm before dare to appear before me now. It seems you have helped. Bai Fengyu spoke lightly, a serious glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. However, after waiting for a while, she suddenly realized that the source of that powerful aura did not appear. Could it be? Bai Fengyu was shocked, realizing at this moment that the owner of that aura was likely going after Jiang Chun. In the next moment, Bai Fengji's figure surged forward, rushing past the crowd and into Qingyun town. Boom. As soon as she entered Qingyun town, a series of explosions reached her ears. She saw two figures confronting each other on the street ahead. One of the individuals was naturally Jiang Chun, while the other was a masked figure obscuring their appearance. The Dao realm is at a higher level, and the true energy has already transformed into spiritual power. Jiang Chun spoke softly, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. People like you in the vicinity of Qingyun town cannot be nameless characters. Kill. The masked figure did not say much more. With a furious shout, a wave of spiritual power erupted from his palm. The spiritual power, like a cold gleam, quickly condensed in the air, transforming into 3 snow-white blades flying towards Jiang Chun in a triangular formation. The battle character's 9 words: guard like a mountain. Jiang Chun focused his gaze, manifesting a great bell around him as a phantom of a mountain formed behind him. Boom. However, the opponent's strength was indeed overwhelming. As the first blade fell, it shattered the great bell surrounding Jiang Chun. By the time the second blade descended, the mountain phantom behind him was destroyed. At the moment the third blade was about to strike, had Jiang Chun not reacted quickly and sidestepped slightly, he would have likely had his crown severed. Win speech. At that moment, Jiang Chun's face turned as dark as ink and a cold voice escaped his lips. Bai Fengyu had just arrived here and understood Jiang Chun's meaning upon hearing his tone. However, as Bai Fengyu took a step forward, the masked figure leaped away, seemingly aware that Bai Fengyu was very strong and did not wish to engage in combat within Qingyun town. Master, are you alright? At this moment, Bai Fengyu approached Jiang Chun's side and asked softly. It's nothing. Jiang Chun shook his head, condensing 35 drops of essence blood. Even with the opponent's strong attack, it would be hard to injure him. However, in front of so many people being repelled and nearly killed, Jiang Chun's dignity could not be maintained. Very well. Jiang Chun said coldly, Qingyun feast. Or the Hongmen feast. Let me see. After saying this, Jiang Chun stood up, waved at Zhang Lu, who had just arrived, and said, let's go attend the Qingyun feast. The Qingyun feast is a grand banquet held by the martial pavilion of Qingyun town, inviting various sects. The theme of the Qingyun feast is simple: to spar and exchange ideas, discussing matters of cultivation. The martial pavilion will also set up some rewards during the feast for the younger generation to compete. The main participants of the Qingyun feast are naturally not the older generation, but the younger generation. At this moment, when Jiang Chun and the others arrived at the Wangyue Tavern, Wu Mu had already been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, Wu Mu hurried over and whispered in his ear, be careful, the Dark Pavilion has issued a bounty on your life. I have already encountered them, Jiang Chun murmured. The masked figure on the street must have been from the Dark Pavilion. The Dark Pavilion, like the Martial Pavilion and the Dan Pavilion, is one of the top sects in the Wuxian continent. However, the Dark Pavilion operates in the shadows and never appears in the open. Moreover, the actions of the Dark Pavilion are truly despicable. The Dark Pavilion only trains assassins and will only accept assassination missions. Regardless of whether the target is good or evil, as long as the Dark Pavilion accepts it, they will carry out the assassination to the end. Jiang Chun indeed did not expect that someone would place a bounty on his life through the Dark Pavilion. I have sent people to guard the Wangyue Tavern, hoping that you will be safe during this Qingyun feast. Wu Mu sighed. After establishing a master-servant contract with Jiang Chun, Wu Mu's life and death were in Jiang Chun's hands. If Jiang Chun were to die, Wu Mu, even if unscathed, would die alongside him. Do you know who placed the bounty? Jiang Chun asked. Not clear. The Dark Pavilion never provides information about the employers. Wu Mu frowned, but it is likely from the Xinjiang sect, the Alliance, or the Bafang sect. Let's wait and see how it goes, Jiang Chun said. Following Wu Mu's lead, the three of them entered the second floor of the Wangyue Tavern. The Wangyue Tavern has 3 floors, the first floor for the 9-flow sects, the second for the 8-flow sects, and the third for the 7-flow sects. As soon as Jiang Chun and his party sat on the second floor, discontented voices arose from below. How can the Jiuxiao of the 9-flow sect sit on the second floor? What does this mean, Wu Mu Pavilion Master? The Jiuxiao has been declining for a long time. They are not even considered a 9-flow sect now. It would be one thing to invite them to the Qingyun feast, but to let them sit on the second floor. Hearing these words, Jiang Chun paid no mind, and even directly ignored them. After all, in his eyes, the sects on the first floor posed no threat to him. Jiang Chun, you must enjoy this Qingyun feast. At this moment, a chilling voice came from the third floor. The voice carried a sharpness, quite piercing. A regular person might find their ears almost bursting upon hearing it. Noisy. Jiang Chun said coldly, raising an eyebrow. I will naturally enjoy the Qingyun feast, but I hope you enjoy it even more than I do. Hell, without the protective formation of the Jiuxiao, who can protect you? Another voice echoed, imbued with killing intent. Who do I need protection from? Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with cold light as he looked up toward the third floor. His eyes shone brilliantly, and a rune manifested in his pupils, allowing him to see through the partition of the third floor, spotting the speaker from the Alliance. Jiang Chen, let me ask you one thing. Did you kill the leader of the Bafang sect? The person from the Bafang sect also spoke, though, without any killing intent. However, the tone of their questioning left Jiang Chun quite displeased. I did kill him, so what? If I didn't, what then? Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly as he teased. My life is here, if you want it, come and take it. Indeed, you killed him. The person from the Bafang sect shouted angrily. At that moment, Wu Mu stepped forward, cleared his throat lightly, and said, Ladies and gentlemen, the Qingyun feast is about to begin. Please enjoy your meal. As he spoke, one by one the maidens brought out some delicacies and fine wines. Of course, those who came here were all cultivators, most of whom had already fasted, so they naturally would not care about these dishes, merely placing them before them for display. Pavilion Master Wu Mu, is there any reward for this year's Qingyun feast? The newly appointed leader of the Xinjiang sect asked. Every year's Qingyun feast has its rewards. Last year's reward at the Qingyun feast was a spirit-focusing pill. The spirit-focusing pill can only be refined by alchemists of the 5th grade or above and is extremely rare on the market. In the vicinity of Qingyun town, the highest grade alchemist is Tong Sang, but he is only a 3rd grade. Thus, the spirit-focusing pill is considered a heavenly price in Qingyun town. Especially for those at the top of the physical realm, a spirit-focusing pill can help them break through and step into the thought realm. This year's Qingyun feast will of course have rewards. Wu Mu smiled and said this year's reward is a drop of Qilin blood. What? Qilin blood? Qilin blood. In an instant, everyone in the Wangyue tavern became excited, gasping in astonishment. Even Bai Fingyu was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting that such a small place would have the blood of a Qilin. Only Jiang Chun remained indifferent, softly saying, It's just the blood of a sub-Qilin, not pure Qilin blood. The Qilin is a divine beast rarely seen in the world, and a sub-Qilin is already considered a true Qilin in the eyes of the people. Bai Fingyu remarked. What use is it? It's just a hybrid breed, Jiang Chun scoffed. In the past, Jiang Chun would casually hunt a Qilin for some fun. Now a drop of sub-Qilin blood could not pique Jiang Chun's interest at all. However, he still decided that he must acquire this sub-Qilin blood. This is because Qilin blood greatly enhances the physical body. For an ordinary person, a single drop of Qilin blood can lead to a complete transformation. For cultivators, bathing in Qilin blood will undoubtedly greatly enhance their physical prowess, even leading to a metamorphosis. Of course, Jiang Chun himself did not need sub-Qilin blood, as he had already refined 35 drops of essence blood within his body, rendering sub-Qilin blood unnecessary. However, for Jiang Lu, this ancient sacred body, the sub-Qilin blood would indeed be of substantial help to his current realm. Jiang Lu, if you bathe in this hybrid Qilin blood, your physical body will become even stronger. Not to mention those of the same realm, even someone a whole realm above you would be inferior in physical strength. Jiang Chun said. Jiang Lu, upon hearing this, scratched his head in a naive manner and said, Really? Then I want this sub-Qilin blood. If you want to go and get it yourself? Jiang Chun chuckled. You brat, ever since your ancient sacred body awakened, you have been making rapid progress in your cultivation. You're almost catching up to me now. Not bad, I guess. Jiang Lu blushed and weakly said, I just broke through to the thought realm yesterday. The sacred body, regardless of its type, cultivates at a speed far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, it was no surprise to Jiang Chun that Jiang Lu, who previously only had spiritual realm cultivation, made a breakthrough to the thought realm in just a few days. In fact, if Jiang Chun hadn't been so preoccupied with his own cultivation during this time, and had guided Jiang Liu's current cultivation would not be limited to just the thought realm lower tier. Lord Wu Mu, don't keep us waiting too long, let's get started. Yeah, we don't mind, but the younger generation is quite anxious. At this moment, some members of the sect spoke up, extremely concerned about the sub-Qilin blood. Moreover, those who spoke were all filled with confidence in their own disciples. All right, then let's begin, Wu Mu nodded. Buzz. As the words fell, a ring suddenly rose in the center of the Wangyue tavern, extending through 3 floors. This way, everyone present could see the scene on the ring. As per the old rules, those who wish to obtain subchelan blood may step onto the ring to accept challenges or challenge others. Wumu continued, until there are no challengers left or no one dares to face off. Oh, so this is to compete for the first place. Jiang Chun muttered, glancing at Bai Fengyu, secretly wondering if he should let Bai Fengyu take the stage. Given Bai Fengyi's strength, if she were to battle on the ring, the subchelan blood would surely be within reach. Xinjiang Sect Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo stepped onto the ring, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, fixed firmly on Jiang Chun. Hey, you little brat, I've let you off twice already, and you still think about killing me. Jiang Chun sneered, flashing a grin at Lin Mo, and beckoned with his finger. I challenge him. Lin Mo, having witnessed Jiang Chun's strength, naturally dared not challenge him. Thus he chose Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu, when you go up, be gentle, leave him a little face, Jiang Chun said with a smile. Your sacred body has just awakened, and your control over your power is insufficient, so be careful not to kill him. I will be careful, Jiang Lu nodded. As his words fell, he stepped forward and rushed onto the ring. Jiang Chun, today, I will defeat your entire sect's disciple before meeting you again, Lin Mo said coldly. Boom. However, just as Lin Mo finished speaking, the crowd saw Jiang Lu throw a punch. He didn't use any martial skills, but the power unleashed by this punch distorted the air. The punch radiated with a glorious golden light, and with a single strike, Lin Mo had no chance to resist and was directly sent flying. Just now he was still saying he would defeat others, but now look, he didn't even get the chance to strike back and was sent flying by a single punch. How embarrassing. A group of people stared in disbelief, especially those from the Xinjiang sect, each wearing an incredibly awkward expression. Jiang Chun. I can't control myself as soon as I strike, Jiang Lu said with a dark expression, feeling frustrated. I don't know what's happening, but as soon as I strike, the power within me explodes, and I can't rein it in at all. We'll teach you properly once we return, Jiang Chun chuckled, looking at the members of the Xinjiang sect and asking, want to continue? This is our sect's weakest disciple after all. Winning one match isn't something to be proud of. Lin Mo isn't even the strongest disciple of our Xinjiang sect. The people from the Xinjiang sect shouted angrily and then sent out another disciple. As a result, this disciple was also sent flying by a single punch from Jiang Lu. What is up with this kid? How can he have such power with just one punch without using any martial skills? The crowd was in disarray, watching the honest and simple Jiang Lu on the ring, wondering if he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Jiang Chun, I don't want to fight anymore. Suddenly, Jiang Lu looked at Jiang Chun with a strange expression and weakly said, the power in me is becoming increasingly violent, and I'm afraid I won't be able to control it for much longer. If I throw another punch, I might really kill someone. Oh, you weren't giving it your all before? Jiang Chun asked. You told me to go easy, so I only used 70% of my strength, but if I keep going, I'm afraid I will lose control, Jiang Lu said. It's fine, continued Jiang Chun smiled. If you kill someone, it won't be your fault. The crowd around them heard the conversation between Jiang Chun and Jiang Lu, their faces turning dark, especially those from the Xinjiang sect, with two of their disciples sent flying by Jiang Liu's punch. Yet Jiang Lu claimed he had only used 70% of his strength. Is this a slap in the face? Lin Xiao, you go up. In that moment, the Xinjiang sect sent out their strongest disciple, Lin Xiao, who was at the upper level of the thought realm. Lin Xiao was quite famous among the various sects around Qinyan town. His rainfall sword technique is renowned, causing even the older generation to retreat 3 steps afraid to clash Hedon with its brilliance. So Jiang Lu, huh? So arrogant, let's see how you end up later. Lin Xiao stepped onto the ring, his expression cold. He was tall and slender with a pair of sword-like brows and angular features, making him quite handsome. However, the hint of malice in his gaze made one feel uncomfortable. Jiang Chun, must we truly fight? Jiang Lu ignored Lin Xiao and instead turned to Jiang Chun, saying, if this battle truly commences, he will die. Then surrender then. Jiang Chun smiled. If you truly don't wish to fight, just yield. No flesh will be lost. Yield. Lin Xiao roared in fury upon hearing Jiang Lu's intent to surrender and lunged forward with his long sword. Instantly, countless sword beams erupted, fine as spring drizzle, blanketing the entire arena. Under their shimmering drift, glints of icy light burst forth, surging toward Jiang Lu. The rainfall sword art. Swords strike like rain, omnipresent and inescapable, impossible to defend against. A masterful display of the rainfall sword art. Before long, this young Lin Xiao may well rival even our generation's elders. Around the arena, allied sects of the Xinjiang sect praised in unison. Yet in the next breath, as Jiang Lu unleashed a single fist, silence descended upon the arena. A radiant crimson golden fist beam erupted, solid as molten gold. Sweeping across, it shattered the rain-fine sword beams into dust, dispersing them utterly. And with blinding speed, before Lin Xiao could react, the fist struck his chest. Crack! In that instant, the sickening sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Lin Xiao was hurled backward, crashing violently onto the ground, and expired on impact. I didn't mean it. Jiang Lu paled at the sight of Lin Xiao's death and stammered desperately. I was about to yield, but he wouldn't allow it. He forced me to act. This cannot be laid at my feet. Jiang Lu's face remained ashen, his eyes flickering with fear. Hearing this, Jiang Chun gazed coldly and gave a faint, indifferent smile. He chose death himself. How could it possibly be your fault? Nonsense. This was meant to be a friendly exchange. Yet you murdered him and now fabricate excuses. Blood demands blood. The Xinjiang sect's disciples shouted in outrage, hearts bleeding with grief. After all, Lin Xiao had been the Xinjiang sect's strongest disciple, the designated successor to its sect master. Cultivating a prodigy demanded immense resources, both material and spiritual. Losing Lin Xiao dealt a grievous blow to the Xinjiang sect's foundational strength. Jiang Lu clearly stated his intent to yield, but Lin Xiao refused. Now that Lin Xiao is dead, whose fault is it? Jiang Qin's gaze hardened as he fixed it upon the Xinjiang sect's elders, his voice glacial. What? The juniors failed, so now the seniors intend to intervene. A mere ninth-rank sect. And what if they do? The Chuanzuan sect. It seems it no longer merits existence in this world. The Xinjiang sect's elders' faces darkened, murderous intent flickered openly in their eyes. Around the arena, numerous allied sects echoed their condemnation, each bound to the Xinjiang sect by long-standing ties. Jiang Chun merely shrugged indifferently, rising from his seat. A flash of frost-laced light gleamed in his eyes as his gaze locked onto the Xinjiang sect's newly appointed sect master. Since their juniors proved unworthy, let the elder step forth, Jiang Chun murmured softly. Did you not seek my life? Very well, here is your chance. Yang Xian, the Xinjiang sect's new sect master, felt a surge of fierce excitement ignite in his eyes at these words. He had long yearned to avenge his predecessor, but opportunity had eluded him. Now unexpectedly, Jiang Chun had walked straight into his grasp. Master Jiang Chun, pray do not rush this matter, Wu Mu pleaded, heart pounding in his throat. For if Jiang Chun perished, Wu Mu, the sworn servant, would follow him into oblivion. And to outsiders, Jiang Chun appeared no more than a high-rank body realm cultivator, hopelessly outmatched against Yang Xian, a low-rank Dao realm expert. Should they clash, Jiang Chun would likely fall in a single blow. As sect master of the Chuanzuan sect, if I fail to act under such circumstances, the sect's honor would be irreparably tarnished. Jiang Chun smiled calmly. Rest assured, it shall be fine. Ascend the arena, now. Yang Xian bellowed, already standing atop the platform, killing intent blazing in his eyes, his 7-foot frost-veined sword pulsing with lethal sword light. Coming, no need to rush. Jiang Chun replied. So eager to meet your end. Beyond sharp-tongued bravado, what other skill do you possess? Yang Xian's voice was frigid. Boom. His words had barely faded when Jiang Chun vaulted upward, landing squarely upon the arena. His bare feet struck the air, spiritual energy surged outward, shaking the entire platform. Yet before Yang Xian could move, Jiang Chun raised a hand and said, before so many witnesses, you sect master Yang Xian surely would not stoop to oppression. At this, Yang Xian paused, frowning. What do you mean? Though I am sect master of the Chuanzuan sect, by age you are my senior, by cultivation realm you stand far above me. Jiang Chun spoke with solemn gravity. Therefore, as the elder, you ought to grant me some leeway. Even should you defeat me, none would dare criticize. What say you? You? Granting you several realms matters not. Yang Xian declared with supreme confidence, and added, this duel shall be a life-or-death contest. Very well. If you dare accept, I shall suppress my cultivation to the high-rank body realm, fighting you on equal footing, fairly and squarely. Agreed. Jiang Chun nodded, expression serene, yet inwardly his heart soared. He knew full well that even against a Yuan realm expert, victory would be uncertain. Against a Dao realm master it seemed all but impossible. Earlier he had only hoped Yang Xian would modestly restrain his realm, allowing Jiang Chun to deploy certain hidden methods for a sliver of advantage. He had never imagined Yang Xian would prove so arrogantly overconfident. Delusional certainty. Jiang Chun mused silently. Then before the assembled crowd inscribed the life and death pact in midair, using pure spiritual energy as ink and brush. Yang Xian followed suit, etching his own pact, its golden characters hovering visibly before all. Let all bear witness, I, Yang Xian of the Xinjiang sect, hereby swear a life and death pact with Jiang Chun of the Chuanzuan sect. This duel shall decide life and death. Yang Xian, fearing Jiang Chun might renege, proclaimed it loudly, so that not only those within the Wangyue tavern heard, but even the onlookers outside caught wind of it. Disaster. Our master has entered a life-or-death duel with Yang Xian. This cannot stand. Summon everyone, immediately. Should harm befall our master today, the Zhun Pavilion shall raise the Xinjiang sect to the ground. Outside the Wangyue Tavern, Tong Sang and others, having secretly slipped in to watch, were frantic with anxiety. Within mere heartbeats, senior alchemists and formation masters from the Dan Pavilion and Zhun Pavilion gathered en masse outside the tavern. At a single word from Lu Shan or Tong Sang, they would storm inside. Regardless of any Wu Pavilion or Xinjiang sect, all who dared harm Jiang Chun would be obliterated without mercy. Jiang Chun, however, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion unfolding beyond the walls. Calmly, almost lazily, he observed Yang Xian, his lips curling ever so slightly, revealing a trace of disdain. You are the senior cultivator. Please go ahead and strike first. Jiang Chun smiled, even gesturing with a courteous, after you. Boy, you're as good as dead. Yang Xian roared, thrusting his long sword skyward. Streaks of sword light erupted midair like blossoming lotuses. The lotus sword art. One strike births 9 lotuses, each distinct, each flowing seamlessly into the next, unceasing and infinite. As the crowd witnessed Yang Xian's opening move, gasps rippled through the assembly. This lotus sword art was the Starblade sect's most guarded martial technique. A single stroke unleashing boundless swordlight, dividing and redividing like a 9-nepedaled sacred lotus until one blade became 9. Yet as wave upon wave of sword blossoms surged toward Jiang Chun, a flicker of playful mockery shimmered in his eyes. He stood rooted in place, motionless. Within him, however, his vital blood blazed like wildfire. His essence, spirit, and vitality ignited in unison, and a radiant, luminous aura shimmered across his flesh. Boom, boom. In the next instant, as the sword light struck Jiang Chun, thunderous detonations echoed. His figure vanished beneath a torrent of searing radiance. He's finished. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chun, at last you've met your end. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, convinced his fate was sealed. But when the sword light dissipated, silence fell like a shroud. There stood Jiang Chun, smiling serenely, as unshaken and enduring as an ancient weathered tree. Not a single wound marred his skin, not even a thread of his robe had frayed. Are you by any chance the legendary invulnerable combatant? Shall we test that theory once more? Jiang Chun teased. Impossible. Yang Xian recoiled in disbelief. How could Jiang Chun emerge unscathed beneath the lotus sword art? His gaze locked onto the luminous sheen enveloping Jiang Chun's skin, and sudden comprehension struck him. How many drops of vital blood have you condensed? Ah, that's right. A body aglow with divine radiance wreathed in celestial light. This manifests only after condensing 18 or more drops of vital blood. A chorus of astonished cries rose anew from the crowd. Care to guess? Jiang Chun replied, mischief dancing in his voice. BRM. At that very moment, a deep, resonant hum emanated from Yang Xian's core. His suppressed cultivation, previously held at the apex of the physical realm, now surged upward uncontrollably. Does age truly erode one's dignity? Jiang Chun's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't anticipated Yang Xian would release his full power mid-fight. Yang Xian remained silent, yet inwardly he knew full well, even at equal rank within the physical realm, Jiang Chun's corporeal fortitude rendered his sword utterly incapable of breaching that defense. And this was a battle unto death. Faced with mortality, Yang Xian cared nothing for pride. Survival demanded Jiang Chun's immediate annihilation. The 9 words of war, swift as gale. The 9 words of war, fierce as flame. Seizing the fleeting moment while Yang Xian's power ascended, Jiang Chun launched 2 successive techniques of the 9 words of war without hesitation. In an instant, a gentle zephyr coalesced around Jiang Chun, lifting him forward in a whirlwind surge toward Yang Xian, his form wreathed in roaring, incandescent flames. Too late to unleash your full strength. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chun closed the distance and stood before Yang Xian. With a sharp command, primordial chi coalesced in Jiang Chun's palms, manifesting 2 blades, one obsidian black, the other pure white. Thud, thud. Muffled impacts followed as black and white radiance whirled like a dawn dance, graceful, lethal, and sublime. When the light faded and the brilliance receded, Yang Xian lay crumpled upon the ground. He hadn't even been granted the chance to fully awaken his power. I win, Jiang Chun said with a faint smile, turning to descend the arena platform. But at that very moment, Li Yunshan, the newly appointed Alliance Council head, leapt onto the platform, fixing Jiang Chun with a glacial stare. I challenge you to a life-or-death duel. A gauntlet relay. Jiang Chun frowned. Do you dare, or not? Li Yunshan demanded, his murderous intent laid bare in his eyes. I dare not, Jiang Chun replied, suddenly chuckling. You stand at the lower tier of the Dao realm, yet you presume to fight me who has reached the apex of the physical realm. Does that not shame you? If you refuse, then crawl away. Li Yunshan bellowed, yet inwardly he prayed Jiang Chun would accept. Should he agree, Li Yunshan would unleash his full might, without restraint, striking Jiang Qin down with overwhelming force. Jiang Qin saw through the ruse and declined outright. Yet dignity too must be preserved. As Grand Master of the Chuanzuan sect, I must uphold my prestige. Every matter, great or small, cannot fall solely upon my shoulders. What then are disciples and elders for? With that, Jiang Qin stepped down from the platform and turned to Bai Fengyu. Master is weary. The Alliance Council headship is yours now. He settled into his seat and added, Bai Fengyu, my foremost disciple. Let her test your mettle, senior cultivator. To the assembled crowd, dispatching his own disciple against the Alliance Council head seemed arrogant. Yet upon hearing these words, Li Yunshan's face went ashen. After all, just days earlier, he and his entourage had been effortlessly subdued by a single palm strike from Bai Fengyu at the Chuanzuan sect's mountain gate. To fight her now, that was sheer self-flagellation. Master, there are so many people watching. I'd rather not fight, Bai Fengyu murmured. I wish to preserve my ladylike grace. Perhaps it's time your tuition fee was due. Or perhaps even increased. Jiang Qin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let's settle on 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Master, please don't jest. It's just one match. I'll go right away. As for tuition, please go easy on me. Bai Fengyu hastily interjected, well aware of her master's notorious avarice. Should Jiang Qin continue raising the price, no one could predict how exorbitant her tuition might become. Even the deep reserves of the White Emperor City could scarcely bear such escalation. Without delay, Bai Fengyu stepped forward, light as a fluttering butterfly, and alighted gracefully upon the arena platform. Yet the moment her feet touched the stage, Li Yunshan leapt down, his face livid. I yield. What in the world is happening? Li Yunshan, you're the newly appointed Alliance Council head. How can you be cowed by a mere young woman? Confused murmurs spread among the uninformed, many branding Li Yunshan a disgrace to the Alliance. Only those from the Bafang sect, Starblade sect, and Alliance Council understood the terrifying truth behind Bai Fengyu's delicate, unassuming beauty lay unimaginable might. Master Wu Mu, let us conclude the Qingyun banquet here, Jiang Qin declared. My eldest disciple has stepped forth, and no one dares answer her challenge. Therefore the prize, the subchilan blood, belongs to the Chuanzuan sect. Agreed. Master Wu Mu nodded, signaling attendants to deliver the subchilan blood into Jiang Qin's hands. Then stepping onto the platform, he surveyed the gathering and raised the official token denoting his authority as head of the Martial Pavilion's branch hall. Today, the Martial Pavilion of Qingyun Town announces the promotion of the all-respectful sect to the 8th tier. It is important to note that to be promoted from the 9th tier sect, there is a strict requirement: the sect must have 2 Dao realm cultivators. However, based on the knowledge of those present, it seems that there are no Dao realm cultivators within the all-respectful sect. Martial Pavilion Master, counting Jiang Qin's senior disciple, the all-respectful sect only has 1 Dao realm cultivator, which does not comply with the regulations. Exactly. We all know the foundation of the all-respectful sect. How could it be promoted to the 8th tier? At this moment, Tong Sang and Lu Shan, along with a large group of offerings and guest elders, rushed in. When they saw Jiang Qin safe and sound, they first breathed a sigh of relief, then anger appeared on their faces. Master Lu Shan, Master Tong Sang, what are you doing? Martial Master furrowed his brows, not daring to act against Lu Shan and Tong Sang. After all, the Array Pavilion and Alchemy Pavilion, like the Martial Pavilion, are among the top forces of the Wushan continent. In this small place of Qingyun Town, Lu Shan, Tong Sang, and Martial Master can be considered the 3 giants representing the 3 pavilions. Now the masters of the Array Pavilion and Alchemy Pavilion were filled with anger, seemingly here for Jiang Qin. My Alchemy Pavilion recently moved into the all-respectful sect, consuming what the all-respectful sect provides. Thus, my Qingyun Town Alchemy Pavilion is now part of the all-respectful sect. If you say the all-respectful sect has no Dao realm cultivators, what do you take me for? That's right. Tong Sang nodded. Though I'm not skilled in martial arts, I have also reached the Dao realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly thrown into confusion. Even Martial Master was dumbfounded, not expecting that Tong Sang and Lu Shan had actually settled in the all-respectful sect. With the Alchemy Pavilion and Array Pavilion backing them, who would dare to touch the all-respectful sect? At least in this Qingyun Town area, it seemed no one would dare. With the 2 great giants of Qingyun Town backing Jiang Qin, what could the people present say? Even Martial Master did not dare to speak up. Does anyone have any objections? Martial Master asked, and then announced the promotion of the all-respectful sect to the 8th tier. Finally, there is income, Jiang Qin said, tears streaming down his face, feeling that his days of poverty were finally coming to an end. After the sect is promoted to the 8th tier, it can receive a sum of spirit stones from the Martial Pavilion every month. The higher the sect rank, the more spirit stones it can receive, and sometimes there will be heavenly materials and exotic treasures. Master Yu. Really are greedy for money. By Feng Yu muttered, cultivators view money as dirt. Master, you should think about it. Jiangchen, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. He rolled his eyes and said, you have no idea how hard life is without money. After that, the Qingyun feast dispersed and everyone left. Jiangchen left Qingyun town with a group of people heading towards the all-respectful sect. Along the way, Lu Shan and Tong Sang surrounded Jiangchen, constantly fawning over him. Master, is this little girl your disciple? Tong Sang asked with a face full of envy. Master, are you still taking disciples? What do you think of me? Lu Shan said with a shameless grin, pointing at himself. Though I'm old, I'm diligent and hard-working. Why not accept me? You are not qualified, Jiangchen replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan and Tong Sang immediately fell silent, feeling awkward, but they did not get angry. After all, in their eyes, a master should have the demeanor of a master. Follow me, and you can learn anything, but as for accepting you as disciples, you too should give up on that idea. Jiangchen frowned and said, I'm afraid it would be embarrassing. Master, please give us a little face. Lu Shan said with a bitter smile. Tong Sang beside him also looked gloomy, not expecting Jiangchen to show them no respect. However, upon recalling Jiangchen's attainments in alchemy and formations, the two immediately fell silent. Half a stick of incense later, as the group was about to return to the all-respectful sect, Jiangchen suddenly frowned and said coldly, following me all this way, are you trying to take my life? What? Who? In an instant, everyone's expressions tightened as they hadn't noticed anyone following them. All-respectful sect master Jiangchen, as the young master of the Qin Chuanjiang family, was born with extremely low talent, unfit for cultivation. I truly cannot understand how someone like you has risen up. At that moment, the cloaked person encountered earlier in Qingyun town appeared. He was shrouded in his cloak, surrounded by a layer of black mist, making it impossible to see his true form. What does it have to do with you? Jiangchen said in a deep voice, though he understood that his actions had surely attracted some attention. After all, going from a waste to the master of the all-respectful sect, Jiangchen's transformation had been too great. I'm just curious. The cloaked person said, however, this will end here. As for a dying person, I am not interested in whatever has happened to him. As soon as the words fell, black mist surged around. Like a dark void, even those who were close could not see the people beside them. Furthermore, even their breaths were cut off. Inhe array, Jiangchen murmured, for he was somewhat familiar with this formation. The Inhe array is a formation commonly used by assassins. It can obscure one's perception and line of sight, and it can also seal off a space. Your life the dark pavilion will take. Suddenly a chilling voice echoed in Jiangchen's ear. Then a cold light like a bolt of thunder in the dark shot towards Jiangchen's brow. Bang! But before Jiangchen could react, a black hand appeared out of nowhere, releasing a terrifying demonic aura. With a dull sound, the cold light was shattered, and a terrifying spiritual force erupted, forcefully breaking the Inhe array. As the black mist dispersed, Mo Xingtian stood beside Jiangchen with a chilling expression. His eyes flickered with a frenzied, killing intent, fixated on the cloaked person in the distance. You want to kill him? Did you ask for my opinion? Mo Xingtian said coldly. Mo Xingtian is also Jiangchen's servant. If Jiangchen were killed, Mo Xingtian would follow him to the grave. Great elder of the demon sect, Mo Xingtian. The cloaked person seemed surprised, perhaps not expecting Mo Xingtian to be secretly protecting Jiangchen. It's good that you know. Mo Xingtian's killing intent surged even more, but he did not act, instead glancing at Jiangchen, asking, shall we kill him? First capture him and ask who issued the bounty in the dark pavilion, Jiangchen said in a deep voice, for he would not easily let those who wished for his life go. The strength of Mo Xingtian is beyond doubt, standing at the pinnacle of the upper realm, making him the most formidable presence in the Qingyun town area. Yet the assassins from the Ngu, although powerful, are still a notch below him in terms of realm. Though the opponent excels in assassination under the absolute suppression of realm, their so-called stealth tactics are nothing but a joke. At that moment, Mo Xingtian charged forward like a demonic creature, surging with overwhelming demonic energy. Like a ghostly shadow, he appeared in front of the Ngu assassin in the blink of an eye. However, before Mo Xingtian could make a move, the assassin's chest suddenly exploded, the heart shattered as he committed suicide. Mo Xingtian was taken aback, not expecting the opponent to be so decisive. No worries, Jiangchen said solemnly. The assassins from the Ngu are like this, once they can't kill their target and have no way to escape, they will resort to self-destruction. What should we do next? Mo Xingtian inquired. Around them, by Feng Yu and the others also wore worried expressions, concerned for Jiangchen's safety. After all, being targeted by the Ngu is a most unpleasant experience. Who knows when the assassins might ambush? As long as there is the Quanzun sect and the Shao Xinjiu formation present, how can the assassins from the Ngu harm us? Jiang Chun spoke softly. Soon everyone stood up and entered the Quanzun sect. Upon returning, Jiang Chun went to the back mountain once again, inscribing talismans to attract the heavenly tribulation, using the heavenly thunder to refine his body. Mo Xing Tian felt bitter in his heart. Following Jiang Chun, he had only experienced being struck by lightning, never enjoying a good day. However, during this time, as Mo Xing Tian accompanied Jiang Chun through the lightning strikes, the sins and darkness within him had been significantly reduced. According to Jiang Chun, it wouldn't be long before Mo Xing Tian could cultivate the inheritance of the setting sun demon god. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu was in seclusion, refining his body with the blood of the lesser Qilin. The ancient holy body is inherently strong, and using the blood of the lesser Qilin to refine his body made him even mightier. From a distance, Jiang Liu's skin shimmered with a layer of crimson golden divine radiance. His entire being seemed as if it were cast from gold. When he utilized his true qi, he looked even more dazzling than a radiant sun. How should the power of the ancient holy body be controlled? At this moment, Zhang Lu was very troubled. Each time he made a move, the power within him would erupt violently, making it impossible to control. In the face of enemies, it wasn't much of a problem after all, as it ultimately meant killing. But if it were for sparring, one careless move could cost the opponent their life. Like Jiang Lu, Bai Fengyu was also in another training room, looking similarly disheartened. The power of the Taiyin within her was also uncontrollable, and sometimes, if she wasn't careful, the Taiyin power would erupt. In lighter cases, it would freeze the surroundings. In heavier cases, it could even freeze living beings to death. Thus, ever since Bai Fengyu transformed into the Taiyin and became a Taiyin holy body, she seldom roamed within the Quanzun sect. She either remained in seclusion or isolated herself, afraid that the Taiyin power within her might accidentally harm others. That brat Jiang Chun asked me to be his disciple, but never teaches me anything. Bai Fengyu pouted, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment. Sometimes Bai Fengyu wondered why this stunning beauty like herself elicited no reaction from Jiang Chun. Could it be that she wasn't attractive enough? Or perhaps Jiang Chun's standards were simply too high? Sometimes Bai Fengyu even thought in a different direction, suspecting that Jiang Chun's tastes might be somewhat peculiar. Mo Xing Tian, my eyelids have been twitching non-stop, and I have this unsettling feeling as if someone is keeping an eye on me. In the back mountain, Jiang Chun had just condensed the 36th drop of essence blood, and the endless art had already reached perfection. However, Jiang Chun felt puzzled. Just now his eyelids had been twitching incessantly, and he felt somewhat irritable. Isn't that obvious? Mo Xing Tian replied irritably. The assassins from the Ngu are all after your life. Oh, perhaps they are waiting for you right outside the gates of the Quanzun sect. Is that so? Jiang Chun frowned, then stood up and said, all right, my body cultivation has also reached perfection. It's time to guide my disciple. With that, Jiang Chun walked towards Bai Fengyu's training room. A few moments later, when Jiang Chun arrived at Bai Fengyu's training room, she widened her eyes in surprise. Master, why are you here instead of being struck by lightning in the back mountain? Bai Fengyu exclaimed, then a hint of fear flashed in her eyes as she hurriedly said, please don't bring the heavenly tribulation here. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm here today to guide you on how to control the Taiyin power, Jiang Chun said, rolling his eyes, and then sat down, starting to explain slowly. Jiang Chun naturally knew quite a bit about the Taiyin holy body. With his experience, he was well acquainted with all the holy bodies in the world. Teaching Bai Feng, you should certainly be more than enough. After some time, Jiang Chun was speaking animatedly, still explaining. Yet Bai Fengyu looked utterly confused, having failed to understand a word. Half a day passed, and Jiang Chun paused to ask, do you understand? No, Bai Fengyu replied, shaking her head. Her pretty face turned slightly red, feeling quite embarrassed. Hearing this, Jiang Chun was equally perplexed. After talking for so long, she didn't understand anything. Wasn't this a waste of time? A disciple that cannot be taught? Jiang Chun felt stifled, recalling that several of his past disciples were all exceptionally talented individuals, easily grasping his teachings. Now he never expected to encounter someone as daft as Bai Fengyu. Master, you can't blame me. Bai Fengyu said weakly, what you said was too profound. Can you simplify it a bit? Simplify it. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes, believing he had already explained it plainly enough. However, it seemed he might need to be even more straightforward. I have a simple idea. Jiang Chun suddenly smiled and said, I just intended to guide Jiang Lu. You two have crossed paths. Jiang Chun laughed. The simplest and most straightforward teaching is through battle. In the process of combat, you will experience and understand your own power, refine it, and eventually master it. Bai Fengyu hesitated and said, can he even defeat me? Although Bai Fengyu also had a Dao realm cultivation, the true qi within her had already transformed into spiritual energy. With a single strike from her hand, she could likely subdue a vast number of foes. For a lower-tier cultivator like Zhang Lu, Bai Fengyu was not exaggerating. With just a finger, she could suppress a vast area. What is wrong with you? Jiang Chun felt drained, rolling his eyes, and said irritably, "Can't you suppress your realm?" "Do I even need to say it?" Bai Fengyi's charming face flushed once more, feeling that since meeting Jiang Chun her intelligence had noticeably declined. "This won't do, Jiang Chun." Zhang Lu was quite troubled, saying, "If her realm is the same as mine, my punch, it would kill her." "Hey you, what nonsense are you saying? I'm not that fragile," Bai Fengyu exclaimed in anger. However, as soon as she said that, Bai Fengyu seemed to remember she was a lady and couldn't help but smiled gently, saying softly, "Zhang Lu, your sister is really formidable." Jiang Chun and Zhang Lu exchanged glances, both sighing. This is what women are like. Next, Jiang Chun stood aside, quietly watching Zhang Lu and Bai Fengyu spar. One must admit that Zhang Liu's ancient sacred body is excessively powerful. Up to now, he hadn't trained in any martial technique, relying solely on his physical strength during the battle with Bai Fengyu. Every punch and palm strike he delivered carried a fierce wind, shimmering with a golden hue, exhibiting immense strength. He appeared as if forged from gold. Looking at Bai Fengyu, she held her ground against Zhang Lu, who was of the same realm, but Jiang Chun could tell that as time passed, Bai Fengyu was becoming increasingly fatigued. This was solely because Zhang Lu resembled a humanoid monster rampaging through the fight. The martial techniques Bai Fengyu employed seemed merely decorative before Zhang Lu. With their fists and palms colliding, Zhang Lu shattered Bai Fengyi's techniques. "Do you understand the concept of cherishing the weak?" Half a moment later, Bai Fengyu, dripping with sweet sweat, flashed a hint of anger in her eyes. Though she was strong, it was difficult for her to defeat Zhang Lu at the same realm. If they continued fighting, Bai Fengyu would surely be the one to lose. Especially now, as the fight progressed, Bai Fengyi's hands were immensely sore. When her fist struck Zhang Lu, it felt as though she were hitting an unyielding rock, and a terrifying recoil force reverberated back, causing her blood to surge. "Jiang Chun, I don't want to fight her anymore." Zhang Lu also had a gloomy expression. Although he was not weaker than Bai Fengyu, the cold aura emanating from her was continuously eroding him. Upon closer inspection, after an intense battle, Zhang Lu had not only broken a sweat, but was trembling all over. Frost had even formed on his eyebrows and hair. "You two are fighting at the same realm and your strengths are nearly equal," Jiang Chun said with a smile. "In this case, there's no need to hold back, nor do you need to worry about hurting each other with your strength. Fight with all your might, exhaust your power. Only then can you comprehend and master it," Jiang Chun explained. "The more you fight, the more you use. Practice makes perfect." "Can we switch opponents? This guy is like an iron lump. I can't hit him, and my hands hurt." Bai Fengyu shouted, "I want to change partners. I want to switch too." Zhang Lu was also frustrated, not wanting to be turned into an ice block. "All right, then I'll fight you guys," Jiang Chun said lightly. Upon hearing they could switch, Zhang Lu and Bai Fengyu were naturally delighted. "Should we suppress our realms to the upper tier of physical cultivation?" Bai Fengyu teased. "You are my master, and as your disciple, I can't bully you." "Yes, let's suppress our realms to the upper tier of physical cultivation." Zhang Lu nodded, not because he looked down on Jiang Chun, but rather out of concern for injuring him. However, Jiang Chun shook his head, smiling lightly. "Just you two. My upper tier physical cultivation is enough to play with you both until the end." "Master, you said it. If I end up bullying you, don't blame me," Bai Fengyu said excitedly, seemingly having already planned to give Jiang Chun a thorough lesson. Zhang Lu paid no attention to this. After all, it was just a spar. At most, he would be careful later not to injure Jiang Chun. Boom. Half a moment later, after Bai Fengyu and Zhang Lu had caught their breath, Zhang Lu went on the offensive, challenging Jiang Chun to a duel. At this moment, Zhang Lu was fighting Jiang Chun with his lower-tier cultivation. However, just with a single move after their fists collided, Zhang Lu let out a miserable scream accompanied by the sound of a bone cracking. "Jiang Chun, what weapon are you holding?" Zhang Lu cried out, blood oozing from his palm. 3 of his fingers had broken. His previous punch felt as if he had hit an iron plate, injuring himself. "Barehanded, where would I get a weapon?" Jiang Chun mocked. "What's the matter? Is the ancient sacred body just this strong? Come again." Zhang Lu refused to accept defeat, claiming to be the strongest in physical strength with his ancient sacred body. How could he possibly lose to Jiang Chun? However, after a few breaths, Zhang Lu began to doubt his life choices. This was because Jiang Chun had not utilized any martial techniques, fighting Zhang Lu hidden with bare hands. As a result, Zhang Lu had already lost a hand. The ancient sacred body, said to be invincible in physical strength. "Are you a bit too weak?" Jiang Chun taunted. "I want to use the power within my body. Oh, I'm just going all out," Zhang Lu murmured. However, after this battle, Zhang Lu could also feel that he seemed to grasp some of the power of the ancient sacred body. At the very least, he had gone from being unable to master any of the ancient sacred body's strength to being able to control a fraction of it now. Go heal your injuries. Oh, when you're better, I'll give you some pointers. Jiang Chun said, then turned his gaze towards Bai Fengyu. Seeing this, Bai Fengyu shivered and said, I don't want to fight you. Weren't you just going to bully your master? What happened? Are you scared now? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, saying, hurry up. You? Don't bully me. Bai Fengyu stamped her foot in anger, feeling even more frightened inside. She couldn't even withstand Jiang Liu's physical strength. Hitting him felt like striking a rock. Now, having witnessed Jiang Chen's physical strength, Bai Fengyu was already terrified. However, since her master had commanded her, how could she dare to disobey? Nonetheless, Bai Fengyu was clever. She didn't engage Jiang Chun in close combat, but instead unleashed some martial techniques. In an instant, frost began to coalesce around her, resembling sharp needles charging towards Jiang Chun. Don't use such martial techniques in the future. It's too embarrassing. Jiang Chun frowned, instantly recognizing that Bai Fengyu was using a mystic-level martial technique. Mystic-level martial techniques are considered top-tier in the Qingyan town area. Even in North Gu City, they are regarded as upper class. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, heavenly-level martial techniques could only be considered mediocre. As for mystic-level martial techniques, could they even be called martial techniques? Previously, the techniques Jiang Chun had employed, such as the dark and light celestial dance and the war character 9 words, were all heavenly-level techniques. If it weren't for the fact that he had just been reborn and his cultivation was limited, preventing him from unleashing higher-level martial techniques, Jiang Chun would have found even heavenly-level techniques unsatisfactory. Boom. At this moment, Jiang Chun pointed with a finger, and a mystical light burst forth. It resembled a curtain of water weaving in front of him, its soft radiance accompanied by waves of cold air. The frosty needles raining down from the sky shattered upon encountering this curtain of water. Before Bai Fengyu could react, the water curtain suddenly expanded and exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, countless droplets of water erupted, resembling ice crystal beads, flying in all directions towards Bai Fengyu. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bai Fengyu reacted quickly, however she still couldn't dodge the dense barrage of ice crystal beads. In just 3 breaths' time, Bai Fengyu's body was marked with numerous wounds and blood began to spill forth. So weak. Seeing this, Jiang Chun waved his hand, causing the ice crystal beads in the air to vanish, looking at Bai Fengyu with disdain as he asked, how can you be so weak? Bai Fengyu opened her mouth, her face flushed with anger. I haven't even criticized you. I am your disciple. You strike without restraint. Bai Fengyi's heart shouted in anger, yet on the surface she appeared quite humble, weakly nodding as she replied, yes, I am very weak. Her heart was filled with indignation, her eyes brimming with resentment, resembling a wronged little wife. She truly couldn't fathom how someone like her, a beautiful woman and Jiang Chen's disciple, could be treated this way. Her entire body was covered in bloodstains, and even her clothes were torn in many places, exposing her snow-white skin stained with blood. Bai Fengyu had never endured such humiliation in her life. Thinking of this, her eyes turned red, her lips quivering, unable to hold back her tears. What are you doing? Jiang Chun was flustered, having killed countless enemies and walked over their bones to ascend to the position of the God King. He had seen it all. But he was genuinely afraid of a woman's tears. You are bullying me. Bai Fengyu choked out. I told you to be straightforward and simple. Jiang Chun held his forehead and waved his hand, saying, let's have a real battle now, and you say I bully you. Please, I am fighting you with my body cultivation level, while you, even though your cultivation is suppressed, still possess a lower level consciousness cultivation. Jiang Chun said impatiently. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Fengyu couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. At that moment, Jiang Chun was stunned, standing in place, feeling utterly lost. Lushan, Tong Sang. Jiang Chun hastily called out, and as soon as he spoke, Lushan and Tong Sang appeared by his side. Comfort her properly and give her some healing elixirs, lest she be left with scars in the future. After speaking, Jiang Chun turned and ran, unable to bear the sight of a woman's tears. Lushan and Tong Sang were also dumbfounded. The two stared wide-eyed at each other, momentarily at a loss. After all, they had never consoled a woman before. Master is really something, even hitting such a beautiful girl. Tong Sang murmured. Indeed, look, you've made her cry. Lushan nodded. Then the two left some elixirs behind, chatting as they disappeared. At this moment in the back mountain, Jiang Chun stood before Mo Xingtian, his expression serious, saying, you go out secretly and investigate to see what the reward from the Dark Pavilion is all about. It's hard to find out unless I return to the demon sect and use its power to inquire. Mo Xingtian frowned. The Dark Pavilion is notoriously mysterious. Only those within the Dark Pavilion know the location of its entrance. In fact, some ordinary assassins don't even know where the Dark Pavilion is. However, the Dark Pavilion also has many branches, and most of the assassins sent to kill Jiang Chun are likely from the Qingyan town branch of the Dark Pavilion. Therefore, since it is a branch, it will be much simpler to find. Spare no effort to find them. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Do they think Jiang Chen is easy to bully just because they dare to send the Dark Pavilion to assassinate me? If that doesn't work, well, wipe out the Dark Pavilion in Qingyan Town. Mo Xingtian gasped in shock. This matter could escalate if the branch of the Dark Pavilion were destroyed. Although the Dark Pavilion is infamous on the Wushan continent, it is still a force on par with the Martial Pavilion, Array Pavilion, and Alchemy Pavilion. If the branch is destroyed, the main hall of the Dark Pavilion will surely send out significant figures. At that time, with Jiang Chen's strength and the foundation of the entire sect, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single finger from the prominent figures sent by the Dark Pavilion. However, from Jiang Chen's eyes, Mo Xingtian saw a hint of determination. It seemed that if this matter remained unresolved, Jiang Chen truly intended to wipe out the Dark Pavilion in Qingyan Town. He'll be back soon, and I promise to give you an answer in 3 days. Mo Xingtian hurriedly said, afraid that Jiang Chen would cause some major trouble. Afterward, Mo Xingtian left, and Jiang Chen entered the main hall to begin his cultivation. Having already condensed 36 drops of essence blood, Jiang Chen was now only a step away from the consciousness realm. Spiritual realm opening spiritual veins. Body realm condensing essence blood. And the consciousness realm is about condensing spiritual power. Spiritual power can be felt, but not seen. It is indeed quite challenging to condense spiritual power. However, for Jiang Chen, it was hardly an issue. The only thing troubling him was which of the hundreds of techniques to choose from. In this second life, I must cultivate every realm to perfection to the utmost strength, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Yet in his memories there were too few techniques regarding the consciousness realm. Although there were some, Jiang Chen believed that these techniques were not the strongest. Master, someone has sent news that the Biming Academy has begun enrollment. Will you go? At that moment, Tong Sang walked in and said that is the academy with the deepest foundation in the vicinity of Bega City. As the leader, do I need to go and be a student? Jiang Chen replied impatiently, naturally uninterested in such a small place as academy. Master, you must not underestimate Biming Academy. It is a branch of the Four Directions Divine Academy. Tong Sang said. Some leaders of third-rate sects, second-rate sects, and even first-rate sects are eager to enter Biming Academy to cultivate. Oh, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with curiosity upon hearing this. The Four Directions Divine Academy. Who founded it? Jiang Chen inquired. I am not very clear either. It is said to have been founded 2,000 years ago by someone called the Mind Seeker. Tong Sang frowned and said, however, it has been too long, I do not know the facts anymore. Mind Seeker. Spirit God. Jiang Chen exclaimed softly. Jiang Chen had ascended 3,000 years ago and entered the Jiuxiao Divine Palace. 1,000 years after Jiang Chen's ascension, another individual ascended claiming to be the Mind Seeker. This person rapidly rose in Jiuxiao after ascending and eventually achieved the position of the Lord God. What left the deepest impression on Jiang Chen was the terrifying spiritual power of the Mind Seeker. Among all the deities, the spiritual power of the Mind Seeker is considered the strongest. If the Four Directions Divine Academy was indeed created by Nianshen, then its legacy should remain within the academy itself. Jiang Chen suddenly became intrigued and asked, how can one enter the Four Directions Divine Academy? Tong Sang was taken aback, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, beneath the Four Directions Divine Academy, there are a total of 4 major branches: Biming, Nanhuang, Dongli, and Xuexue. Only the most outstanding individuals from these branches can enter the Four Directions Divine Academy. Is it not possible to enter the Four Directions Divine Academy directly? Jiang Chen frowned. No, that is the rule, Tong Sang replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Since that was the rule, he would abide by it. Where is the Biming branch located? Jiang Chen inquired, already standing up, preparing to head there directly. It is 600 miles north of Qingyan Town, 100 miles from Bega City, situated within the Xingyun Mountain. He'll escort you there, Tong Sang offered. No need, Jiang Chen frowned. The assassins from the Dark Pavilion are still after my life. This time I go to the Biming branch, I must keep a low profile and conceal my identity. Tong Sang understood Jiang Chen's current situation and nodded, then handed over a large number of pills, saying, Master, these pills are refined according to the Four Directions alchemy technique and are of high quality. Take them, they might be useful. Jiang Chen murmured, then left the main hall. At the moment he exited the hall, Jiang Chen utilized the deception technique, drastically altering his aura and even changing his appearance to that of another person. Subsequently, Jiang Chen quietly departed through a small path at the back mountain. With Tong Sang and Lu Shan around, the Chuanzuan sect should be safe. Jiang Chen thought to himself, planning to act like a detached boss this time. After leaving the Chuanzuan sect, Jiang Chen traveled swiftly and arrived at Qingyan Town half a day later. This was the essential route to the Biming branch. I heard the Biming branch has started enrollment. The enrollment criteria are too strict. Those under 18 must reach the Nian realm, and there are numerous trials and assessments. In the entire Qingyun town, how many can enter the Biming branch? Within Qingyun town, nearly everyone was discussing the enrollment of the Biming branch. At the same time, Jiangchen also overheard discussions about the Xingwu sect. I don't know what kind of calamity has befallen the Xingwu sect. Recently they attacked the Chuanzuan sect, and not a single person returned. It's truly strange, the strength of the Xingwu sect surpasses that of the Chuanzuan sect. How could they not defeat them? What a pity such a large Xingwu sect has now vanished. Upon hearing these words, a faint smile appeared on Jiangchen's lips. The Xingwu sect. It is merely a stepping stone as I ascend the divine stage once more after my rebirth. Jiangchen whispered. Get out of the way. Young Master Luo is coming. Suddenly angry shouts echoed from the distance on the street. The pedestrians on the street hurriedly took detours, their eyes filled with discontent, yet they dared not utter a word. Even some Dao realm cultivators kept silent, seemingly afraid to offend young Master Luo. Jiangchen naturally heard this, but what did it have to do with him? On such a wide street, Jiangchen walked his own path. Why should he give way? Was young Master Luo unable to pass if he did not yield? Get lost. Moments later, Jiangchen continued forward in the street, but behind him the sound of hooves and an extremely arrogant shout rang out. To this, Jiangchen didn't even turn his head, continuing on his way. You're seeking death. However, the person behind him was dissatisfied, and with an angry shout, he actually rode his spirit horse towards Jiangchen, aiming to stomp down on his head. Even a true dragon would not dare to step on my head. Just a mere spirit horse, where do you get your courage? Jiangchen murmured, a beast control rune forming in his palm, unleashing the might of a beast king. With a sudden rustling sound. Instantly the spirit horse sensed the beast king's might and became frightened, its body quaking violently. The young man riding the spirit horse lost his balance and was thrown off. How dare you? Disturbing young master's spirit horse. Young master, are you alright? At this moment, a large crowd rushed over behind the young man, surrounding Jiangchen amidst their concerns. You little brat. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Young Master Luo shouted angrily, not tall or particularly handsome, but his attire exuded extravagance. At his waist hung a jade pendant carved from a tranquil pearl worth 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. The sword in his hand radiated fiery brilliance forged from flame iron worth tens of millions. Moreover, aside from these, young Master Luo had 9 rings on his 10 fingers, each one a space ring. A single space ring is worth a fortune. In the entire Bega city, there would be no more than a handful of people who could afford one. Yet young Master Luo wore 9. Damn it, a tycoon. Completely inhumane. Jiangchen was initially angry, but upon turning to see young Master Luo, his eyes widened. To be honest, since his rebirth, young Master Luo was the richest person Jiangchen had ever seen. You block my path and scare my horse, do you want to die? At this moment, young Master Luo's expression darkened as he stared fiercely at Jiangchen. Before he finished speaking, his group charged towards Jiangchen. Is the road yours? Is the horse mine? Is my life something you can take? Jiangchen scoffed, looking at the crowd around him, the highest cultivation level among them, barely at the middle stage of the Nian realm. Such cultivation was akin to ants to Jiangchen. Boom. The next moment, Jiangchen stepped forward, his true qi roaring like a tempest, and waves resembling ripples spread out from beneath his feet. Where the ripples passed, the surrounding people seemed to suffer severe damage, one after another flying backward. Even young Master Luo's expression changed. Struck by a ripple, he was pushed back 3 steps. What nonsense, young Master Luo, is it only with a bit of money that one can claim to be a young master? Jiangchen sneered. With such strength, what do you think you can do to me? My surname is Luo, and my name is Young Master. I am not the kind of young master you think. Young Master Luo's face darkened, feeling quite embarrassed about his name. Fortunately, he was the young master of the world's bank. Regardless of his name or title, he was still a young master, so he did not care much. However, being deliberately brought up like this, young Master Luo still wanted to explain. What you are called and named has nothing to do with me. Jiangchen whispered, stepping forward to stand before young Master Luo, coldly stating, but your actions just now have angered me. I am the young master of the world's bank. Young Master Luo declared in a deep voice. How many dare to speak to me like this? Kneel and apologize quickly. Otherwise, not to mention this Qingyun town, even in this world, there will be no place for you to stand. The World Bank governs all economic matters across the Wushan continent. From spirit stones to heavenly materials and rare treasures, even to unparalleled divine weapons and techniques. In short, whatever you desire, it will surely be found within the World Bank. This power, while not participating in the battles between sects, nor rivaling the martial pavilion, is well known among the people of the Wushan continent for its formidable strength and profound foundation. At this moment, Jiangchen was utterly bewildered, never expecting to encounter the young master of the World Bank in such a small place. Now with Jiang Qin's strength and the foundation of the entire sect, offending young Master Luo could lead to dire consequences. But suddenly Jiang Qin remembered that he had used a deception technique when he came out this time, altering not just his appearance, but also his aura. Even if he caused trouble outside, no one would know it was Jiang Qin who did it. What's wrong with the World Bank? I am the young master of the Tongtian Divine Hall. Jiang Qin lifted his chin, exuding pride. Upon hearing this, young Master Luo was taken aback, tilting his head in thought, unable to recall which sect the Tongtian Divine Hall belonged to. However, a sect bold enough to name itself after the heavens must be extraordinary. The World Bank conducts business worldwide, engaging in all kinds of trade, especially with those top sects and legacy powers. Considering this, young Master Luo's imposing demeanor weakened a bit. It wasn't that young Master Luo was afraid of Jiang Qin, rather he was contemplating that if the Tongtian Divine Hall was indeed powerful, perhaps a transaction could be arranged, creating a long-term business relationship that would bring clients to the World Bank. What level of sect is the Tongtian Divine Hall? Young Master Luo inquired, his tone slightly more relaxed, no longer as sharp as before. It is a legacy power, Jiang Qin declared with increasing arrogance, though inside he felt a pang of insecurity. After all, there was no Tongtian Divine Hall in the Wushan continent. It was all fabricated by him. Oh, so you are from a legacy power, young Master Luo said, looking relieved. Legacy powers rarely appear in the world, though I haven't heard of them, but I think my elders should have. Of course, Jiang Qin asserted. Just as he finished speaking, two young men approached from a distance. One carried a long sword, his expression stern, and within his eyes a glint of sword light flickered. The other carried a large knife with thick brows and big eyes, wearing a playful smirk. The grand disciple of the sword sect, Yi Changfeng. The grand disciple of the blade sect, Jiuxiao Mia. Around them a crowd gasped in surprise, for the identities of these two young men were anything but ordinary. The sword sect and blade sect are the two strongest sects in the Beiga Mountain region. Even Beigu City struggles to compete with either. However, the members of these two sects never engage in earthly conflicts, and they rarely involve themselves in disputes among cultivators. Yet not participating in conflicts does not mean they are weak. On the contrary, there are no weaklings among the sword sect and blade sect. Just like Yi Changfeng and Jiuxiao Mia, they are undoubtedly outstanding among the younger generation in the Beigu City area. This is truly unfortunate. At this moment, young Master Luo's expression darkened upon seeing the two, and he turned to leave. However, Jiuxiao Mia walked up with a mocking expression, teasing. Are you here deceiving these country bumpkins again? Shut your mouth. Young Master Luo replied coldly. We keep to ourselves. How you go around claiming to be the young master of the World Bank, deceiving the ignorant all day long. Yi Changfeng approached as well, frowning. Don't you find that shameful? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin was momentarily stunned, blinking in surprise as several dark lines crossed his forehead. So you're a fraud, Jiang Qin reacted. I thought, how could the young master of the World Bank possibly be in a place like this? Thinking this, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes as he fixed his gaze on young Master Luo, chillingly stating, since you are not the young master of the World Bank, shouldn't you give an explanation for what happened earlier? Even if I am not the young master of the World Bank, so what? What can you do to me? Young Master Luo retorted in a low voice. Nearby, Yi Changfeng and Jiuxiao Mia exchanged strange looks, and even winked at Jiang Qin, seemingly urging him to leave quickly. Jiang Qin of course refused to back down, but he could not simply walk away. Previously, had he not been strong, he would have suffered a great deal. Now that young Master Luo was not the young master of the World Bank, Jiang Qin naturally needed to settle the score. However, the next moment, when Jiuxiao Mia revealed young Master Luo's true identity, Jiang Qin was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to maintain his composure. Although he is not the young master of the World Bank, he is the heir of the 800-mile Black River. Jiuxiao Mia said, Little brother, let's just leave this matter be. Continuing to stir trouble won't do you any good. Jiang Qin naturally knew of the 800-mile Black River. That is a top sect that can rival the Tsangshan Snow Sea and the White Emperor City. Now I understand, no wonder this kid has been impersonating the young master of the World Bank, and the World Bank has turned a blind eye, not asking or caring. Jiang Qin mused. Although the 800-mile Black River cannot compete with the World Bank, the previous owner of the 800-mile Black River had only recently become a deity. Though a newly ascended deity cannot descend from the skies, they can still exert divine might. With divine might in play, it was enough to intimidate various sects across the Wushan continent. However, Jiang Qin was curious as to why the heir of the 800-mile Black River would be in such a small place. Could it be that he came here because of the Beiming Academy? What if the heir of the 800-mile Black River is here? I am a disciple of the Tongtian Divine Hall. Jiang Qin fabricated lies, determined to maintain his facade even at the cost of his life. Besides today, if Jiang Chun did not have some sort of identity, even if he were willing to let young Master Luo go, young Master Luo would not spare him. Moreover, Jiang Chun could tell that Yi Changfeng and Jikong Mia had a special relationship with young Master Luo. If young Master Luo truly tried to act against Jiang Chun, these two would most likely side with him. At that point, even if Jiang Chun were formidable, it would be difficult for him to contend with the three. After all, in terms of realm, young Master Luo, Yi Changfeng, and Jikong Mia were all significantly above Jiang Chun. Young Master Luo, stop messing around here. If you keep this up, who knows when you'll be able to return to the 800-mile Black River. Yi Changfeng mocked. You were exiled by your father for reflection and remorse, but from your appearance, it seems you have no intention of reflecting at all. My matters are none of your concern. Young Master Luo's face darkened as he glared at Jiang Chun, saying, What Tongtian Divine Hall? They'll send someone to investigate. If it's fake, just wait until I deal with you. With that, young Master Luo turned and walked away, seemingly wary of Jiang Chun's identity and the Tongtian Divine Hall before clarifying matters. Otherwise, how could someone as arrogant and reckless as him simply leave? By the time you figure it out, it might just be too late. Jiang Chun smiled mockingly in his heart, though his face remained impassive as he departed.